Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 1194. People's hearts surged. Why did she say that? Could it be that even someone as elegant as her has fallen in love? Someone asked curiously. Everyone in Xianpeng province knew about the pride of the Nine Heavens maiden, so many people were surprised by Luo Xueman's decision. The reason is the golden armor palace of the 10 palaces of Langia. Someone said word by word, causing many people's eyes to flicker. The 10 halls of Langia were extremely terrifying existences. It was said that the hall masters were all geniuses below the age of 30. Every hall master was a figure that could shake the Xianpeng territory with just a move of their feet. These geniuses below the age of 30 had already surpassed many veteran experts in strength. A genius from the Golden Armor Palace is also here for the test. Luo Xueman is probably here for him. Luo Xueman's master, the previous 9 Heavens maiden, was a couple with the palace master of the Golden Armor Palace. I see. A beauty is a match for a hero. Since her master is together with a genius from the 10 palaces of Langia, as her disciple, she naturally wants to be with a genius from the 10 palaces of Langia. That means the two of them are the most dazzling stars in this test. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, apart from them, I heard that a genius from the Earth Immortal Village is also here for the test for the first time. The crowd's blood was boiling as they kept talking. The hero test was held twice a year, so it wasn't rare. However, in the previous tests, most of the geniuses who had taken the test once or twice came here. This year, there were 3 people who hadn't taken the test even once. This undoubtedly made the test more exciting. The hidden genius from the Earth Immortal Village, the genius from the 10 palaces of Langia, and the fairy from the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace were the focus of this test. There are so many people. Lady Shui Wu looked down from the palace in the distance. As one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Black-White Dao Palace, she was naturally one of the examiners for this test. I heard that Luo Xueman from the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace is also here. Most people are here to see her. Not far away, an elegant fairy was also sitting there. Her beauty could outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. She was the previous 9 Heavens fairy of the 9 Heavens Fairy Palace. She smiled and said, "Most of us are here to see Jin Yunwu. This boy is from the Langia 10 Palaces. He has never been assessed as a talent, but his strength is said to be able to fight against a hero." Jin Yunwu? The eyes of many cultivators flickered. Were there people from the 10 halls of Langia as well? He, someone from the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture has also come to take the test. It's that young man. At this moment, a clear and charming voice rang out. A woman in a purple robe was sitting in the palace. Her shoulders were bare, and the edges of her robe faintly revealed her slender and fair legs. She gave off an extremely enchanting feeling, forming a strong contrast with the Empyrean maiden who was not far away. One was a fairy, the other a peerless enchantress. Lu Susu. Many people looked at the woman in purple and secretly licked their lips. However, they did not dare to underestimate her. She was from the Yinyang Main Palace. It was said that the backer of this auction was the 7 kings from the 3-star sacred region. They were very powerful and they could not afford to offend them. The Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture is nurturing 7-colored armored generals. Unfortunately, they are just a bunch of trash. The Empyrean maiden was obviously unhappy with the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Don't forget that it was that young man who brought us into the imperial city in the star-picking nation. Moreover, it was rumored that the young man was already dead. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Now that he has returned alive, how can a trash do all this? Lu Susu laughed. Her laughter was as seductive as a fox's. The Empyrean maiden could not refute Lu Susu's words. At this moment, the Sea Calming Heavenly Lord walked over with Lin Ling and the others in the vast square. It's him. Many people looked at Lin Ling, including the people from the South Pole Celestial Peng. Their eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Nan Ping, it's him. The South Pole Celestial Peng sat on a floating stand and shouted coldly. He is the one who killed the South Pole Celestial Peng. Nan Ping's eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Ling actually dared to appear in front of so many experts. He was dead meat. When the hero assessment is over, I will ask the sea-calming Heavenly Lord to give me justice. The South Pole Celestial Peng said in a low voice. His aged face was filled with murderous intent. Not long ago, he heard from Nan Ping that the general under the sea-calming Heavenly Lord, Lin Ling, had killed his grandson. Therefore, he had to avenge Lin Ling. In the entire square, countless floating stands and a large number of experts looked coldly at Lin Ling and the others. These people are eyeing us covetously. The Sakra frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart. He could not understand why these people were targeting them. Was it because they had obtained treasures in the star-picking nation? However, in the star-picking nation, killing and robbing were common occurrences. Why did these people not seek revenge? If we were people like the celestial venerable void star, they definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. To put it bluntly, we are nameless and powerless. That's why they dare to look down on us. Lin Ling said calmly without any surprise on his face. Lin Ling, how dare you come? Finally, someone floated down from the floating stands. You killed my junior brother. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be able to leave here. That's right. Many people echoed. At this moment, countless people in the square looked at Lin Ling, making Lin Ling the center of attention. He actually came. Is he here for the hero assessment? Or did he hear the news that I spread, so he wants to become a hero and join me? Luo Xiaofan also looked at Lin Ling and guessed. Last time at the Celestial Water Hall, Lin Ling took a strand of long hair and used it for something. His actions were incomprehensible. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally guessed that Lin Ling's unusual actions were actually to arouse her curiosity and leave a shadow in her heart. She had to admit that Lin Ling's actions had indeed left a shadow in her heart. At the very least, she remembered Lin Ling as a person. She was very sure of this guess. After all, she was the fairy of the ninth heaven, an existence that millions of young people yearned for. She did not believe that Lin Ling could escape her charm. Unfortunately, I don't like you at all. No matter what you do, you're just a toad at best. Luo Xiaofan said with a disdainful smile. She looked at a young man sitting with his legs crossed in the distance. The young man was tall and majestic. His eyes were slightly closed as he sat there quietly like a peerless emperor, unaffected by the noises of the outside world. His sovereign realm aura was quite attractive to her. Jin Yunwu, the peerless genius of the 10 halls of Langya, was not bad at all. Her master was with the hall master of the 10 halls of Langya, and she was with the peerless genius. It was not a bad thing. Meanwhile, the crowd was still looking at Lin Ling. Even Master Shuiwu smiled. This Lin Ling was quite impressive. He was not famous before, but after the trip to the star-picking nation, his name had spread across Xianpeng province. Most importantly, that little guy was not killed by Heaven Master Su Xing. What secret was he hiding? Now that the crowd was furious, she was eager to see how Lin Ling would deal with it. Chapter 1195. So what if I killed him? At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. It was as if he didn't see the crowd getting angry. He smiled and looked at the person who walked over. Me? Why wouldn't I dare to come? You're stubborn. You killed my junior brother and snatched everyone's treasure. If you don't give me an explanation, you'll die. That person shouted angrily. When we were in the first continent of the star-picking nation, you actually trapped all of us in an unjust place in order to leave that place. There are witnesses and material evidence for this matter. You can't deny it. On the other side, a duke also reprimanded. This person came from the Jade Mirage Imperial Palace. He was the one who mocked Lin Ling on the first continent. Later on, Lin Ling made a fool of him. Naturally, he wouldn't let Lin Ling off. And the Divine Temple. You killed many people from the Qian Hall and even your own people. You're too vicious. You also killed millions of people in the ancient city. More voices rang out like waves, causing Sakura and the others to turn pale. Even Venerable Si Kongming frowned. There were too many experts. Even he felt great pressure. If this matter wasn't handled well, it would be troublesome. What else do you have to say? The person who walked out seemed to be the leader of the crowd. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. What else do I have to say? Lin Ling revealed a smile. His gaze swept across the angry experts. In the end, he nodded and took a step forward. Motherfucker, scram. Scram. The thunderous voice spread out and caused countless echoes. The entire square was silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. One must know that any one of the experts here could easily kill Lin Ling, let alone hundreds of experts. You. In the distance, the face of the Duke from the Jade Mirage Imperial Palace turned ugly. I remember you. Back then, you were just like a dog. We wanted to leave the first continent, but you didn't help. Instead, you stood at the side and made sarcastic remarks. When we could leave, you immediately wagged your tail like a dog and asked us to take you with us. Is your skin really that thick? Now, you still want to settle the score? Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly at the prince, causing the prince to grit his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Unfortunately, there were too many experts here, so he held himself back. Then in the temple, you killed our disciple. How are you going to quibble about this? It was the same in the ancient city. You used a scheme to make the Qiong Qi kill a large number of our disciples. Are you still going to go back on your word? Even more voices rang out. Those who escaped felt very embarrassed, so they didn't say that Lin Ling killed them with his own strength. Instead, they relied on crafty plots and machinations to get the strong to uphold justice for them. Ha! Looking at the angry crowd, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter shook the heavens, causing many people to narrow their eyes. In such a situation, this young man could still laugh. This kind of arrogance was even more powerful than what they had imagined. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. So, I'm too lazy to quibble. I'll just kill you. So what? After Lin Ling laughed wildly, he looked at the crowd without any fear. His eyes were sharp and fearless. In the star-picking country, didn't your people kill anyone? Didn't your people snatch treasures? If you did, then stand out. I, Lin Ling, will immediately hand my head to you. Lin Ling roared again. Silence. The entire square was silent. In the star-picking country, who would have clean hands for the sake of treasures? No one could guarantee this. But even so, you've killed too many people. Moreover, you even killed people from the Qian Hall. You can't even differentiate between good and bad. Someone said unwillingly. That's because they deserve to die. Lin Ling looked directly at that person because the one who spoke was Nan Ping. His gaze was like lightning, causing Nan Ping's heart to beat violently. She sat back down and didn't dare to speak again. Treasures are obtained by those who are capable. Any one of you can obtain them. Then why didn't you snatch them? Instead, you attacked us after we obtained the treasures. Could it be that you only want the government to burn down and forbid the common people to light the lamps? So, those people deserve to die. They died well. If I have another chance, I'll kill them all without hesitation. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Arrogant to the world, he was telling the experts that he had killed their disciples. But if he had another chance, he would still kill them all. You. The faces of many experts turned ashen. Lin Ling had a glib tongue. His mouth was more powerful than any treasure. Kill him. The experts all shouted coldly. How could they tolerate a junior rebuking them? This was a humiliation to them. Get lost. However, facing the killing intent of the experts, Lin Ling still didn't retreat and shouted coldly. How arrogant. Many experts' disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were in this situation, they could only endure the humiliation. How could they be as arrogant as Lin Ling, telling the experts to get lost? Get lost. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the sky. This voice didn't come from Lin Ling, but from a majestic palace in the sky. Many people's eyes flashed. That palace was where the great figures resided. Who were those great figures telling to get lost? The Qian Temple doesn't approve of internal fighting and killing. If you want to kill, you have to have a convincing excuse. But Star-Seizing Nation is an exception. In that place, the cultivators have abandoned the rules of the past and attacked as they pleased. So, what crime did Lin Ling commit? Those who continue to accuse him of crimes can get lost. The voice floated out again, layer upon layer, like rain and fog. Many people knew that the speaker was Lord Xuewu of the Black-White Dao Palace. Lord Xuewu was actually speaking for Lin Ling. That's right, your hands are already stained with blood. So, what qualifications do you have to criticize him? Another woman's voice floated out. It was like the sound of nature, but it also carried with it an enchanting and charming aura. It was Lu Susu of the Qian Kun Temple. Everyone fell silent. In truth, they also knew that they were in the wrong. It was just that Lin Ling wasn't some great powerhouse, and he didn't have a huge backer. In addition, he had angered everyone, so they dared to bully Lin Ling. But now, since Lord Xuewu had spoken, they didn't dare to casually kill Lin Ling. I'm not helping him. It's just that the matter of Star-Seizing Nation is an exception. Any grudges that formed there will disappear after leaving. No one is allowed to mention them again. Of course, if two people already have grudges and want to resolve their grudges, then they will have to follow the rules. Otherwise, you can go to the Qian Kun Temple and kill your enemies as you wish. Lord Xuewu's voice floated out once more. This also meant that the grudges of Star-Seizing Nation were in the past. No one was allowed to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. As these words fell, everyone finally suppressed the killing intent in their hearts. A bunch of idiots. Seeing everyone fall silent, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He led Venerable Si Calming and the others forward again. Venerable Si Calming looked at the majestic palace in the distance. He knew that he owed Lord Xuewu his life. Yesterday, he had used his life to guarantee that Lord Xuewu would help Lin Ling. At that time, Lord Xuewu hadn't agreed. But today, Lord Xuewu had given her an answer. Idiot. Everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Ling didn't have to die. Instead, he dared to ridicule them. Chapter 1196. Hero Assessment. Perhaps Lin Ling already knew that even if he did nothing, the danger would still follow. Therefore, instead of hiding his weakness, it was better to face it head-on. That was how a cultivator should be. That little brat has an imposing appearance and is calm. However, he must be here to take the hero assessment. In the majestic palace, Lu Susu crossed her legs and lazily swung them. She looked down with interest. The palace's huge red sandalwood windows allowed her to see everything below. His strength is only at Transcendent second realm. Although he isn't very strong, his courage has surprised me. He has the courage rarely seen in young people. Lady Watermist said with a smile. That's just overestimating himself. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he came here to take the hero assessment is already a disgrace. One must know that he came from Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. That place isn't a place to nurture peerless geniuses. In addition, this is Lin Ling's first time participating in the hero assessment. The result is obvious. At this moment, Mystical Maiden of the Nine Heavens said. The others fell silent. They were all powerful cultivators and naturally knew how difficult the hero assessment was. Therefore, they agreed with Mystical Maiden of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, the plaza was filled with a hubbub of voices. Everyone knew that today's theme was the hero assessment. At the same time, 100 geniuses from the various saint regions walked out. Each of them had an indifferent aura around them. Their cultivation base was at the second level of the Transcendent realm, and there were even some at the fourth level of the Transcendent realm. Moreover, they all had the mysterious saint physique. Only those under the age of 25 had the qualifications to participate in the hero assessment. Moreover, each person only had 3 chances in their lifetime. Therefore, the majority of people came early to participate. If they failed once, they would participate again in the second year. If they failed again, they would have to wait until they were 25 years old. Therefore, there would be Transcendent Fourth Realm experts among the participants. Of course, even if they were Transcendent Fourth Realm experts, they might not be able to become a hero. Because of the fierce competition, only 10 people had the qualifications to become a hero. At this moment, many experts saw that Lin Ling was going to participate in the hero assessment. Immediately, their faces turned cold. Eliminate him. If Lin Ling became a hero, then even if they wanted to touch Lin Ling, they would have to find some good excuses. This was not what they wanted to see. Although they didn't have a huge hatred for Lin Ling, they couldn't let Lin Ling live because of his fearlessness. Among the 100 rising geniuses, many looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was so bold that he dared to take part in the hero assessment after offending so many powerful figures. He was courting death. You're just a second-degree Transcendent Realm cultivator. You're asking to be humiliated. This must be his first time participating in the hero trial. I'm afraid he doesn't even have a saint body and hasn't comprehended any extreme pattern martial arts. He's just a piece of trash. It's nothing strange. Every second-level Transcendent Realm practitioner thinks that they are very powerful. They don't know that there are strong and weak second-level Transcendent Realm practitioners. Some of the more powerful disciples sneered. They didn't see Lin Ling as an opponent at all. The surrounding voices were filled with arrogance and the spirit of a martial artist. They floated into Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently and didn't refute them. In his left hand, a wine jug appeared and he started drinking. This piece of trash. The faces of the geniuses from various sacred regions turned ugly. They looked down on Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling would feel inferior and unreconciled. However, he didn't. Lin Ling was unperturbed. That kind of disregard made them extremely angry. No matter what you do, no matter how much effort you put into it, I will never like you. At this moment, a heavenly voice came from the front. Many people looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Luo Xiaofan. At this moment, her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She stood there quietly as if she would leave this world at any moment. However, what did she mean? Suddenly, many people looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Luo Xiaofan was talking to Lin Ling. This toad who overestimates himself wants to pursue Luo Xiaofan. The crowd roared with laughter. One must know that Luo Xiaofan was arrogant. Even a genius with a heroic background couldn't move her. What right did Lin Ling have to pursue someone else? He simply couldn't see through himself. Interesting. I thought that the generals of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture all had iron wills. However, in the end, they are still humans. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. He actually took a fancy to my 9 heavens mystical maiden. Unfortunately, he's just a toad. At the same time, a woman's voice came from the distant majestic palace. It was the 9 heavens mystical maiden. She seemed to be saying that Lin Ling was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. That bitch. Dinghai Heavenly Lord gritted his teeth. Because of Ling Shan, the 9 heavens mystical maiden and his Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture had never been on good terms. Therefore, they were now adding insult to injury. At this moment, Luo Xiaofan lifted her snow-white neck and said again, I can't deny that your actions in the star-picking Violet Mansion piqued my curiosity. You've succeeded. At least, I remember you. However, I yearn for a peerless hero, not a mediocre person like you who hasn't even participated in a single hero trial. You're really not suitable for this hero trial. Why humiliate yourself and make Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture lose face with you? She was certain that Lin Ling had come for her. She had the confidence to do so. You're very talented and powerful. Why do you have to belittle others and elevate yourself? Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said indifferently. You're so stubborn. Luo Xiaofan shook her head. She was extremely disappointed in Lin Ling and wouldn't give Lin Ling any more chances. Lin Ling also shook his head. He didn't understand why Luo Xiaofan thought he liked her. Perhaps it was because of the Celestial Water Hall. However, when Lin Ling was at the Celestial Water Hall, everything he did was to see the celestial water. He didn't want to have any contact with Luo Xiaofan. Of course, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain. The 9 heavens mystical maiden, Luo Xiaofan, is as beautiful and noble as a fairy. Only Jin Yunwu of the Langya 10th Hall is a match made in heaven with her. Lin Ling is despicable and cunning. He's from Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture and can't compare to Jin Yunwu. His strength is only at the 2nd layer of the Transcendent realm. He's really a toad. Another voice came from the crowd. The crowd didn't see who it was, but Lin Ling saw it. It was Nan Ping. This woman wasn't good at other things, but her ability to fan the flames was very strong. Unfortunately, in this world, strength was the deciding factor. These bastards. Sakura and the others were unwilling to accept this. They could only hope that Lin Ling could take back his dignity and pride. However, Dinghai Venerable was a little worried. This time, the hero assessment was more difficult than usual. There were 3 top geniuses. Although none of them were heroes, their strength was definitely comparable to heroes. The hero assessment begins. Tianyun will choose the topic. Chapter 1197. 9 World Mountain Trial. It's the 9 World Mountain Trial. I heard it's very difficult. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. At that moment, 9 10-meter-tall black mountains flew out from the palace and landed on the ground like pagodas. The 9 World Mountain was one of the outstanding talents trials. It was made of black jade bones from the Ghost Domain's Yellow Springs. It was said that the black jade bones were as big as a fist and were formed from the bones of millions of people. The 9 World Mountain was obviously formed from the bones of hundreds of millions of people. It could be said that the 9 World Mountain was a heavenly weapon. If it was used to smash someone, even a Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator would be crushed to death. There were 9 World Mountains. The first mountain represented 100 million bones, the second represented 200 million bones, and the 9th represented a terrifying 900 million bones. The trial didn't allow the use of sacred weapons or treasures. Martial arts couldn't be used either. One could only rely on spiritual energy and talent. Moreover, lifting a 9 World Mountain didn't mean that one had passed. If someone else's result was better than yours, they could still eliminate you. Southern Ancient Shrine, Luo Xiaotong. The first participant appeared. It was a 24-year-old girl. She walked up to the first mountain. Rise. She placed her right hand on the mountain. Dense spiritual energy appeared and the mountain slowly rose. It was hard to imagine that such a weak girl could be so strong. Her spiritual energy is very smooth, much better than many Transcendent Realm second-stage cultivators. Her saint body is yellow class, it should be related to plants. In the majestic palace, Mistress Shui Wu and the others said. After the girl put down the first 9-world mountain, she went to the second one. She wanted to get a better result and eliminate others. Rise. She succeeded in the second mountain. Then she failed in the third one. If the remaining people's results are worse than hers, she still has hope. Many people thought. Then, the second participant appeared. This was the second time that he participated. He was a Transcendent Realm second-stage cultivator. Of course, he failed quickly. This meant that his spiritual energy wasn't smooth enough and his saint body was ordinary. He must have used a large amount of resources to forcefully break through. Next. Fail. Lu Zhiqi. Failure. The 9 mountains looked simple, but very few people were able to lift them. In the blink of an eye, half of the participants were eliminated. Next, the elites began to appear. These people were all at the 3rd or 4th stage of the Transcendent Realm. Their best result was to lift the 5th 9-boundary mountain. Amazing! Many people cheered, especially the various great experts. They were all in high spirits, feeling as if their faces had been glorified. Luo Xiaofan of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. At this moment, the most eye-catching existence appeared, attracting countless gazes. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of result the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens would create. Luo Xiaofan was wearing a white dress. She walked out gracefully and looked at the first 9-world mountain. Then, she placed her right hand on the black stone surface of the 9-world mountain. Something strange happened. Her small hand seemed to have a strong suction force. She lifted the 9-world mountain with one hand. A Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator with 4 strands of spiritual energy. Moreover, her saint body has reached the earth level, the mystic water saint body. Her foundation is extremely solid. The crowd was in an uproar. Then, they saw Luo Xiaofan put down the first 9-world mountain and slowly walked forward. She lifted the second one, then the third one, then the 8th one. Only then did she feel exhausted and barely managed to lift it. Obviously, her 4 strands of spiritual energy had consumed a lot. In the end, she only managed to get the 8th 9-world mountain with 800 million bone essences. Boom! The square seemed to have exploded. Everyone was astonished. It was Luo Xiaofan's first time participating in the hero assessment, but her result was so terrifying. It was simply a record. She was the 5th person in the history of the hero assessment. The mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens is indeed a place to nurture peerless geniuses. Luo Xiaofan almost tied with the previous 10 Langya temples. Mistress Shui Wu praised. The mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens smiled and nodded. At this moment, she was extremely proud. Luo Xiaofan's achievement had proved the strength of the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens. Phone booping of the Earth Immortal Village. At this moment, another powerful warrior appeared. The Earth Immortal Village was a hidden village in Xianpeng province. According to legend, their ancestors were called Earth Immortals and controlled all the land. The people of the Earth Immortal Village were isolated from the rest of the world. Very few people left the Xianpeng province. No one had expected a hidden genius to come out today. Child's play. A handsome young man appeared in front of everyone. Then, he copied the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens and lifted the 9 world mountains one after another. However, when he lifted the 8th 9 world mountain, his aura was more stable than Luo Xueman's. Obviously, he did not consume as much spiritual energy as Luo Xueman. This result shocked the crowd again. However, they thought it was normal. The successor of the Earth Immortal Village was naturally not weak. Jin Yunwu of the 10 Langya Temples. At this moment, the strongest person in the assessment appeared. It was his first time participating, but everyone had witnessed his strength. It was said that he had once killed a hero. However, after the voice was heard, the young man sitting cross-legged in the distance did not move at all. It was as if he did not want to make a move. Jin Yunwu of the 10 Langya Temples. Yes. The voice was heard again from the majestic palace. Finally, the young man in golden armor slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "I'm a Transcendent Stage 4 cultivator with a powerful saint physique and an extreme martial art. Why do I need to take the assessment?" Arrogant. He did not want to take the assessment and thought it was too easy. Jin Yunwu, the Qian Temple knows your strength. However, rules are rules. If you don't take the assessment, you won't pass. The voice was heard from the majestic palace. Boring. The young man in golden armor finally stood up. A powerful aura appeared and shocked everyone. Then, he walked toward the 9 world mountains like an emperor. Rise. Dense spiritual source bloomed, and the 9 world mountains rose 2 meters into the air. The young man moved like a moving cloud and flowing water. Finally, he arrived in front of the 9th 9 world mountain and lifted it up with a spurt of energy. The 9 world mountain was parallel to him, as if an overlord had descended. Terrifying. The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe. They did not expect Jin Yunwu to be so powerful that he could lift all 9 world mountains. This was the first result of the assessment. As expected, these 3 first-timers have the most dazzling results. Jin Yunwu is a dragon among men. In the future, he won't be any weaker than the 10 Langya Temple's temple masters. When the young man in golden armor walked back, the crowd was still talking about him. Lin Ling looked at the young man indifferently. He knew that the young man was very powerful. He was probably qualified to take the assessment. It seemed that Xianpeng province was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The assessment continued. However, with the previous 3 dazzling stars, the rest of the participants were not enough to shock the crowd. Dinghai Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling. At that moment, a voice rang out, causing the square to instantly fall silent. Lin Ling had appeared. Chapter 1198. The best, it's my turn. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He ignored the mocking gazes and voices around him and slowly walked towards the 9 boundary mountains. The toad from the sea calming Heavenly Palace, be careful not to be smashed to death. That's a heavenly soldier that can kill a transcendent realm LV4. Someone mocked. He's only at transcendent realm LV2. What can he do? Even Luo Xueman and the others are at transcendent realm LV4. Lin Ling hasn't even participated in a single outstanding talent trial. Does he think he's like Jin Yunwu and the other peerless geniuses? The experts didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. After all, in terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was weaker than the others. Someone like him wants to pursue Luo Xueman? He's a disgrace to the sea-calming Heavenly Palace. Still ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. When he arrived before the first 9 boundary mountain, he frowned slightly. He's hesitating before the first 9 boundary mountain? Trash. The crowd laughed even louder. The sea-calming Heavenly Palace and the others clenched their fists in anger. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear them. He glanced at the first 9-boundary mountain and shook his head. What is he doing? Everyone stopped laughing. They didn't know what Lin Ling was going to do. But soon, they understood what he was doing. Lin Ling actually appeared before the 9th 9-boundary mountain. After all, the 9th 9-boundary mountain was formed by 900 million bone essences. This guy is crazy. He can't even lift the first 9-boundary mountain, but he wants to lift the 9th one. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Even Luo Xiaofan shook her head. Was Lin Ling trying to prove himself? Unfortunately, he was risking his life. Jin Yunwu also opened his eyes and sneered at Lin Ling. This toad wants to compete with me? Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling's hands landed on the 9-boundaries mountain. This action caused many people to laugh at him. One had to know that lifting the 9-boundaries mountain didn't rely on physical strength, it relied on spiritual energy. The previous people had only placed one hand on the 9-boundaries mountain, but Lin Ling was using both hands. Did he want to rely on physical strength? He's too reckless. In the majestic palace, Lord Water Mist shook her head helplessly. The examinees raised the 9-world mountain from the weakest to the strongest because they want to get used to the power of the 9-world mountain. At the same time, they also want to know their own limits. However, to challenge the 9th mountain in one go, it is impossible to lift it. Moreover, it is very dangerous. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling's arms were like dragons as he suddenly hugged the 9th 9-world mountain. This caused Lady Shui Wu's pupils to contract. At this moment, her heart seemed to have stopped beating. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling slowly lifted the 9-boundaries mountain. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. When it was above his head, he was like an overlord's cauldron that shocked everyone. This height had already surpassed Jin Yunwu. However, this wasn't the end. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers pointing upwards as he lifted the 9-boundaries mountain with one hand. Then, he slowly moved forward. How is this possible? Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. One must know that this was a stone that contained 900 million bone essences. If it was smashed down, even a Transcendent Realm 4th stage expert would die. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Realm 2nd stage expert. Moreover, this was his first time participating in the examination and he actually succeeded. However, this wasn't the end of it. Lin Ling arrived before the 8th 9-boundaries mountain and heavily kicked it with his right leg. With a rumble, the 8th 9-boundaries mountain was kicked up by him. It fell from mid-air and landed on the 9th 9-boundaries mountain on his right hand. Then, Lin Ling continued forward, kicking the remaining 9-boundaries mountains into the air. They all landed on the 9-boundaries mountain on Lin Ling's right hand, making him look like a pagoda king in the square. Who? In the square, everyone's breathing was like waves. This was something that shouldn't happen to a Transcendent Realm 2nd stage expert, but it happened right before their eyes like a dream. Boom! Finally, Lin Ling lifted his right hand and all 9 9-boundaries mountains were lifted up into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Then, Lin Ling slowly turned around and left. His mocking voice floated out, "Sorry, even a toad has passed." Silence. Silence. Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard in the square. Everyone's hurried breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. How is this possible? His result is better than mine. Luo Xiaofan couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jin Yunwu's face turned ugly. Although he also lifted the 9th 9-boundaries mountain, Lin Ling lifted all 9 at the same time. Moreover, the whole process was done so casually. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could tell that he was inferior to Lin Ling. The most ironic thing was that he thought his result was the best, so he didn't bother to make a move. Now, he was asking for humiliation. Amazing, we didn't see what kind of power he used to lift the 9 boundaries mountain. Everyone was shocked. One should know that when Lin Ling lifted the 9 boundaries mountain, he didn't use his spiritual source or saint body talent. Then, he mysteriously succeeded. It would be strange if they weren't shocked. They didn't know that Lin Ling cultivated the godly demon overlord body. He had the strength of a universe. His energy and physical body were the best in the square. His physical strength is very strong, so strong that even I can't see through it. Moreover, his control over his strength has reached the point of perfection, which is why he dared to lift up 9 boundary mountains consecutively. Especially the weight of the 9 boundary mountains, even a transcendent 4th layer expert would be crushed to death. Yet, he stood there like a pine tree, which means that his physical defense is very strong. Sigh. His defense is very strong. Only a few top experts saw some flaws. Among them was Lady Watermist. Without a doubt, Lin Ling passed the 9 boundaries mountain assessment. Moreover, he took first place. Those who mocked Lin Ling as a toad were now like ducks being held by the neck. They couldn't say anything. Of course, it wasn't that they looked down on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's cultivation base wasn't high. Moreover, it was his first time participating in the assessment. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Ling's result was limited. You must have used some kind of treasure before the assessment. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to lift 9 boundaries mountain. Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? Or are you trying to prove yourself? It's a pity that the assessment has just begun. Strength isn't enough to make a cultivator a hero. When the effect of your treasure wears off, I think you'll definitely lose face. Luo Xiaofan looked at Lin Ling, who was walking over, and said indifferently. She was very unhappy. Lin Ling's result was good. She didn't care because the better Lin Ling's result was, the more he wanted to impress her. But what made her uncomfortable was that Lin Ling's result had surpassed hers. A toad that she didn't like had surpassed her. She couldn't let go of her face. Yeah, although the assessment doesn't allow sacred tools and other treasures, if Lin Ling had used some kind of treasure before, he could have achieved the same result. Many people frowned. Some believed Luo Xiaofan's words. Of course, it was just a guess. You talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling didn't even bother to say more. He turned around and left. Luo Xiaofan was stunned by his attitude. Her pretty face turned even uglier. However, she still thought that Lin Ling was trying to be unique and win her heart. She had to admit that Lin Ling had done it. But what made Luo Xiaofan feel disgusted was that she would never accept Lin Ling. Honorable Sir, I passed the first assessment by luck. Chapter 1199. Killing Demons in Tianshan. Good, good, good. This is a huge slap to the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace. Venerable Si Kaming couldn't tell how Lin Ling had passed either. However, he was in a good mood. Thus, he spoke while looking at the majestic hall in the distance. Lin Ling's slap had been resounding. At this moment, the 9 Heavens Maiden's beautiful face was filled with anger. The second 9 Heavens Maiden of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace had actually lost to Lin Ling. This slap was indeed very painful. I'm just borrowing the power of the heavenly treasure. Xian Nu of the 9 Heavens said indifferently. That might not be the case. Lord Water Mist still insisted on his opinion that Lin Ling's physical body was very powerful. Of course, he wasn't completely confident because his physical body cultivation wasn't very strong. Your Majesty, these mediocre people don't even know how powerful it was to cultivate essence, qi, and spirit in the ancient era. After Lin Ling walked back, Old Zi's voice resounded in his mind. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The Purple Palace realm was indeed amazing. The cultivation method was also comprehensive. Lin Ling was looking forward to becoming an emperor even more. The test of the Nine-World Mountain was still ongoing. However, after the appearance of the 4 dazzling stars, the remaining people's confidence took a hit. This caused a large number of people to fail. Some of them even had their arms and legs broken. Lin Ling's pagoda bearing had especially shaken their fighting spirit. They can't even lift the 9 worlds mountain. Are they worse than toads? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was conversing with Yu Mun Yun and the others. His voice wasn't soft, as if he was talking to himself. The martial artists who were taking the test were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Next, another jade tablet appeared in the sky, and one of them exploded. Killing demons on Tian Shan Mountain took 2 hours. Tian Shan Mountain is one of the most famous mountain ranges of wild beasts in Xianpeng province. Wild beasts are even more powerful than demonic beasts. Many people's eyes sparkled. The examination this time was indeed very difficult. Half of the people had been eliminated, and only 10 people would be left in the examination of Sky Mountain. These 10 people would undoubtedly become outstanding talents. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, a large number of black spears shot down from the sky and stabbed into the ground in front of everyone who was about to take the test. For this demonic beast-slaying mission, aim for the best results. Furthermore, you are not allowed to use sacred artifacts or martial arts. You can only use the black profound spear to kill desolate beasts. Only then will your results be effective. There are only 5 black profound spears. Remember to use them carefully. A voice came from the exploded jade token. The black profound spear must kill a desolate beast, and there are only 5 of them. This means that among the 5 black profound spears, they must kill more and stronger demonic beasts. Many people frowned, as they knew the difficulty of this assessment. After all, if they could use their own sacred weapons and extreme pattern martial arts, the assessment would not be difficult. However, it was obvious that this was prohibited in the hero assessment. Lin Ling, it doesn't matter what despicable methods you used before. What's coming next is the true test of martial arts. A true martial artist not only needs to know how to use their own weapons, but also needs to be proficient in using all kinds of weapons. Having great strength doesn't mean anything. If we used our extreme pattern martial arts, we could also lift 9 boundary mountains. You just took advantage of the rules. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Feng Buping, who came from the Earth Immortal Village, said faintly. He came from the Earth Immortal Village and wanted to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. However, Lin Ling stole his limelight. Have you all been infected by the fairy of the 9th heaven? All of you are so long-winded. Lin Ling looked at them faintly. After he finished speaking, he ignored those people who were livid and strode toward the teleportation portal in front of him. Bastard! Feng Buping's expression turned ashen. Even the 9 heavens mystical maiden had an ugly expression on her face. Lin Ling actually dared to say that in front of everyone, she was also very long-winded. One must know that she was an existence akin to a fairy. Sky Mountain was not in the Qian Temple, but there was an ancient teleportation portal that could reach it. Lin Ling followed the crowd into the teleportation portal and appeared in an ancient forest. Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the teleportation portal left behind by the 4 big countries from the Antiquity Age would still exist today. Elder Zi's voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The teleportation portal that he used before was left behind from the Antiquity Age. Your Majesty, the black spear in your hand has the ability to memorize the surroundings. Therefore, you must use the black spear to kill the demonic beasts. Elder Zi's voice rang out again. Lin Ling nodded. Obviously, the black spear's ability to memorize the surroundings was a proof. It meant that the demonic beasts were killed by the black spear and not by martial arts. Moreover, the black spear is very fragile. If you don't use it well, the 5 chances will be wasted. Elder Z said again. Fragile? You have to know that the demonic beasts are very powerful. They are on the same level as Little Flame. Even if I don't use the black spear, it will be very difficult to kill them. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He played with the long spear in his hand. Then, the force of one universe erupted. With a crack, the long spear was crushed by Lin Ling's grip. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It was indeed fragile. In this way, even if he had great strength, the black spear would not be able to withstand that kind of power. This test was indeed difficult. Then, Lin Ling looked ahead. There were mountains and steep ridges. The aura of the demonic beasts permeated the air. The entire forest was extremely quiet, giving people a feeling of oppression. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 rays of light shot out from the left. They were like thunder and lightning. In the sky, a 2-headed bird with red feathers was shot down. At the same time, a disdainful voice rang out, as a warrior, controlling great strength doesn't mean everything. Being able to use everything you have flexibly is the foundation of a warrior. Didn't the Dinghai heavenly abode teach you this? A young man in a sea blue robe walked out from the forest. He seemed to be talking to himself. Then, he pulled out the black spear from the 2-headed bird. The black spear shattered, leaving only the spearhead. However, the spearhead proved his result. He smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. 5 black spears. 2 of them killed rank 1 demonic beasts. They are much stronger than some toads." This person was a disciple of the South Pole Xianpeng. His words were obviously mocking Lin Ling Whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot past him. On the ancient tree beside him, a spear was stabbed into it. Following that, Lin Ling slowly walked forward and pulled out his spear. At the spearhead, there was a thumb-sized red blood mosquito. It had been killed in 1 shot. As a warrior, being able to use everything you have flexibly does not mean you are strong. You have to pay the smallest price in exchange for the greatest results. This is the foundation of a warrior. Didn't the South Pole Xianpeng teach you this? The South Pole Xianpeng disciple's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had actually killed the bone-devouring blood mosquito in 1 shot. One had to know that the blood mosquito was smaller than his 2-headed bird. Furthermore, it was much faster. Most importantly, Lin Ling had only used 1 shot, while he had used 2. Not bad. There are still 3 black spears left. One of them killed a rank 2 demonic beast, bone-devouring blood mosquito. You are much stronger than some trash. Lin Ling looked at the spearhead. A large number of words appeared on it, recording the prey he had killed. This made him more familiar with the demonic beast hunt. Following that, he slowly left. You called me trash? The South Pole Xianpeng disciple stood rooted to the ground. His face was ashen. Lin Ling, if not for the fact that the hero assessment does not allow killing, would have already killed you. However, after the hero assessment is over, the old man of the South Pole will definitely not let you live. Chapter 1200. 1 shot to death, only 3 spears left. Lin Ling moved forward along the forest. This meant that he had 3 more chances, and he wanted to get a better result in these 3 chances. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped on the ground and landed on a tree branch. Then, he weaved through the forest and activated his Eye of Time, allowing him to see everything within 10,000 miles. Only the Black Profound Spear was effective against beasts in Sky Mountain, so Lin Ling couldn't use any of his trump cards. Of course, it was the same for the others. Spear. Not everyone knew how to use it. Furthermore, the black profound spear was fragile and had a high requirement of spiritual energy control. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had trained hard in the Purple Palace realm, so he could use anything in his hand as a sword. Furthermore, his godly demon overlord physique was so strong that he could control his strength as he wished. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from the front. In the dense forest, a white tiger the size of a small mountain slowly walked past. This was the bloodline of one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. It was an extremely terrifying dire beast. Even if it could use martial arts, ordinary second-stage transcendents wouldn't dare to face it. Lin Ling knew this as well, so he didn't act rashly. Instead, he stared at it calmly like a hunter. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Lin Ling raised the spear in his hand and threw it out. The black profound spear was as fast as lightning as he infused it with his spiritual energy. You're not qualified to fight with me. On the other side, there was another hunter who had been paying attention to the white tiger. Therefore, he also shot out his black profound spear. This person came from the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace and had the Dragon Qilin Jade Void Saint physique. At his level, any attack was as terrifying as a mountain. Gotcha. However, both spears were aimed at the white tiger, but Lin Ling's spear was as fast as lightning. It shattered the other spear in midair and stabbed into the white tiger's forehead. How is this possible? The hunter from the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace narrowed his eyes. His prey was stolen. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Ling's figure flashed past and disappeared after collecting the spear from the white tiger. Lin Ling, it's you. That expert roared. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling's spear was so powerful. One must know that he himself was a spear expert and his cultivation was at the Transcendent realm. In the past, he had defeated Ying Jie, but when compared to Lin Ling, he was still slightly weaker. The test this time is indeed difficult. That guy from before is on par with the first Ghost King and the Daredevil Mother of the North. At this moment, Lin Ling was still weaving through the forest. He thought to himself that if he hadn't entered the Violet Palace realm to cultivate, it would be difficult for him to fight for the desolate beast. 2 guns left. Then, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. It was getting closer and closer to 2 hours. Psychic eyes. Lin Ling once again transformed into a hunter. With the remaining 2 guns, he wanted to obtain a better result. Moreover, Lin Ling not only wanted to get a hero card in this hero assessment, but also wanted to test his strength. Rank 5 Ancient Rhinoceros Qilin. Just at this moment, Elder Z's voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. On top of a mountain peak in front of him, there was an enormous purple rhinoceros Qilin standing there. This Qilin had a rhinoceros horn and the horn was emitting rings of light like a dazzling sun. The ancient aura of the King of Desolate Beasts permeated the air, causing the surrounding 10,000 miles to be silent. Rank 5, this represented the King of Desolate Beasts at the Transcendent realm. Your Majesty, this rhinoceros horn contains a supreme pattern martial art and it is at the major completion stage. If you face it alone, you only have a 60% chance of winning. If you use all your trump cards, you have a 90% chance of winning. Elder Z was like the most dedicated Grand Tutor as he explained to Lin Ling how terrifying this ancient rhinoceros Qilin was. One had to know that this was a mutated breed of an ancient rhinoceros and a Qilin. Its bloodline was extremely noble. Rank 5, too bad I can't use martial arts, I have to use the black profound spear. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. If he could kill this ancient rhinoceros Qilin, he should be able to pass. Ancient rhinoceros Qilin. At this moment, a voice came from all around the mountain peak, causing Lin Ling to look over. It was actually Luo Xueman and Feng Buping. The 2 of them seemed to have gained quite a lot, so they were still smiling. However, their smiles were now frozen. Obviously, they had also seen the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. "Let me test its power," Feng Buping shouted angrily. The black profound spear in his hand shot out, Imperial Tomb Guardian. This spear carried the aura of a supreme pattern martial art. An ancient mountain appeared, thick and majestic, increasing the power of the black profound spear by more than 10 times. Roar! However, the ancient rhinoceros Qilin on the mountain peak roared angrily. Its horn emitted the light of the sun and the moon. Rings of light spread out and collided with the black profound spear, causing the black profound spear to shatter instantly. Feng Buping's face turned pale. He quickly turned around and ran, but he was still hit by the light of the sun and the moon, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How terrifying, this king of desolate beasts can't be killed. Luo Xiaofan gritted her teeth after witnessing the scene. She ran away like a fairy, not daring to provoke the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. "Your Majesty, be careful to merge the aura of a supreme pattern martial art into the black profound spear. Using the spear as a sword, it can increase the power of the black profound spear." Elder Z reminded Lin Ling in his ear. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At this moment, his expression was focused. He locked onto the ancient rhinoceros Qilin on the mountain peak in the distance. The entire world seemed to have disappeared. He could faintly hear the breathing of the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. What was even more terrifying was that he seemed to have seen the ancient rhinoceros Qilin's flaw with his eye of time. Heaven uplift. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the black profound spear. He carefully infused the power of one universe into the spear and threw it out. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the void. It carried the aura of a supreme pattern martial art. There were flames, but it was as fast as lightning. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt that cut through the sky. The most terrifying thing was that when it got close to the ancient rhinoceros Qilin, its speed instantly exploded. The power of one universe of heaven uplift increased again, almost reaching the power of 2 universes. The spear can't withstand the pressure. Lin Ling stared at the black profound spear in front of him. Previously, he had suppressed the terrifying power of the spear. Only by doing so could he kill the king of the wild beast. However, he was afraid that the spear couldn't withstand the pressure. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the spear was invincible. At the crucial moment, it pierced through the triangular imprint on the ancient rhinoceros Qilin's horn. The ancient rhinoceros Qilin let out a furious roar. Its huge body fell down like a mountain, causing the entire forest to tremble. The ancient rhinoceros Qilin that fell down didn't move. It was killed by a single spear. Your Majesty, you did it. Not only did you find the ancient rhinoceros Qilin's weakness, you even suppressed the power of one universe into the spear. Elder Z's astonished voice resounded. It was just a fluke. Lin Ling lightly exhaled. He felt as if he had just fought a great battle with a transcendent 5th stage expert. Previously, his essence, energy, and spirit were all in a state of peak alert, locking onto the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. This state undoubtedly consumed a lot of Lin Ling's energy. What? The ancient rhinoceros Qilin was killed? Luo Xiaofan was still running through the forest. At this moment, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Who could be so powerful? Could it be Jin Yunwu? Even a transcendent 5th stage wild beast king is dead. This person is so powerful. Feng Buping also sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe the scene behind him. Whoosh! Chapter 1201. Everyone returned. Your Majesty, with a rank 5 wild beast, Your Majesty will definitely pass. Elder Z congratulated, causing Lin Ling to smile. The previous spear had increased his strength once again, and his control over his strength had increased by 10%. One had to know that powerful warriors could split mountains and split seas, but when they encountered opponents with such strength, control over their strength was extremely crucial. It could determine the outcome of the battle. Only the last spear left. After that, Lin Ling's spiritual eyes appeared again. He was confident that he could pass, but he also wanted to challenge his limits. Bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. Soon, Lin Ling's target fell on a swamp. A large number of bone-devouring blood mosquitoes appeared there, densely packed. Even a king of wild beasts would have to turn around and run. Although the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes were only rank 2 wild beasts, their numbers were extremely terrifying. Your Majesty, that's only a rank 2 wild beast. Elder Z was somewhat puzzled. His Majesty seemed to want to use the last spear to kill the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. This seemed a bit wasteful. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. His body appeared on top of a tree branch. He didn't dare to approach the swamp, so he used his spiritual eyes to observe. Gradually, time seemed to stop at this moment. Everything in the world disappeared. Lin Ling heard countless breathing sounds and saw a large number of red dots. The breathing sounds were the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes, and the red dots were the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. Now is the time. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The black profound spear in his hand shot out, as if it could cut through the stars and break the moon. Your Majesty, you are currently 10,000 miles away from the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. Elder Z said in surprise. His Majesty wanted to kill the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes from such a long distance? How was this possible? However, he didn't know that Lin Ling had the spiritual eyes. In addition to his calm analysis, everything was possible. Whoosh! The black profound spear pierced through the dense forest and finally passed through the swamp. It heavily stabbed into a mountain peak on the other side. At the same time, the entire black profound spear shattered. The spearhead was still stuck in the mountain peak. This spear didn't seem powerful, but its power was concentrated at the spearhead. Success! Lin Ling smiled excitedly. He hurried towards the mountain peak 10,000 miles away. After a long time, the spearhead appeared in his hand. Elder Z looked curiously. Did Lin Ling really succeed in killing the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes 10,000 miles away? However, with just a glance, Elder Lin Ling had succeeded. Moreover, he hadn't done this for a single bone-devouring blood mosquito, but for tens of thousands of them. This meant that Lin Ling had killed over 9,990 bone-devouring blood mosquitoes with a single strike. The might of this single strike represented over 9,000 strikes from others, but in reality, they only had 5 strikes. Elder Z said with admiration. This made Lin Ling smile. 5 spears had been used up. In terms of the level of the desolate beasts, he had a rank 5 desolate beast. In terms of numbers, he had over 10,000 desolate beasts. 2 hours have passed. Half an incense stick's worth of time has passed. At this moment, a large number of people walked out of the teleportation array. 52 of them entered Sky Mountain, but only 41 returned. Apparently, some of them died in the mouths of the wild beasts. They're back. Everyone looked at the returning geniuses with anticipation in their eyes. Among these people, 10 of them would become outstanding geniuses. How did it go? Among the geniuses around the square, a prince in a luxurious robe asked anxiously. Father. I want one of the 10 geniuses. How can these mediocre geniuses compare to me? Among the returning geniuses, one of them laughed proudly. Many people's eyes lit up. He was very confident. Luo Xiaofan also looked at the floating palace in the sky and revealed a smile that could topple countries. Master, Mon heir can't guarantee that I'll take first place in the monarch descent competition, but I'm confident that I'll take second place. Good. The voice of Xian Nv of the Nine Heavens drifted out from the majestic palace. Luo Xiaofan was very impressive to be able to become the second place of the 10 geniuses. The first place must be Jin Yunwu from Langia. Jin Yunwu. All eyes were on Jin Yunwu. Jin Yunwu placed his hands behind his back, looking cold and indifferent. He said, "The 10 halls of Langia do not produce mediocre people. Previously, there were people who cheated in the 9 Boundaries Mountain assessment, but I am too lazy to care. Killing demons in Sky Mountain is not something a toad can pass." Jin Yunwu seems to have everything under control. Many people thought. Jin Yunwu exuded the aura of an emperor, which reminded them of the powerful genius from Langia, Golden Armor King. Jin Yunwu, you're from the Langia 10 halls. Everyone had high hopes for you before, but you lost to Lin Ling from the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. If you lose this time, you'll be a disgrace to the Langia 10 halls. Someone in the crowd laughed. This person seemed to be at odds with the Langia 10 halls. If I lose, I'll call myself trash in front of everyone. Jin Yunwu looked at that person coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. But there were so many geniuses here, so he held it in for the time being. However, he said confidently. After all, how could Langia be looked down upon? You're bold. Many people gasped. It seemed that Jin Yunwu was going to take first place. I also lost some face in the assessment of 9 World Mountain. Now, we're going to kill monsters on Sky Mountain, and we're going to rely on real strength. We can't pass with treasures of heaven and earth. So, if that toad can beat me, I'll eat this. If he can't win, he'll eat this. At this moment, Feng Buping, who had been silent, said. At the same time, he waved his right hand again. A 2-horned, 1-legged bull appeared and fell to the ground like a small hill. Kuei, this is the bloodline of the ancient beast Kuei. Many people's eyes narrowed. Feng Buping had killed the bloodline of Kuei, which was a 4th-rank wild beast king. Walala won at this moment. The 2-horned, 1-legged bull on the ground excreted a large pile of feces. It was as big as a table, and a foul smell wafted out of the square. Many people couldn't help but touch their noses. They didn't understand what Feng Buping meant. After all, he had killed the wild beast king and only needed to bring back the spearhead. Why did he have to bring back the whole 2-horned, 1-legged bull? If he's not as good as me, I'll make him eat this feces. This is the consequence of bullying the Earth Immortal Village. Feng Buping shouted coldly. The crowd finally came to their senses. This guy was really domineering. This is the hero assessment. Feng Buping, this is not your home. You can't do whatever you want here. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. The person who spoke was Venerable C. Calming. Venerable C. Calming, your subordinate is only a stage 2 Transcendent. How can he lift 9 world mountains? Since he dared to fool everyone, he must be punished. That's right. The hero assessment is the strictest. If he had real strength before, he wouldn't have been weak in the next round. Why do you have to feel guilty? If he can't get into the top 10, he'll eat this feces. Chapter 1202. Number 1 again, bastard. Venerable C. Calming's eyes were red with anger. Unfortunately, there were too many experts around and many of them were not weaker than him. He's not back yet. Could he be dead? Then, Feng Buping looked around and suddenly smiled. He did not expect that he, a hidden genius, would become famous in the Xianpeng territory with Lin Ling's name. It seemed that he had made the right decision. That's possible. The returning geniuses sneered. As expected, Lin Ling relied on unorthodox methods to become number 1 in the 9 world mountain. Now that he was facing a wild beast, he was instantly torn to pieces. Luo Xueman also looked around and shook her head. Lin Ling had been trying his best to please her. Unfortunately, he died on Sky Mountain. What a pitiful person. Of course, it was normal for her to think that way. Lin Ling was a Transcendent Stage 2 Transcendent Realm expert, and Sky Mountain even had a Transcendent Stage 5 Wild Beast King. Even Transcendent Stage 4 geniuses like them had to be careful. Therefore, it was not impossible for Lin Ling to die there. Pa! At this moment, footsteps were heard from the teleportation portal. A blue-white robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was handsome and carefree. His eyes were calm and unperturbed. He's back. Many people frowned. Lin Ling was not dead, especially the returning geniuses. Although they were proud and confident before, their hearts skipped a beat when they saw Lin Ling again. Obviously, Lin Ling's heroic demeanor was still shocking to them. Lin Ling, you're back. Yu Munyun heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Ling walking over. Killing monsters on Sky Mountain might seem simple, but it was also dangerous. I'm back. Lin Ling chuckled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Suddenly, he found that everyone's expressions were a little different. They were actually gloating. Could it be that something had happened before he returned? These bastards. Sakura quickly walked over and told Lin Ling about the previous matter. This made Lin Ling frown as a cold light leaked out from the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he sneered and nodded his head. These people were still brooding over the matter of the star-plucking Violet Mansion and were looking for opportunities to make things difficult for him. Since this was the case, he would fulfill their wishes. Hand over your spearheads. At the same time, a majestic voice came from the majestic palace, ordering everyone to hand over their spears. Then, everyone looked nervously at the sky. Not long after, the voice came from the sky again. Ranked 36th, Eternal Celestial Court, Lu Cheng. Ranked 35th, Lu Piaoyi from the Lu Mansion. Ranked 34th, Jade Void Imperial Palace. One by one, the rankings were announced, which made many people gasp. Among the 41 people who returned, there were actually a few who did not gain anything. Killing demons on Tian Shan Mountain was indeed difficult. I was actually eliminated. I thought I could enter the top 10. The people whose names were announced had ugly expressions. They glanced around and then fell on Lin Ling. They all sneered. They failed, but it was still better than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was definitely one of the few who did not gain anything. Ranked 10th, Western Sea Dragon Kirin Palace, killed 4 third-level fire god tigers with 1 sword. Ranked 9th, the remaining 10 people were obviously outstanding. Ranked 4th, Earth Immortal Village, Feng Buping. What? What? I'm only ranked 4th. What? Feng Buping's eyes narrowed and his body trembled with anger. He thought he could get first place. Ranked 3rd, Nine Heavens Fairy Palace, Luo Xueman. What? Many people looked at Luo Xueman, the goddess of the 9 heavens. Their eyes were filled with longing. Luo Xueman smiled. At this moment, she was as calm as a goddess. Although this result was not the best, it was at least in the top 3. Ranked 2nd, Langia 10th Palace, Jin Yunwu. At this moment, Jin Yunwu's result was announced. Many people gasped. Jin Yunwu was so confident before, but he was not first. Damn it, who is above me? Jin Yunwu stood on the ground like an emperor. His face was cold. Like everyone else, he thought he would be first, but in the end, he was only second. He had been second before, and now he was second again. This humiliation might follow him for the rest of his life. First place. At the majestic palace, the voice paused for a moment, as if surprised. Then it slowly announced, Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, Lin Ling. Crazy. Crazy, how can he be first? The whole square was silent for a moment. Shocked and angry voices floated like waves. Lin Ling was first again. This must be fake. In the previous test of 9 World Mountain, if Lin Ling had swallowed treasures and burned his spiritual source before the test, he could have been first, but the price would have been high. Perhaps his spiritual source would have been burned out. This also explained why Lin Ling did not reveal his spiritual source when he lifted 9 World Mountain. However, killing demons on Sky Mountain was even more difficult. Lin Ling was still first. What dirty tricks did you use to get first place? Jin Yunwu shouted angrily. In the previous test of 9 World Mountain, he could still maintain the calm of a strong cultivator, but this time, he could not. Why would I use dirty tricks against a piece of trash like you? Always second place. Second place. Lin Ling indifferently glanced at Jin Yunwu as his disdainful voice drifted out. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Previously, you said that if you lose to me again, you will call yourself trash." Second place. You. Second place. Jin Yunwu's eyes narrowed. He was indeed very confident before, so he said that. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to ask him to call himself a piece of trash. "And you brought the 2-horned one-legged Kuei ox out. Do you want to eat its feces?" Lin Ling looked at Feng Buping from the Earth Immortal Village fearlessly. He knew that Feng Buping wanted to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. Lin Ling decided to fulfill his wish. "Do you know where I come from?" Feng Buping gritted his teeth. His voice was extremely low. "You come from the Earth Immortal Village, but the Earth Immortal Village sent you to Xianpeng Province to gain experience, not to fart around. Also, you don't keep your word. Is everyone in the Earth Immortal Village so shameless?" His blue robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at Feng Buping indifferently. Feng Buping clenched his teeth, but didn't know what to say. "Wait a minute, as far as I know, Jin Yunwu was able to become the second person because he killed a 5th-order wild beast king. Since Lin Ling is able to surpass him, then he must have killed a 5th-order wild beast king. However, his cultivation is only at the 2nd layer of the Transcendent realm." Boom! At this moment, a low voice rang out from the crowd. Many people looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lu Wangye from the Lu Wangfu. The Lu Wangfu was an ancient and huge Wangfu. It was said that the Lu Wangfu had many existences with 72 demon gods. Therefore, in Xianpeng Province, not many people dared to provoke them. "What are you trying to say?" "Calm down." Lin Ling looked at Lu Wangye calmly. Lu Wangye's eyes were filled with killing intent. If not for the presence of so many experts, he really would have killed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had killed his son, Lu Rufeng. "Lu Wangye, what you mean is that you must have done something to kill the wild beast on Tianshan Mountain." "Yes." Chapter 1203. The might of this spear shook the heavens. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Why are you so sure?" "I'm sure of your character, so even if we're friends, I'll stand up and testify against you for the sake of fairness in the hero test," Nan Ping said with a strong sense of righteousness. Many people nodded their heads at her. This woman's ability to see the big picture was extremely famous in Xianpeng Province. Many people had a very good relationship with her. "I don't have a hypocritical friend like you. So, don't try to make friends with me. Besides, if I really win, you and Feng Buping will eat the shit together. How about that?" Lin Ling said with a faint smile, his tone cold. "Me?" Nan Ping's expression changed drastically. Her image in everyone's hearts was that of a good person. Therefore, if she ate that shit, the image she had built up over the years would crumble. "Why wouldn't I dare? Aren't you a righteous person? Are you feeling guilty?" Lin Ling took a step forward. His voice suddenly grew louder, intimidating Nanping so much that her face turned pale. I agreed on her behalf, but if you cheat, you will die. Moreover, you are not allowed to use other sinister means to kill demons on Tianshan Mountain, such as poison. At this moment, an old voice was heard. The old man of the South Pole had agreed on behalf of Nanping. He was forcing Lin Ling in front of everyone. If Lin Ling was lying, he wanted Lin Ling dead. Old chap, you're forcing us to break up. Venerable Si Calming sighed as he looked at the aggressive old South Pole. He could accept other experts bullying Lin Ling, but he felt very uncomfortable when his old friend also bullied Lin Ling. Apart from that, among the experts in the square, some were dissatisfied with the treasures Lin Ling obtained from the star-picking Purple Mansion, some didn't want Lin Ling to become a hero, some fanned the flames, and some tried to sow discord. They were all targeting Lin Ling. Venerable Si Calming sighed. Sure enough, when an expert rose, they would always be bullied. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. Lin Ling seemed to be angered. Fine, then you can go eat shit for me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Since they wanted to play, he would play with them. How arrogant. The crowd's pupils constricted. Although Lin Ling's words were directed at Nanping, they were actually directed at all the strong cultivators present. He was telling them to eat shit. He was scolding them. My lord, please reveal Lin Ling's spearhead. I know he must have killed the desolate beast, but how he killed it is the key. For example, he first used poison to poison the desolate beast to its last breath, then used the black profound spear to kill the demonic beast. This can also be considered a result. Everyone raised their heads to look at the majestic palace in the sky. Their hearts were filled with rage. I'll satisfy you. Lady Water Mist's voice came from the majestic palace. Lin Ling's first spear was shattered by him. Therefore, you can only see 4 spears. He dares to compete with us with only 4 spears. The experts who lost to Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lin Ling only had 4 chances. It was even more impossible for him to surpass them. Of the 4 spears, the first spear. An illusion appeared in the sky. It was the scene of Lin Ling killing the first spear. That spear had killed the rank 2 bone-devouring blood mosquito. Just rank 2. What a disgrace. Many people said disdainfully. The second spear. The second spear had killed the bloodline of the divine white tiger. That was a rank 3 wild beast. He fought with me for this white tiger and took advantage of me. Therefore, I already knew. Among the crowd, a genius shouted coldly. He was not surprised. Lin Ling only had 2 spears left. How could he win? He only killed some small wild beasts. Next, he should use some unorthodox methods. Many people believe that Lin Ling must have done something to the next 2 spears. The third spear. The voice from the majestic palace in the sky turned serious. Boom! An illusion appeared in the sky. The third spear was like a meteor shower. It pierced through the sky and heavily struck a hill-sized ancient rhinoceros chelan. The ancient rhinoceros chelan was killed by a single spear. After it fell, it intimidated the forest and caused all beasts to retreat. Rank 5 ancient rhinoceros chelan. That is the king of the wild beasts that I encountered previously. It is said that wherever the ancient country's rhinoceros chelan appears, there are no wild beasts within 10,000 miles. Feng Buping stared at the illusion in the sky. His heart trembled violently. Previously, he had tried to kill the ancient rhinoceros chelan but failed. Who knew that Lin Ling would succeed? So it's him. Luo Xueman's pretty face turned serious. The mystery in her heart had been solved. The crowd was silent. The spearhead recorded the entire process of the kill. As long as one was not blind, they could see that Lin Ling did not use any other methods. It was just a single spear. This kid's insight is terrifying. That single spear hit the ancient rhinoceros Qilint's weak point, causing it to die in one shot. A powerful warrior said in shock. He felt that it was unreal. One had to know that the ancient rhinoceros Qilint's defense was extremely strong. Furthermore, it was very vigilant. Within 10,000 miles, it was on alert. Hence, it was very difficult to approach it. The only way was to attack it from afar. However, to be able to kill it in one shot from afar, what kind of strong calmness and insight was required? He killed the rank 5 king of the wild beasts. In the entire square, those angry people were now speechless. Now, what else is there to say? Lin Ling's cold voice also drifted out at this moment. It made the faces of the people in the square turn ashen. However, they could not say a word. Based on this, it can only mean that you are stronger than the others. However, you are still not above me. At this moment, Jin Yunwu shouted coldly. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. It was only a rank 5 king of the wild beasts. Jin Yunwu had also killed it. How could Lin Ling be ranked first? Don't forget, the last spear. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spat out a disdainful voice from the corner of his mouth. The last spear. Could it be that you killed another rank 5 wild beast? Jin Yunwu was stunned for a moment before he shook his head disdainfully. There were only 2 hours to kill demons in Sky Mountain. Hence, even if Lin Ling could kill a rank 5 king of the wild beasts, he would not be able to find 2 kings of the wild beasts in such a short period of time. His last spear killed the rank 2 bone-devouring blood mosquito. In the sky, a cold voice drifted out from the majestic palace. As the voice faded, many people's eyes flickered. The result of the last spear was so bad? Boom! At the same time, in the sky, the scene of the last spear appeared. That spear seemed to have crossed the 9 heavens and shot straight ahead. It was as fast as lightning. In the end, it pierced through the swamp of death and killed the bone-devouring blood mosquito. However, it was not just one mosquito, but more than 9,900 of them. Buzz! In the end, that spear pierced into the mountain peak. It was like the most dazzling flag, causing everyone in the square to stop breathing. Everyone saw the result of that spear. It was not in terms of quality, but in terms of quantity. How terrifying! One spear killed more than 9,000 bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. This means that he has more than 9,000 spears than the others. What terrifying eyesight! Furthermore, I saw that he used his spear from thousands of miles away. Many experts spoke in shock. They did not have any enmity with Lin Ling. Hence, at this moment, they were speaking from a neutral point of view. Although Lin Ling's last spear had killed a rank 2 wild beast, the quantity was enough to crush all the geniuses. Chapter 1204. Go eat shit, all of you. Silence. Everything was silent. A genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years had appeared in this year's Outstanding Talents assessment. No one would be able to surpass him in 1,000 years. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king of the 9-world mountain. Killing monsters on Sky Mountain, shocking the world with 2 spears. Moreover, Lin Ling's first spear was wasted by him. This made those arrogant geniuses feel like they had been slapped in the face. He had surpassed everyone with only 4 spears. Were they qualified to laugh at Lin Ling? Go eat shit, all of you. Silence. After a moment of silence, Lin Ling's cold voice thundered, silencing everyone. Lin Ling told them to go eat shit. If it were any other time, they would definitely refute and be furious. But now, they were shocked speechless by Lin Ling's achievements. Jin Yunwu of the Lengia 10th Palace, let me ask you one thing. Are you a piece of trash? Silence. Everyone in the square looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was looking at Jin Yunwu. Jin Yunwu had boasted, so now he was going to taste his own medicine. At this moment, Jin Yunwu stood on the ground like an emperor. His golden armor shone brightly, but his face was extremely cold. Do you really want me to say it? Silence. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with endless dominance. He wanted to see if Lin Ling dared to let him say it. Speak. Silence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shouted coldly. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. Many people felt like they were seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling, who was under Venerable Si Kongming's command, was not someone who could be bullied easily. He's so arrogant. Silence. Even Luo Xiaofan looked at Lin Ling for the first time. Her impression of Lin Ling changed. After all, Lin Ling could cheat in the first 9 World Mountain assessment, but the second time, he killed monsters on Sky Mountain. Even she had to admire Lin Ling's insight, calmness, and perfect control. Maybe he's not as bad as I thought. Luo Xiaofan muttered to herself. Okay, I'm a piece of trash. Silence. Jin Yunwu said softly at this moment. His expression seemed calm, but his heart was suppressing a strong murderous intent. He came from the Langia 10 halls, which was an existence that surpassed the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. But today, he was going to call himself a piece of trash in front of everyone. The reason was that he had been too confident before. Lin Lingbing sneered and looked at Feng Buping. That pile of shit just came out, and it's still steaming. I think you should be able to finish it. Many people's hearts were beating violently. Things seemed to have changed 180 degrees. Lin Ling was the target of disdain, but now, Lin Ling dominated everything with his results. Most importantly, those who wanted to make fun of Lin Ling were all beaten back by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of offending anyone. He's already a thorn in everyone's side. So, one more enemy won't make a difference. Some experts understood Lin Ling's intention. If they were in his shoes, they would do the same. Of course, they couldn't let Lin Ling dominate everything. I'll eat it. Feng Buping nodded gloomily. How could he not eat it now? There were so many people watching. If he went back on his word, then the reputation of the Earth Immortal Village would be lost. Moreover, he had been wondering why things had turned out this way. He had brought that pile of feces out for Lin Ling to eat, but in the end, he had left it for himself. He had shot himself in the foot. Go eat shit with him, Nan Ping. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was going to settle scores. Just like his personality, he would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. If someone offended him, he would repay it tenfold. Master. Nan Ping looked at Lin Ling in awe, then quickly looked at the old man of the South Pole. Was she really going to eat shit? Impossible. She would never eat shit. She suddenly realized that Lin Ling didn't kill her last time not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to take revenge on her. Venerable Si Kongming. The old man of the South Pole's face was livid. He didn't want his disciple to eat shit either. If that happened, the celestial canopy would become a joke in Xianpeng province. Old man of the South Pole, you and I have been friends for many years, so I didn't expect you to target my people. Venerable Si Kongming smiled. It was a smile of relief. Perhaps the Si Kongming Heavenly Province was just an ordinary force in Xianpeng Province. Today, the rise of the Si Kongming Heavenly Province's general had caused many people to make things difficult for him. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time, but now, he felt a sense of relief. Since you've done it, go eat shit. Venerable Si Kongming laughed. His words seemed to be telling the old man of the South Pole to eat shit, but in fact, he was telling all the strong men to go eat shit. Huh, go eat shit. Lin Ling also laughed. His laughter was calm and carefree. These people had bullied him because he had no background and no strength. Now, they were all going to eat shit. Although Lin Ling came from the 6 Saint regions, he still had a strong backbone. Go, eat that shit with Feng Buping. The old man of the South Pole snorted and sat back down on the floating platform. His face was full of murderous intent. Lin Ling, I'll let you be proud for a while. You'll die for sure later. I'll eat shit. Nanping's delicate face was full of disbelief. She was really going to eat shit? Go quickly. If you don't eat it, Feng Buping will finish it and you won't be able to eat anything. At this time, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. In Lin Ling's mouth, that pile of shit had become a delicacy. Lin Ling was afraid that Nanping would be too slow and wouldn't be able to eat anything. Ha! Finally, many people couldn't help but laugh. Nanping was a considerate woman in their hearts, but at this moment, they felt disgusted. Get over here. At this moment, Feng Buping was already eating. At the same time, he roared and told Nanping to get over here. He didn't want to eat shit alone. Luckily, the two-horned one-legged kuei cow eats plants. Its shit isn't as smelly as yours. Disgusting. Lin Ling sneered. His voice floated into Nanping and Feng Buping's ears, making them tremble. Lin Ling said that they were disgusting and that their hearts were smelly. They held back their anger and quickly ate the large pile of feces on the ground. 10 people have passed the hero assessment. Your names will be recorded in the Qian Hall. At this moment, a voice came from the majestic palace in the sky, waking many people up from their dreams. Only now did they realize that the hero's trial was more difficult than usual. What was more surprising was that 4 of the 10 people were participating in the trial for the first time, but they surpassed all the heroes and passed smoothly. Chapter 1205. Hero's ancient battlefield. If he was lucky the first time, would he still be lucky the second time? That's impossible. Lin Ling must be hiding a trump card that we don't know about. Many experts thought to themselves. Lin Ling was only at Transcendent Realm Stage 2, but he could definitely fight against a Transcendent Realm Stage 3. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had become famous in Xianpeng province today. He had used a special method to suppress everyone and become a hero. He had even made those who looked down on him suffer the consequences. I've become a hero. Ignoring the people around him, Lin Ling smiled faintly. A gold medal appeared in his hand and he hung it on his waist. This gold medal could save a lot of vitality stones when using the teleportation portal. This was the benefit of becoming a hero. Qian Hall, I still want to take the hero card test. Just then, Jin Yunwu raised his head and looked at the majestic palace and said faintly. Sure enough, Jin Yunwu wants to take the hero card test. Many people stared at Jin Yunwu. They weren't surprised. Then, many people realized that other than Jin Yunwu, Feng Buping, Luo Xiaofan, and the others were also looking at the majestic palace in the sky with strong fighting spirit. They all wanted to take the hero card test. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 people were participating in the hero assessment for the first time, but their goal was to become a hero. I want to open the hero's ancient battlefield. Jin Yunwu didn't care about the surprised gazes around him and shouted again. At this moment, the entire square fell silent. Even Luo Xiaofan and the others' expressions changed drastically. The moment one became a hero, everyone would have the opportunity to take the hero test, and the test was obviously more difficult. Just like the hero test, there were all kinds of test questions. However, the ancient battlefield of heroes was a very different kind. The test was extremely quick, and that was to challenge the remaining 9 people. If one succeeded, the 9 people would lose their hero cards, and the opportunity that they had worked so hard for would go down the drain. If one failed, the person who opened the hero's ancient battlefield would lose their hero card and the opportunity to take the assessment forever. Therefore, once the hero's ancient battlefield was opened, everyone would have to participate. Jin Yunwu is crazy. He wants to eliminate us. The faces of Feng Buping and the others were extremely ugly. Jin Yunwu had actually chosen this method of assessment. This also meant that they could only win and not lose. Otherwise, they would even lose the outstanding talent card. Someone has activated the ancient battlefield of heroes, permission granted. At the same time, a voice resounded from within the Grand Palace, and then countless rays of black light shot out from the palace and ceaselessly surged and interweaved together in midair. In the end, they formed a spatial battlefield, and Luo Xiaofan and the others shook their heads helplessly at the sight of it. The ancient battlefield had been activated, so they had no choice but to fight and eliminate the other 9. Jin Yunwu is very confident. The crowd was still shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such a test. 1 hero would be born, and 9 would be eliminated. This was the cruelest test. It forced everyone to fight with their backs against the wall. Most importantly, there were a few people who didn't want to take the test, but they were forced to do so. Since there is no way out, then I must win. At this time, Luo Xiaofan's voice also floated out. She was full of confidence. How could she, the fairy of the 9 heavens, lose here? Lin Ling, I want to fight you. You want to get the outstanding talent card? Dream on. At the same time, Feng Buping's voice was also heard. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. He wanted to snatch Lin Ling's outstanding talent card and become a hero himself, making his name known in Xianpeng province. Lin Ling embarrassed Feng Buping and Jin Yunwu before. He will be forced to fight later. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just obtained the outstanding talent card, but the others didn't seem to want to let him warm up the outstanding talent card. Therefore, they immediately challenged him and might even want to kill him. The ancient battlefield of heroes was the cruelest place. Killing people didn't violate the rules, and any martial arts and sacred weapons could be used. At this moment, Lin Ling was stunned. His goal was to take the outstanding talent card test, but he didn't expect the rules to be like this. This meant that he had no choice. The only way out was to eliminate the other 9 people and become a hero himself. You chose this path yourselves. I'm sorry. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Since that was the case, he would fight. Who will go first? An ancient voice came from the majestic palace. The eyes of the 10 people flickered. The first battle was crucial. They couldn't lose, they had to win. Jin Yunwu sneered. He wanted to enter the void battlefield in the sky, but at this moment, a cold voice was faster than him. I'll go first. The crowd stared at the young man who spoke. Their hearts trembled violently. It was Lin Ling. It had to be said that Lin Ling had stolen the limelight in the previous 2 tests. However, the ancient battlefield of heroes allowed the use of sacred weapons and martial arts. Lin Ling was only at Transcendent Stage 2. How could he be a match for the remaining 9 people? This guy wants to die first. The 9 people laughed in disdain. Lin Ling had taken advantage of the rules. If it was a real battle, they wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling's swoosh. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling floated towards the void battlefield in the sky. Stepping on the void, he looked at the 9 people below indifferently. Who will go first? The 9 of them exchanged glances. Jin Yunwu's lips curled into a murderous smile. Just as he was about to leap onto the battlefield in the void, a figure landed lightly on the ancient void battlefield before him. West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace's Du Ruochen. He's at Transcendent Stage 3 and has a profound saint body. Moreover, he has cultivated a divine cloud saint body. Many people narrowed their eyes. The West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace was famous in Xianpeng province. As for Du Ruochen, he was the illegitimate son of an elder in the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace. He was brought back to the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace in recent years. After that, he cultivated bitterly and made a name for himself with the identity of an illegitimate son. Previously, in the secret realm of the Spirit Dong Immortal Abode, he killed an elite for a woman. After that battle, Du Ruochen's name spread out in Xianpeng province. Chi. At this moment, above the void ancient battlefield, an endless amount of fog floated out. It actually blocked out the spiritual energy, causing half of the void ancient battlefield to be controlled by Du Ruochen. Divine cloud. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Du Ruochen was very cautious. He used a divine cloud martial art at the beginning of the battle. It was a kind of heaven and earth momentum. Being enveloped by the cloud, the opponent's strength would be suppressed by 30% and their spiritual energy would be consumed continuously. One had to know that Transcendents had powerful attacks, but their spiritual energy consumption was also very high. And if a cultivator didn't have spiritual energy, how could he fight? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that his spiritual energy was being consumed continuously. His opponent's divine cloud martial art was very strange. Chapter 1206. Will to win, me too. Lin Ling nodded lightly. He looked at Yu Munyun below and thought of Yu and the others. His desire to win grew stronger. Do Ruochen had a reason to not lose, and so did he, Lin Ling. Destroy your own cultivation and break your arms. Then you won't have to die. Do Ruochen said again. His elegant temperament became cold, which made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. Then, he heard Do Ruochen say, I can see that the girl below is your lover, but she isn't strong. So, if you don't lose, she will die. Don't ask me how to kill her, but I can definitely kill her. I said that I promised her that I will win. So, I have to win no matter what. Do Ruochen's attitude was very strong, but he looked into the distance as if he saw the person he loved the most in the clouds. So, you used my family to threaten me? You want me to admit defeat without even fighting? Lin Ling's voice became low. Not only do I want you to admit defeat, but I also want to destroy your cultivation and break your arms. Do Ruochen took a step forward. 3 terrifying spiritual sources appeared on his body, causing the void to rumble. His huge aura was completely different from before, which made many people exclaim. It seemed that Lin Ling was in the limelight because of the rules of the assessment. If he really wanted to fight, he couldn't compare to anyone. Why? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Do Ruochen used Yu Munyun to threaten him. Moreover, he didn't want him to admit defeat and wanted to destroy his cultivation. This made Lin Ling puzzled because there was no hatred between them. Because the ancient battlefield of heroes has opened. I have to fight 9 people to become a hero. Otherwise, I will lose, and you will be used as an example to others. Do Ruochen said coldly. He was very smart. He knew that he didn't need to defeat 9 people. As long as he showed his strength and ruthlessness, some of the 9 people wouldn't dare to fight. They would directly give up the hero card and admit defeat. In this way, he could maintain his strength and fight against all the heroes. You've done so much for her. Lin Ling said softly. His eyes became even colder. For them, I can only win, not lose. But I will not use others to threaten them. You should know that if you love someone, you will protect them for their entire life. No one can have evil intentions towards them, but you use this to threaten them. If she knows that you won like this, she will only have disdain for you. Moreover, you violated a taboo, so you must die. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, causing ripples of light to erupt from the void. He was like a god of death as he shot towards Dou Ruochen. At this moment, Lin Ling was showing off his ability. Lin Ling is making the first move. Many people's expressions changed. They seemed to see that Lin Ling was enraged. Dou Ruochen's eyes narrowed. He thought that Lin Ling would admit defeat and be used as an example to others. However, he realized that he was wrong. Using Yumun Yun's death as a threat seemed to activate the God of Death's descent. 3000 Forbidden God Fist. Without thinking much, Dou Ruochen took a step forward and shot forward. The clouds in the void were under his control, layer by layer, as if everything was restricted. Then, they turned into a terrifying fist and blasted towards Lin Ling. Extreme force appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling's spiritual source was being consumed crazily. Dou Ruochen's extreme force was extremely terrifying. He's dead. Without spiritual source, how can he win? Many people stared at the ancient void battlefield. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The small worlds in his body exploded. His legs, arms, spine, chest, all the small worlds were mobilized. The power of a universe was suppressed at his fist. It was as if his fist was dominating the heavens. Rumble. When the two fists collided, the entire void trembled. The aura was terrifying. Puff. Under countless gazes, Dou Ruochen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. In mid-air, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. In the end, he crashed into the light screen on the other side of the ancient void battlefield. You lost. On the other side, Lin Ling floated in the void and said indifferently. Puff. Dou Ruochen spat out another mouthful of blood. Impossible. Your spiritual source was exhausted by me. Where did you get the strength? You're dead. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't answer Dou Ruochen's question. Dou Ruochen's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling said that he was dead? Your love for her is not wrong. The wrong thing is that you used other people's love to fulfill your love. You want to use me as an example to others. Then, you'll become that chicken. Lin Ling said coldly. At the same time, Dou Ruochen's body trembled violently. Under countless gazes, his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. In order to become a hero, in order to marry that girl, he had to win. However, his method was wrong. In the end, he could no longer see the person he loved the most. Perhaps only after his death did he realize that he didn't have the person he loved the most. Lin Ling also had the person he loved the most. What? Below the void battlefield, countless people widened their eyes. Lin Ling killed Dou Ruochen with a single fist. He was killed by Lin Ling's fist. At this moment, in the majestic palace, Lord Shui Wu said with a frown. She had seen Lin Ling's fist clearly. Lin Ling's strength was extremely terrifying. He was able to resist 3 spiritual sources of extreme pattern martial arts. Moreover, after the punch, his strength had entered Dou Ruochen's body and killed him. This person deserved to die. Soon after, Lord Shui Wu said another sentence. Using another person's family to threaten him and treating his opponent as a chicken. Then, he might become that chicken and be used as an example to others. As expected, the remaining people's expressions turned grave. In fact, Lin Ling had been in the limelight twice. Therefore, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling. However, they didn't expect that Lin Ling was stronger than they imagined. He only needed a single fist to kill a third-stage Transcendent Realm expert. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey had an effect. Lin Ling is actually so terrifying. Do Ruochen is rarely a match for him in the third stage of Transcendent Realm. Someone's heart pounded violently. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's fist had made him lose his will to fight. Next. In the void battlefield, Lin Ling's voice drifted out, "Those who aren't convinced can join forces and fight." His frivolous and angry voice drifted into everyone's ears, causing their faces to stiffen. Lin Ling actually wanted the remaining people to join forces. This kind of arrogance shocked everyone. He didn't rest and actually wants to sweep the remaining people. Feng Buping said in a low voice. Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that only he had the courage to sweep the crowd, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight. "The girl you were protecting before, was it me? Then, let me fight with you. If you lose this battle, don't ever bother me again. If you win, I will agree to any of your requests." A heavenly voice rang out. The girl in white floated towards the void battlefield. She was like an immortal, stunning everyone. 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace, Luo Xiaofan, fight. At the same time, on the ground, Venerable Si Kongming clenched his fists. Lin Ling's battle was a battle between Si Kongming Heavenly Palace and 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace. It was also a battle to regain his daughter's dignity. "Lin Ling, you must win. I believe in you." Chapter 1207. Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. As for the Grand Palace, the 9 Heavens Fairy's eyes were extremely cold. She had never heard of the name Lin Ling, she only knew he came from Calm Sea Heavenly Palace. Such a person dared to compete with the 9 Heavens Fairy Palace? However, reality had proven that Lin Ling from Calm Sea Heavenly Palace was truly terrifying. With just a transcendent second realm cultivation, he had taken first place in 2 trials in a row and even killed a transcendent third realm genius with a single punch. However, Lin Ling was definitely not Luo Xiaofan's opponent. Luo Xiaofan was a transcendent fourth realm cultivator with an earth-grade saint body. Interesting little brat, I'm becoming more and more curious. How did he win before? Lu Susu said, still sitting cross-legged. Everyone seems to be curious, let's use the Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. Lady Shui Wu also had some doubts but soon smiled. The Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror was a relic left behind by the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. It could reflect a person's past and present life, as long as they weren't a saint realm cultivator, it would be able to reveal their origins, making the battles on the ancient battlefield even more transparent. Then let's use it. Everyone else in the palace nodded. Soon after, the ancient mirror floated out from the palace and covered the ancient battlefield. 6 mirrors appeared, illuminating the ancient battlefield from every corner. Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror, it seems the battles on the ancient battlefield of heroes must be transparent. Lin Ling must convince everyone. Understood. Many masters recognized this relic, and the mirror also revealed everything about Lin Ling and Luo Xiaofan, including their past and present lives. However, Lin Ling's past life was very vague, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. On the other hand, Luo Xiaofan's past life was faintly discernible, causing Lady Shui Wu's eyes to narrow. This was the first time she had encountered someone whose past life she couldn't see through. Lin Ling came from the 6 Sacred Domains Rainforest Holy Land. That place is very small, but I remember there was an ancient Bodhi tree there. I didn't expect a cultivator from there to be so powerful. Understood. Transcendent second realm, as expected, but how did he win before? Understood. Many people stared at King Hong's Bone Reflecting Mirror. All the secrets of Lin Ling and Luo Xiaofan seemed to have been exposed. At this moment, Luo Xiaofan wore a white dress, and her waterfall-like hair danced in the air like a fairy. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said indifferently, "Is it worth it for me?" She was very confident. She knew that Lin Ling definitely liked her. Moreover, he liked her very much. This was because Lin Ling's actions were very confusing. For example, the incident at the Immortal Water Hall. For example, Lin Ling's conviction to win for her. All of these could explain why Lin Ling loved her very deeply. Most importantly, she had been like a jade maiden since she was young. She had long been accustomed to the love of others. Therefore, Lin Ling was no exception. So the woman Lin Ling was talking about is Luo Xiaofan. Many people came to a realization, but they also felt that it was normal. If they were standing on that stage, they would also try to prove themselves in order to win the heart of the beauty. You talk too much. Let's begin. Lin Ling ignored Luo Xiaofan's words and said indifferently. If you win, I will agree to any of your requests. But if you lose, don't ever bother me. However, you can't win. Luo Xiaofan stretched out her delicate hand and pulled it lightly before her, and then a completely crystalline white sword appeared. The treasured sword and white clothes seemed like they were returning through the snow, and they formed the most beautiful scene in the world. Use your sword. I don't like to fight with unarmed people. A cold voice sounded. White light flowed around Luo Xiaofan's body. Her aura suddenly increased, causing the entire battlefield of heroes to shake. Okay. Lin Ling nodded slightly. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. My sword is a high-level divine artifact. If I break your sword, I will break your infatuation. Luo Xiaofan stabbed out with her sword. She was like a fairy dancing in the air. The entire battlefield of heroes was filled with her shadow. That sword turned into 1,000,000 swords. Splash! Water filled the battlefield of heroes at this moment, forming white ribbons. It was like an illusion. Immortal guides the way. The 1,000,000 swords gracefully transformed into a single sword and pierced towards Lin Ling at an unbelievable speed. Mystic water, sacred body, extreme patterned sword. It formed the power of heaven and earth of water and sword. The crowd exclaimed. King Hong's bone reflecting mirror showed the power of that sword. It was earth-shattering. No one below the Transcendent realm can block this sword. The powerful experts said with certainty. Facing that colorful sword, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Luo Xiaofan was indeed powerful. Not only did her sword form a small world, it also formed a powerful extreme pattern. Star-chasing sword. Bang! With a low shout, the sword in Lin Ling's hand seemed to move slowly, but it instantly slashed out 2,000,000 times, clashing with Luo Xiaofan's stunning sword. This sword came from the star-picking nation, and it was something he had learned in the Violet Palace realm. Clang! The tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the sword. A terrifying power bloomed. What? He blocked it? Many people frowned. In their eyes, the black and white sword was like an ancient mountain and the sharp long sword was like a lightning meteor. However, the mountain blocked the lightning meteor. How was this possible? Luo Xiaofan's sword was a high-grade saint artifact. It could increase the power of the sword by 10%. Plus, Luo Xiaofan's cultivation was at the Transcendent realm. Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block it. Look at King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror. It shows that Lin Ling has the power of one universe. Someone said with fear. The power of one universe, that's the power of 1,000,000,000. Everyone's heart pounded. They knew that it was the power of the physical body. There were very few people in Xianpeng province who had such a strong physical body. I see. Mistress Shui Wu and the other experts were enlightened. No wonder Lin Ling was so powerful. His physical body had reached the power of one universe. How could you block my sword? My sword is a high-grade saint artifact, the falling rain sword. My cultivation is higher than yours. At this moment, Luo Xiaofan exclaimed. She couldn't see the information from King Hong's bone reflecting mirror, so she couldn't believe it. My sword is not weaker than yours. It's at the king realm. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. It was so elegant, but it also carried the aura of a king of swords. No wonder. However, external objects can't represent everything. My innate saint body is the mystic water body. The more I fight, the sharper my sword. Luo Xiaofan's fairy-like body danced. Her sword light was like water. It was as if the void was cut by her. You lost. Fairy scattering flowers. Terrifying swords covered the sky and covered Lin Ling. Luo Xiaofan seemed to have disappeared from the world. There were only swords, tens of thousands of swords. This was a small success stage martial art of martial arts. Immovable mountain. Lin Ling's tyrant song sword danced. He wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to swords. Any martial art in his hands could be turned into a powerful sword move. His sword was domineering and majestic. It was known for its power. Pop. 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 The void energy exploded. Lin Ling seemed to be defeated. However, he blocked the tens of thousands of swords every time. This made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling was actually so strong. I said that I don't like you. Don't bother me anymore. Mystic Water Jialan Sword. Chapter 1208. Toad, you are disgusting. The extreme pattern martial art is about to reach the large success stage. Luo Xiaofan's saint body is so terrifying, it can increase her battle prowess crazily in battle. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of talent was too heaven-defying because there were very few people who could increase their attack power by 80%. With such power, it was extremely easy for her to fight someone who was at a higher realm. How can Lin Ling win? Back then, Ling Shan lost to me in Golden Armor. King of Langia. 10 palace halls ended up with me. Today, Dinghai Heavenly Palace lost to Luo Xiaofan again. Dinghai Supremacy, you will never be able to make a comeback. In the palace, 9th Heaven Mystical Maiden said coldly. She saw the hope of victory. Lin Ling. Dinghai Supremacy, Yuman Yun and the others shouted worriedly. Luo Xiaofan's realm was originally higher than Lin Ling's. Now that her sword's power had increased by 80%, unless Lin Ling reached Transcendent Realm 5th layer, he would definitely lose and the outstanding talent card would be wasted. No one in the plaza was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. At this moment, Lin Ling was forced to fight with his back to the wall by that sword. However, Lin Ling's expression did not change. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he raised the sword in his right hand. It was like a lonely mountain, like the most arrogant sword emperor in the world. I can use that sword now. A sharp light bloomed in Lin Ling's eyes. The sword in his hand let out a sword cry as a terrifying power poured into it. Uprooting the heavens. The moment the sword was unleashed, it shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Wang. At the same time, Hong King's bone-reflecting mirror lit up and a terrifying illusion appeared. That sword contained the power of 2 universes. Countless people's faces froze. In their eyes, the huge sword was like an axe that slashed down from the sky, cutting everything in its path. Kacha. Luo Xiaofan's sword was cut in half and the saint weapon shattered. In the next moment, a sword fell in front of her neck. Her pupils constricted. Lin Ling's sword was too dazzling, too sharp. She did not know how she lost. This. It was only at this moment that the entire plaza let out cries of alarm. It should be known that physical strength was the most difficult to cultivate, but Lin Ling had succeeded. What was even more frightening was that Lin Ling had suppressed his strength in his sword and was able to form a 100% attack power. This kind of martial arts domain was beyond their imagination. No one in the great Xianpeng region had cultivated like this. I lost. With Lin Ling's sword pointed at her neck, Luo Xueman bit her lips hard. Was this the toad she looked down on? I admit that I underestimated you. Because of my promise, you defeated me in the end. Now, I agree to be your wife. Luo Xueman looked up at Lin Ling. Her former arrogance had disappeared and was replaced by admiration. Lin Ling was also participating in the hero assessment for the first time like her. However, his sword had shocked the world. Now, she no longer looked down on Lin Ling. Instead, she recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. As soon as she finished speaking, many young people's faces dimmed. Luo Xueman was finally taken. It was Lin Ling. However, they could not feel any jealousy in their hearts. Lin Ling's sword was too dazzling, which made them admire him. You think too much. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling said indifferently. Many people narrowed their eyes. Even Luo Xueman frowned. What did Lin Ling mean? You're not worthy of me. You're just a toad. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Don't bother me anymore. What? Luo Xueman's eyes widened. Lin Ling said she was a toad, and Lin Ling even said she was bothering him. From the beginning until now, you've been saying that I like you. I don't know where your confidence comes from. At first, I didn't care, but I didn't expect you to keep bothering me. Now that I've won, can you stop bothering me? Lin Ling said calmly again. Boom. That sentence was like a bolt from the blue in Luo Xueman's heart. She understood what it meant. From the beginning until now, she had been thinking too much. She thought that Lin Ling was bothering her, but in fact, she was the one bothering Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling was a toad, but in fact, she was the toad. To Luo Xueman, this was worse than killing her. She shouted hysterically, "You're lying. If you don't like me, why did you do those things in the Celestial Water Temple? Why did you fight for me before? You were just a passerby in the Celestial Water Temple. I didn't take you seriously at all. As for the battle with Do Ruochen, that woman wasn't you, but my lover. Yu Mun Yun, don't think too much." Lin Ling shook his head, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Luo Xueman made him feel disgusted. Luo Xueman's pretty face turned pale, and it even seemed slightly savage. Countless people looked at Luo Xueman and shook their heads. At this moment, her fairy-like appearance had become slightly ugly. Luo Xueman had been rejected by Lin Ling, and she even thought that she wasn't good enough for Lin Ling. If such a thing happened to any woman, others would think that she was cheap, and it would cause her image to fall greatly. Most importantly, Luo Xueman had thought that Lin Ling liked her from the beginning, and this was even more embarrassing. I don't believe it. You definitely like me. Luo Xueman shook her head incessantly. So this was how it felt to be rejected. But how would she face others in the future? Toad, you're disgusting. Fuck off. Fuck off. Lin Ling took a step forward and slammed his palm into Luo Xueman's chest, causing her to fly out of the battlefield like a kite with its string cut. This palm represented everything. If Lin Ling really liked Luo Xueman, would he be so heartless as to attack her? Thus, the crowd could see that Lin Ling didn't like Luo Xueman at all. In fact, in Lin Ling's eyes, Luo Xueman was a toad. Bang! Luo Xueman crashed to the ground. Her hair was slightly disheveled, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Ling, I'll definitely return this humiliation to you tenfold, bastard. In the palace, the Empyrean maiden's face was ashen. Lin Ling's actions had brought great humiliation to her Empyrean maiden palace. It had to be said that the humiliation she had given Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture in the past had been returned today. Their second Empyrean maiden had completely lost face today. On the ground, Yu Mun Yun's eyes were already wet. Luo Xueman, the Fairy of Heaven, had personally agreed to Lin Ling's request, but Lin Ling had still rejected her. He even said that the person he loved was Yu Mun Yun, and that the battle that he had to win was for her. With such a bosom friend in his life, what more could he ask for? Lin Ling, you'll become a hero. You and the others will also see it. Yu Mun Yun clenched her fists tightly. Who else gets up here? In the void battlefield, Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. With his sword in hand, he looked like an all-powerful figure. The entire square was silent. No one had expected Lin Ling to reach such a height. They had all underestimated Lin Ling. Wherever Lin Ling's gaze swept past, the remaining heroes avoided his sharp gaze. They didn't dare to go up. If they did, they might end up like Do Ruochen. Everyone's aura was intimidated by Lin Ling. Feng Buping, is that you? Lin Ling's low voice floated out of his mouth. He was domineering and arrogant as he looked at Feng Buping. It's me. Feng Buping's heart trembled violently, but he actually didn't dare to speak. Get up here. Chapter 1209. Langya 10th Palace, Golden Armor King. Feng Buping doesn't dare to fight. More people shook their heads. How ironic. When the ancient battlefield opened, Feng Buping was the first to say that he wanted to regain his face and make Lin Ling lose the hero token. But now, Lin Ling asked him to get up there, but he, a hidden genius from the Earth Immortal Village, didn't dare to fight. This was a 180-degree change from his previous arrogance. Jin Yunwu, you opened the ancient battlefield of heroes, so get up here. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Jin Yunwu. Jin Yunwu's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Lin Ling was still a Realm 2 Transcendent, so he was still confident. If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. But I have to thank you because you shocked all the heroes. So, as long as I win, I'll become a hero. Hong Long Long. Jin Yunwu stomped on the ground and shot towards the ancient battlefield in the sky. His golden armor shone brightly as he floated in the sky like a conqueror. The battle of the strongest heroes? Who will become the final hero? The crowd stared at the two most dazzling geniuses, their blood boiling. Yunwu, you took so long to test for a mere hero token? Right at this moment, an enormous golden armored cloud ship flew over from the horizon, and a young man around the age of 27 or 28 stood at the bow of the ship. He had his hands behind his back, wore violet gold armor, and had a cape that fluttered behind him. He was like a divine king that had arrived. Golden Armor King. Venerable C. Calming's eyes flashed with anger when he saw the newcomer. That person almost became his son-in-law, but in the end, he walked together with the 9th Heaven Fairy and abandoned his daughter, Ling Shan. That person actually dared to show up. Langya 10th Palace, Golden Armor King. The crowd was in an uproar. This Golden Armor King wasn't old, but his strength was monstrous. He was an existence that surpassed the Transcendent realm, which was extremely terrifying. One had to know that he was only 6 or 7 years older than Lin Ling and the others. Senior C. Calming, long time no see. How is Ling Shan? The golden armor cloud ship stopped in the sky. The Golden Armor King looked at Venerable C. Calming indifferently. His aura was so imposing that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. I'd rather not see someone like you. Venerable C. Calming yelled coldly. How dare you speak to the Hall Master like that? Are you courting death? Beside Golden Armored Monarch were a large number of youths. They all took a step forward and stared coldly at Venerable Si Kongming. When he was learning martial arts from me, I don't know where you were. Venerable Si Kongming shouted angrily. His heart was burning with anger. He had nurtured the Golden Armor King in the past, but today, the Golden Armor King was looking down on him. You're courting death. The young men were filled with killing intent, but Golden Armor King waved his hand and said, "Don't be rude. Venerable Si Kongming was my benefactor in the past. You have to greet him respectfully. Although he has a bad temper, he is still a senior." His words seemed to be respectful, but they were also filled with disdain. This made Venerable Si Kongming's expression turn ugly. However, he knew that Gold Armor King was extremely powerful. Even he might not be his opponent. Therefore, he could only endure it. The Golden Armor King obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Venerable Si Kongming. He looked at the ancient battlefield of heroes and clapped his hands. Not bad. You're qualified to fight with my subordinate. Young man, are you interested in joining the 10 halls of Lengya? I can make an exception for you and even guide you personally. Guide me personally? In the ancient battlefield of heroes, Lin Ling looked at the mysterious man and frowned slightly. Is this the man who abandoned Sister Lingshan? That's right. You should know that this is an extremely rare opportunity. There are very few people in Xianpeng province who can receive my personal guidance. It's his fortune. The Golden Armor King's heroic face carried a hint of arrogance. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant because he was only 28 years old. However, he had already surpassed a large number of experts of the older generation and became the largest power in the Xianpeng region. If he didn't have the right to be arrogant, then who did? The 10 halls of Lengya are as famous as the 10 halls of Kun and Carefree. They are the most powerful after the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. If I have such an opportunity, I definitely won't miss it. Many people were envious. Lin Ling was very lucky to attract the attention of the 10 halls of Lengya after shocking everyone with a single feat. Venerable Si Kongming's face turned gloomy. Lin Ling was his general, and he had given him a lot of support. However, the Si Kongming Heavenly Prefecture couldn't compare to the 10 halls of Lengya. If Lin Ling abandoned him, it was understandable. What made him sad was that the Golden Armor King had abandoned his daughter after becoming powerful. Would history repeat itself today? I'm flattered by your personal guidance. Lin Ling laughed lightly. There was a hint of ridicule in his smile. It was undeniable that the 10 halls of Lengya were indeed very powerful. However, did he need the Golden Armor King's guidance? He possessed the ancient Purple Palace and had become a venerable emperor. To put it bluntly, the Golden Armor King wasn't qualified to guide him. Sorry, I'm not interested in ungrateful people. Moreover, you don't have the right to guide me, said Lin Ling indifferently. His voice sounded like it could sever gold and sever iron. The crowd was astonished. Lin Ling had actually refused? The Golden Armor King frowned. He was extremely surprised. Moreover, when Lin Ling said that he was ungrateful, he was referring to the matter of him abandoning Ling Shan. This matter had always been his greatest shame. You're very arrogant, but you don't understand yourself. You've missed the best opportunity. The Golden Armor King's voice became gloomy. Lin Ling didn't want to give face. Is the Golden Armor King such a self-righteous person? If it weren't for the Si Kongming Heavenly Prefecture, you would be nothing right now. I, Lin Ling, may be insignificant, but I won't forget the person who dug the well. The grace of a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring. I owe Venerable Si Kongming a debt of gratitude. Even if one of the 7 emperors came forward to recruit me, I wouldn't abandon him. Lin Ling said word by word. His eyes were filled with determination. Lin Ling. Venerable Si Kongming's body trembled violently as his eyes became moist. Lin Ling was now fully fledged, but he didn't abandon him. The grace of a drop of water in the past must be repaid with a gushing spring. Venerable Si Kaming had recruited a large number of subordinates in his life, but Lin Ling was the one he was most proud of. Many people also looked deeply at Lin Ling. They didn't expect this young man to be so righteous and loyal. In this world, strength means everything. Well, it doesn't mean anything. You will understand in the future. If you don't believe me, then fight with Jin Yunwu. He will show you how powerful the people from the 10 temples of Langya are. The Golden Armor King shook his head contemptuously as if he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Yunwu, let him know how stupid he is. After that, the Golden Armor King said arrogantly. Yes, Temple Master. At this moment, Jin Yunwu looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was so stupid to miss such an opportunity. One should know that even after he entered the 10 temples of Langya, he rarely received guidance from the Golden Armor King. You are even more stupid than I thought. What is gratitude? Strength is everything. Sigh, perhaps you will only know how pathetic you are after you lose. Jin Yunwu snorted softly. He stretched out his right hand and a golden ball of light appeared. It was as dazzling as the sun and carried a sacred and inviolable aura. Earth-level golden cicada sacred body. The Hong King's bone-reflecting mirror fell on Jin Yunwu's body and a large amount of information was reflected. Many people gasped. Jin Yunwu's talent was indeed not inferior to Luo Xueman's. Chapter 12:10. Undying Golden Cicada, Yunwu, you can kill heroes, so don't hide your strength, show it all. The Golden Armor King calmly looked at Jin Yunwu. As the sound of his voice faded, many people's eyes narrowed. Heroes were experts who were above heroes. Jin Yunwu was actually able to kill a hero? Yes, Palace Lord. Jin Yunwu nodded indifferently, still looking at Lin Ling. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but since the Palace Lord has ordered me to, then I will show you how insignificant you are. Rumble. Golden light shone from his body, an ancient golden cicada appeared behind him, that terrifying golden light actually pierced through the void, and his aura rose steadily, actually reaching Transcendent 5th layer. This. The entire square was silent. Jin Yunwu is actually a Transcendent 5th layer expert, he really hit it well. Then, a large number of gazes fell onto Lin Ling. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, being able to defeat Luo Xueman when he was only at the 2nd stage of the Transcendent realm. However, his opponent was Jin Yunwu, who was at the 5th stage of the Transcendent realm and possessed an Earth-class saint physique. Lin Ling couldn't win. I didn't expect Flood King's bone-reflecting mirror to also be here, since it's like this, Yunwu, show me your extreme martial art. Golden Armor King seemed to want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, let Lin Ling know how laughable he is, how insignificant he is, how pitiful it is for him to give up his guidance, so he said arrogantly. Yes, Palace Lord. Jin Yunwu smiled proudly. He opened his arms and unleashed the power of heaven and earth of the extreme pattern martial art. Golden light enveloped the entire area. It was resplendent and dazzling. The golden cicada grew even larger, as if it could destroy everything. It even made the experts below the plaza feel some pressure. At the same time, Flood King's bone-reflecting mirror showed its powerful aura, extreme martial art, major completion. It should be known that extreme pattern martial arts were even more terrifying than profound martial arts. It controlled the momentum of heaven and earth, and no small world could go against the momentum. This was also the law of heaven and earth. Therefore, extreme pattern martial arts were very difficult to control. Some people could only reach the small success stage in their whole life. However, Jin Yunwu had reached the large success stage. His strength was truly at the hero level, he just lacked the hero assessment. In addition to his undying golden cicada's saint body, its defense is terrifying. Lin Ling's hope of winning is even slimmer. So, do you regret it? Golden Armor King smiled, satisfied with everyone's shocked expression. His words made many people's eyes. They knew that Golden Armor King wants to use Jin Yunwu's strength. Let Lin Ling know how pitiful it is, but Lin Ling should know how insignificant he is. Can you still win? Golden Armor King said again. Very powerful indeed. Lin Ling finally said. He somewhat underestimated Jin Yunwu, but he sensed that Jin Yunwu, who is at Transcendent 5th stage, is actually not comparable to the Transcendent 4th stage Undying Fire King. After all, the latter is an ancient martial artist, a well-known figure in the realm, and although Jin Yunwu is at Transcendent 5th stage, he is obviously not at the peak of the realm. And Lin Ling defeated the Undying Fire King. What qualifications does Jin Yunwu have to be arrogant? Waving the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, 5 fingers pointed at Golden Armor King, making Golden Armor King's pupils constrict. What does Lin Ling mean? 5 moves, he will lose. A frivolous voice resounded in the sky, majestic and intimidating, carrying boundless confidence, also carrying Lin Ling's principles. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This is Lin Ling's principle. He is not wrong, he will prove everything. Silence. The entire square, the surrounding palaces, and the golden armored ship in the sky, were all dead silent. Jin Yunwu had displayed his terrifying strength. Lin Ling had no chance of winning at all. Yet, Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever, boasting that he could defeat Jin Yunwu in 5 moves. Could it be that he wanted to become a hero with his cultivation base at the 2nd level of the Transcendent realm? Arrogance. This kind of arrogance is looking down on the 10 palaces of Langia. Arrogant, Yunwu, slap his mouth. Golden Armor King was stunned, veins popping out on his forehead, an unknown flame was surging in his heart. He wanted to let Lin Ling know how insignificant he is, but obviously, he failed. Of course. Jin Yunwu's face was malevolent. Lin Ling dares to say such arrogant words. My face is right here, if you can slap it, then come. Clenching the Tyrant Song in his hand, Lin Ling stepped on the void, shooting towards Jin Yunwu. He did not explain anything, only strength can prove everything. If you want to slap his face, if you want to prove how powerful the 10 palaces of Langia are in front of Lin Ling, then let's see if Jin Yunwu has the ability to do so. Pop. 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 The sword is invincible, the power of 2 universes bloomed, cutting through the void. Your face, I will definitely slap it, invincible golden cicada technique. Jin Yunwu stretched out both hands, forming a complicated seal, as if stirring the wind and clouds in the sky. A giant golden cicada appeared in his hands. Rumble. At the same time, the sword heavily slashed, landing on the giant golden cicada, actually causing the void to explode. The ancient battlefield of heroes seemed to have sunk a little. With such weak strength, you dare to speak such arrogant words? The giant golden cicada blocked the sword. Jin Yunwu smiled disdainfully, like an invincible war god. The ancient golden cicada emitted a dazzling light, shocking the heaven and earth. This is the powerful invincible golden cicada under the 72 demon gods. Lin Ling wants to defeat him in 5 moves? Dream on. Rumble. The golden light reflected back, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was swept by a storm, his body flying backwards. The golden light was extremely powerful, containing the power of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's strong physique and the Emperor refined armor, he would have suffered heavy injuries. Overestimating yourself, you don't even have the qualifications to harm me. Jin Yunwu took a step forward, as if he could command the wind and clouds. Lin Ling's sword was effective against a Transcendent 4th Realm expert, but it was ineffective against him. Second move. Just as Jin Yunwu's voice fell, Lin Ling shot forward like a storm, the sword in his hand once again slashing down with terrifying speed. Seeing this, Jin Yunwu's expression changed drastically. His saint physique was very powerful, the golden light was invincible. When Lin Ling attacked him previously, he thought that Lin Ling would be injured, and even if he wasn't, his aura would have weakened. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling's attack to be like a storm, the first sword falling, followed by the second. This sword was just like Lin Ling's madness, looking down on the world, uprooting the heavens. It was still the same simple sword, but this sword had changed. Not only did it contain the power of the physical body, it also allowed Lin Ling to use the power of spiritual source for the first time. Invincible Golden Cicada Technique, Golden Armor Divine Radiating Technique. At the same time, Jin Yunwu roared, his palms facing the sky, heavily pushing out. The giant golden cicada behind him opened its golden armor, revealing its golden wings, as if the cicada was about to break out of its shell and soar into the sky. Rumble. The two powerhouses clashed, the two palms facing the sky, the giant sword slashing the earth, causing the surrounding space to explode. What? Chapter 12:11. Undying Might, Spiritual Energy. Look at the bone-reflecting mirror. Lin Ling actually has 3 strands of spiritual energy. Heavens, he's a second-stage transcendent. Many people stared fixedly at the bone-reflecting mirror, their hearts pounding violently. They discovered the power of Lin Ling's second sword. On the ground, Luo Xiaofan and Feng Buping's faces were extremely solemn. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be Jin Yunwu's opponent, but now they remembered that Lin Ling had always fought with his physical body. This was the first time he used spiritual energy. And the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's spiritual energy was also terrifying. He had 3 strands of spiritual energy. Kacha. One sword, breaking the dome of heaven. At this moment, Jin Yunwu's palms were trembling, that power was too terrifying. He stepped on the void and his body shot backwards. He wanted to avoid that terrifying sword. Rumble. As soon as his body moved, the sword slashed through the air and landed in the void. It actually slashed the ancient battlefield from the sky to the ground. The entire battlefield was moved by Lin Ling, and the ancient battlefield appeared on the ground. Terrifying. Is he still a second-stage transcendent? In the majestic palace, Shui Wu and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never seen such a powerful second-stage transcendent with a strong physical body and terrifying spiritual energy. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. One must know that arrogance without strength was the action of an idiot, but arrogance with strength was the pride of a genius. It made people's blood boil. They didn't want to miss out on this exciting battle. Everyone had underestimated Lin Ling. At this moment, in the void, Lin Ling stood there with his sword sheathed. Outside his body, a powerful aura was released. It made him look like he was looking down on the world. He looked indifferently at Jin Yunwu and said, "The genius nurtured by the 10 halls of Langya is very powerful, but why did you run away before? Didn't you say that I couldn't hurt you? Don't flaunt your strength. I underestimated you before, but you're still not a match for me, the undying golden cicada." Jin Yunwu shouted angrily, his face extremely ugly. "You're the one who's trying to talk back. How arrogant were you earlier? You're at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, a holy ground for Earth-grade talents. You were even confident that I wouldn't be able to harm you. Yet, under a single sword strike, you were forced to flee like a stray dog. Is this what the 10 halls of Langya taught you?" Lin Ling sneered. He took a step forward and shot toward Jin Yunwu again. In the distance, Golden Armor King's face was gloomy. Lin Ling's words were mocking him. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only was his body strong, he even had 3 spiritual sources. This meant that Lin Ling had the battle prowess of a Transcendent Realm cultivator. The third move, Blazing Sea of Flames. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated in the air. An endless ocean appeared and turned into a huge fist, crushing towards Golden Armor King with destructive force. This fist not only suppressed Lin Ling's physical strength, but also unleashed his innate saint physique. What else is he hiding? Look at Hong King's bone-reflecting mirror. In an instant, everyone's attention was on Lin Ling. The crowd saw Lin Ling once again reveal his terrifying trump card. That was his innate saint physique, Earth-level Sea Heart Flame. Earth-level. On the ground, Luo Xiaofan bit her lips. No wonder Lin Ling said she was a toad. In terms of innate talent, Lin Ling wasn't weaker than her. In other areas, Lin Ling far surpassed her. Fire Fist. At this moment, Jin Yunwu's pupils constricted. He could faintly see the extreme pattern martial art. Moreover, he estimated that it was at the small success stage. At this moment, he was boiling with anger. Previously, he revealed his cultivation realm, innate saint physique, and extreme pattern martial art to let Lin Ling know how powerful he was. But now, Lin Ling was telling him that his cultivation realm, innate saint physique, and extreme pattern martial art were things that Lin Ling also had. At the same time, he was telling Golden Armor King that everything that could be nurtured by the 10 halls of Langia, Lin Ling could also possess by himself. Their flaunting was bullshit. Golden Armor Fleece. Jin Yunwu roared. The huge golden cicada began to transform, turning into a locust-like golden bug. It merged into his finger and fiercely pressed forward. This finger was earth-shattering. Terrifying. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's ancient battlefield of heroes had reached the level of heroes. Rumble. The fire fist and the huge golden finger crazily collided under countless gazes. One was at the small success stage while the other was at the large success stage. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling's ocean fire fist was weaker. However, the actual situation was the opposite. Under everyone's gazes, the fist was like a siege engine. It seemed slow, but it was still crazily pushing forward, burning everything in its path. Kacha. The huge golden finger cracked and was finally blasted apart by the fist. The huge flaming fist pressed towards Jin Yunwu. The power of 2 universes. This kid actually suppressed his strength into the extreme pattern martial art. This result made many people suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at the Flood King's bone-reflecting mirror and immediately discovered the flaw. Lin Ling was simply a genius that surpassed the present and ancient times. How is this possible? Jin Yunwu's eyes widened. His extreme pattern martial art was actually not as powerful as Lin Ling's. He was shocked and wanted to retreat, but he discovered that the protective light screen of the ancient battlefield of heroes had stopped him from retreating. He could only take the attack head-on. Rumble. Unable to dodge, the fire fist finally exploded. Blue flames burned the void. Under the fire fist, Jin Yunwu was blasted into ashes. The entire ancient battlefield of void seemed to have been destroyed by an ancient expert. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, dumbfounded. What is a genius? This is a true genius. No matter where you came from or what kind of cultivation you have, against you, I only need a single punch. Did he win? Finally, someone asked nervously. It was as if he couldn't believe everything that had happened. The people of the 10 halls of Langia won't lose so easily. At this moment, the Golden Armor King indifferently said. At the same time, in the ancient battlefield of void, golden light shone as if countless golden stars were condensed. A tall figure appeared in front of countless gazes. This person seemed to have merged with the golden cicada. Even his eyes were dark golden in color. To be able to force me to use this move, your death is a pity. The current me is half a step into the Transcendent 6th stage. A cold voice drifted out from that person's mouth, causing the crowd to forget to breathe. Jin Yunwu wasn't dead? This is the power of his innate saint physique, the undying golden cicada. He can revive after death, and after reviving, his strength will increase by 30% for a short period of time. The Golden Armor King's arrogant voice drifted out. Previously, Lin Ling was so powerful that he almost won against Jin Yunwu. Unfortunately, it was useless. He would tell Lin Ling, tell everyone that the people of the 10 halls of Langia were stronger than anyone else. Lin Ling, do you know how powerful the 10 halls of Langia are? Do you know what you missed before? Chapter 12:12. How about giving me some pointers? You never thought that I would hide my final trump card. Since you rejected the Golden Armor King, you can only die. Footsteps sounded in the void battleground. Jin Yunwu stepped forward slowly. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of everything. Lin Ling has lost. Everyone shook their heads. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's strongest attack did not defeat Jin Yunwu. How could he not lose? Not only did Jin Yunwu not die, but his strength had also increased by 30%. The terrifying fire fist from before could not kill Jin Yunwu again. Lord Water Mist, should we stop him? In the majestic palace, Lu Susu smiled. However, Water Mist shook her head helplessly. You know that the hero's assessment is stricter than the hero's assessment. Therefore, we can't stop him. Are we just going to watch him die? Lu Susu's charming smile disappeared. She frowned. He is an extremely rare genius. Jin Yunwu came from the 10 halls of Langia and has countless cultivation resources. However, he is only slightly stronger than Lin Ling. Therefore, how can we miss out on a genius like Lin Ling? Water Mist frowned. How could she not know about Lin Ling's talent? However, the hero's assessment had always been strict. Therefore, she could not help. Unfortunately, they all thought that Lin Ling was at the end of his rope. However, they did not think that Lin Ling did not have any hidden trump cards. Sorry, I did not expect you to hide your final trump card. However, you do not have the final trump card. An indifferent voice floated in the silent square. It was shocking. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. He still has a trump card? The voice made countless people's mouths dry up. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Even the Golden Armor King's eyes narrowed. At the same time, a vast ocean appeared in the void battleground. It spread continuously. It was tranquil and sacred. A slender figure bathed in the ocean. His blue and white robe made him look like the god of the ocean. He stretched out his left hand and turned it into the eye of the ocean. The endless ocean water surged forward and finally formed a sparkling and resplendent lotus. The flower looked like it was formed from the sea, but it was actually fire. Extreme martial art, large success. At the same time, King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror reflected the power of the lotus. He actually has a profound realm martial art. At this moment, everyone felt numb in their hearts. Just how did Lin Ling cultivate? Why was every domain so terrifying? Why did he have so many trump cards? No one could see through his limits. As for Jin Yunwu, his pupils constricted. He had hidden his trump card, but so did Lin Ling. Furthermore, that azure lotus gave him a great deal of pressure. Although he also had a large success extreme pattern martial art, it was clear that Lin Ling's was different from his. It was as if he had cultivated it with the true Fire Emperor. Its might was peerlessly overbearing. Of course, his guess was correct. Lin Ling's great success inscription martial art was learned from the ancient Undying Fire King. Golden Armor King, you will see how laughable the geniuses nurtured by the 10 halls of Langya are. You are still far from being able to guide me. With the azure lotus in his hand, Lin Ling looked at Golden Armor King in the distance and smiled faintly. That sentence caused Golden Armor King's eyes to burn with rage. Honorable sir, although this world is heartless, not everyone is the same. I will remember what you have done for me. I will never abandon you. This is my character. Looking at Venerable Sea Calming, Lin Ling smiled faintly. That smile was stubborn, firm, and pure. It made Venerable Sea Calming bite his lips. He suddenly thought of the young man he had helped in the 6 sacred regions. At this moment, the young man seemed to be supporting everything. Fourth move, Sea Boiling Flower. He gently raised his left hand, and the azure lotus floated out like a forbidden flower from his blue and white robe. At this moment, it seemed to freeze the entire ancient void battlefield. Jin Yunwu's eyes narrowed. He realized that although the lotus was slow, he could only take it head-on. He couldn't dodge it. No! Jin Yunwu let out a furious roar. An innate pressure shrouded him, forcing him to back away. He had the undying golden cicada, which gave him a terrifying defense. Furthermore, he could resurrect after death. However, it didn't mean he wouldn't die. Within a short period of time, he could only resurrect once. Buzz! The blue lotus landed on the ancient void battlefield and then slowly bloomed. It was so bright, like the splendor of youth. At the same time, the Flood Emperor bone-reflecting mirror shook violently. A large number of ancient words appeared. This flower will kill any 4th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Everything. It represented a terrifying boundary. It meant that even the strongest 4th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator would be killed. Although Jin Yunwu was only at the 5th-layer Transcendent Realm, there were obviously 4th-layer Transcendent Peerless geniuses in the Xianpeng Great Region who could kill him. However, even those peerless geniuses who could kill him would not be able to stop the flower. The flower possessed the power to destroy the world. Rumble. As the lotus bloomed, blue flames burst out. The ancient void battlefield shattered in an instant, allowing the blue flames to surge out and engulf the entire square. Rumble. A sacred and ancient blue flower bloomed in the sky, shocking the entire Qian city. Countless people backed away. Their faces were filled with great astonishment. Was this the power of a 2nd-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator? Was this the same Lin Ling that they wanted to snatch and humiliate from him? Everyone stared at the sacred sea of blue flames with mixed feelings. There was admiration, jealousy, and a strong sense of danger. Master, junior brother has been killed. The attacker is Lin Ling, a general of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Although the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture isn't a huge faction, they are still one of the strongest factions. This is going to be troublesome. However, many people were killed. Besides, Lin Ling has many treasures on him, including a Buddhist treasure. There are many people who want to settle the score with Lin Ling. Since that's the case, let's join in. A mere Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture can't stop so many of us. As for Lin Ling, he's just a junior. Everyone recalled what had happened after the star-picking nation left. At that time, they didn't take Lin Ling seriously. But today, everything was like a dream. Was he still a junior? He's even more terrifying than the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture Venerable. We have to kill him. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to control him when he grows stronger. Many experts sneered in their hearts. Among them were the Lu residents, the South Pole Celestial Peng, and Nanping. Rumble. The sea of flames gradually dissipated and the square turned into ruins. Jin Yunwu was killed in one move. Everything was silent. From the sea of flames, a blue-robed figure slowly walked out. That robe was like the blue sky and white clouds. It was so dazzling that it shocked the Xianpeng continent. Golden Armor King, can you give me some pointers? A disdainful voice drifted out like thunder in the silence. Pointers. How was the Golden Armor King supposed to give pointers? Previously, Jin Yunwu was so arrogant. He had displayed all kinds of powerful trump cards to make Lin Ling feel inferior. He wanted to make Lin Ling regret. He wanted to let Lin Ling know that the people from the 10 halls of Langya were beyond his imagination. But now, he was killed in one move. The pointers were like a joke. How could the Golden Armor King still have the face to give pointers? Give me some pointers, how about it? Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His calm eyes stared at the peerless genius on the golden armor ship in the sky fearlessly, the Golden Armor King. Chapter 12-13. Heavenly desolate divine ox countless eyes stared at Lin Ling before landing on the golden armored man. Golden Armored King, Xianpeng Province's peerless genius, a saint realm master who had created countless miracles at such a young age. It was as if he had never been defeated in his life, he was the son of heaven. However, today, everyone could see that he had been defeated by an unknown junior who had shaken Xianpeng Province in one fell swoop. All of this was like a dream, even a bit ironic. At this moment, Golden Armored King was still standing on the golden armored ship in the sky, his pair of ancient well-like eyes staring indifferently at Lin Ling. His hands were still behind his back, but no one could see that his hands were tightly clenched into fists, the veins on his fists popping out. He hadn't expected Jin Yunwu to be defeated, and in just 4 moves at that. He also hadn't expected that Lin Ling, who was only a 2nd realm Transcendent, would be able to kill any 4th realm Transcendent. I can't teach you anything. Taking a deep breath, Golden Armored King stated the truth in front of countless people, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Lin Ling had actually made a Saint Realm Master lower his head. You only have a little bit of talent, why act so arrogant? Look at the world, talent alone won't allow you to reach the peak of this world. At that moment, a young man walked out from behind Golden Armored King and coldly shouted. It seemed like he couldn't bear to see his temple master being humiliated by Lin Ling, so he stood out to fight for his temple master's glory. However, when he stepped out, Golden Armored King remained silent. Obviously, with Golden Armored King's seniority, it wasn't appropriate for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson, so he acquiesced to this young man's actions. Hero Jin Luotong. Many people started breathing heavily. They recognized that young man, who was obviously more terrifying than Jin Yunwu. He was a hero. They had never expected things to turn out this way. The hero's test had turned into a conflict between the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture and the 10 halls of Langya. Flattery, and even abandoning your benefactor, you won't be able to reach the peak of this world. Staring at the young man, Lin Ling lightly shouted. His words were filled with ridicule, causing Jin Luodong's eyes to narrow. Was Lin Ling mocking him for flattering him? Defeating Jin Yunwu doesn't mean everything. Compared to the experts of Xianpeng Province, you are still too inexperienced. Today, I will give you some pointers in front of all these experts. Jin Luotong took a step forward, and his cold shout shook the surroundings. The dazzling jade tablet at his waist shone even brighter. Hero. This was a top-notch expert who had gone through a strict test and stood above the heroes. Golden Armor King, don't go too far. Venerable Si Calming said in a cold voice. Lin Ling had just become a hero, but Gold Armor King had sent a hero to teach Lin Ling a lesson. This was too much. I'm just giving him some pointers. Senior Dinghai, you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. Gold Armor King didn't speak, but Jin Luotong spoke coldly. His words showed that he didn't take Venerable Si Calming seriously at all. He stepped on the giant ship and shot towards Lin Ling like a storm. He stretched out his hands and a cold light flashed. I'm just giving you some pointers. Lin Ling, you won't refuse to give me face, right? Following his footsteps, a disdainful voice drifted out. Jean Luotong said that he was giving pointers, but in fact, he wants to suppress Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling has already exhausted his spiritual source after several battles. If Jean Luotong attacks now, it'll be an unfair victory. Moreover, he's attacking in front of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The crowd discussed animatedly. They looked towards the majestic palace, only to find that it was unusually silent. They didn't understand what Lord Xuewu and the others meant. Could it be that they wanted to see if Lin Ling had reached his limit? However, how could Lin Ling be a match for Jean Luotong? Jean Luotong, don't you dare. Venerable Si Kaming didn't expect the people from the 10 Langya temples to be so arrogant. He was about to step forward when Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, since it's a senior from the 10 Langya temples who is giving pointers, the Si Kaming heavenly abode won't be pretentious. A man shouldn't be afraid of a battle. Why should I be afraid of a battle? Venerable Si Kaming narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of Jean Luotong's pointers. After all, Jean Luotong was a hero. Why should I be afraid of a battle? I didn't expect him to be so bold. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had indeed shocked the world today. First, it was the hero's assessment. Then, it was the ancient battlefield of heroes. Now, he even dared to face heroes. His arrogance was beyond their imagination. Arrogant, but arrogance doesn't represent strength. Jean Luotong sneered in the air. He was a top Transcendent Stage 5 expert. He was more than twice as strong as Jin Yunwu, who had just entered the Transcendent stage. Moreover, his talent was average, but he had a trump card that surpassed Jin Yunwu's. Desolate Heavenly Bull. An arrogant voice resounded in the sky. Green smoke filled the air. A huge green figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was like an ancient bull that charged towards Lin Ling. This collision seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. What? The 72 demonic gods. The crowd was stunned. Jean Luotong was actually the owner of the demonic gods. One must know that the demonic gods were left behind in the ancient times. After a long time, they were obtained by the cultivators of Xianpeng province. It was only a matter of time for the owner of the demonic gods to reach the heavens in a single bound. This meant that Jean Luotong would definitely become a hero in the future. His name would shake Xianpeng province. The Golden Armor King hid his strength well. He actually recruited such a genius. Many people finally felt the terror of the Langya 10 Palace Hall. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was going to be unlucky in this battle. This also meant that the Golden Armor King had lost a battle and was going to win it back. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the huge bull in the sky. His pupils constricted. At the same time, Elder Zi's voice resounded in his mind, "Your Majesty, the desolate heavenly bull is ranked 44 among the 72 demonic gods. His attack has already reached the peak of Transcendent Stage 6. Can it block it?" Lin Ling asked in his mind. "Your Majesty's refined armor can block one attack, but it won't last long. Your Majesty needs to go all out." Elder Zi said. "One attack is enough." Lin Ling's eyes turned serious. Jean Luotong wanted to let him know that Xianpeng province was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. "It's just some pointers. I won't kill you." At the same time, the ancient bull in the sky appeared in everyone's eyes. It was as huge as a mountain and covered in ancient green fur. At the bull's horns, ancient ripples bloomed. Cold light flickered as if it was an ancient bull holding up the sky. Cha-cha-cha. Before the bull's horns hit Lin Ling, the majestic palace in the distance was slashed by the bull's aura. The bricks on the palace walls were broken and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. What a terrifying impact! Many people's faces changed drastically. Then, in their eyes, the desolate heavenly bull heavily crashed into Lin Ling's body. The speed seemed slow, but it was the same as Lin Ling's extreme pattern martial art. There was a mysterious law that could only be met and couldn't be avoided. Rumble. Chapter 12-14. You're not qualified to give me pointers. Everyone saw that the bison was constantly charging while Lin Ling seemed to be constantly pushed back. The smoke also spread out at this moment, and the pressure caused many Transcendent Realm Masters to feel solemn. From another point of view, if they were to face the impact of the desolate heavenly bull, they would probably be smashed to pieces. You're not qualified to give me pointers. However, at this moment, a cold voice drifted out in front of the huge bison. The impact of the 72 demon god heavenly bull seemed to have been blocked by Lin Ling. At this moment, countless gasps sounded one after another. They stared at Lin Ling and suddenly saw a dazzling set of armor on Lin Ling's body in the smoke that filled the sky. It was this set of armor that blocked the impact of the desolate heavenly bull. So there is such a treasure. However, although this armor is powerful, I feel that it can only block 3 of my attacks at most. Next, I will tell you how stupid it is to refuse His Majesty. The ancient giant bison spoke in human language as its 4 hooves rushed forward, causing the void to explode as an even more terrifying impact appeared. The bison's horns were still pointing at Lin Ling, but at this moment, they had become even larger, like 2 giant blades that could hold up the sky. Lin Ling's armor is very powerful, but it can only block 3 attacks? Many people stared ahead. If that was the case, Lin Ling would still not be able to escape. Unfortunately, that place seemed to have been destroyed by an ancient giant beast. Dust filled the sky and smoke blocked everyone's vision. Hong long long. Only the sound that kept coming out made many people's hearts skip a beat. What a crazy impact of the bison. Lin Ling is so stubborn. Unfortunately, he is still too arrogant. After being hit by such a huge attack, I'm afraid he is dead. Many people secretly shook their heads. Regardless of whether Lin Ling was dead or not, it was undeniable that today's stage was Lin Ling's. He dared to fight the desolate heavenly bull with a body that had exhausted its spirit chi. This battle record and temperament were admirable. Then I'll also tell you how stupid it is to approach me. At this moment, a hoarse voice was heard, and the billowing smoke suddenly rolled like a wave. Then, under countless gazes, a huge figure flew out, as if it had been thrown out by someone holding a bull's horn. In the end, it broke through the city and crashed heavily into a mountain in the distance. As for that figure, the experts could clearly see that it was actually the heavenly desolate heavenly bull. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What was going on? Why was the heavenly wasteland divine bull forced back? Everyone's heart was filled with doubts. As expected, Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card. At this moment, within the Grand Palace, Lady Water Mist and the other powerhouses had dignified expressions. Before this, they hadn't stopped Lin Ling because they believed that he still had hidden cards. But now, it turned out that their guesses were correct. Sizzle sizzle. Under countless gazes, the smoke gradually dispersed, and a burly demon-like figure slowly walked out. This person was tall and mighty, and there were many mysterious patterns on his body. Moreover, there were 8 tails behind him. At this moment, they were lazily swaying, as if he was the most unfettered ancient demon king. When one's gaze shifted upwards, one would immediately realize that the demon-like demon king had a handsome face. At this moment, his face was revealing a demon-like smile. It was Lin Ling. Looking at the demon-like figure that had descended, the entire Qian city was completely silent. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of another king in Xianpeng province in the past 100 years. I've said that you still lack some qualifications to give me pointers. The demon-like figure coldly spat out a sentence. Swoosh. It was so fast that it appeared at an unbelievable speed. Everyone could only see smoke spreading out, as if something was burning within the demon king's body. In the next moment, the tall demon-like figure appeared on the heavenly desolate heavenly bull in the distance. This person stood on the huge bull's head and smiled faintly at the crowd. His smile was strange, and then his palm heavily slammed down on the bull's head. Soul-sealing seal. Boom. An intimidating voice floated out. As the palm slammed out, soul power was released, causing the heavenly desolate heavenly bull to let out a painful cry. With one palm, it was knocked unconscious. His demon god defense was strong, but his soul power was clearly not as strong as Lin Ling's. Therefore, his soul was on the verge of shattering at this moment. Silence. Countless gazes stared at the demon-like man. Their faces were frozen there. With one palm, the heavenly desolate heavenly bull was defeated? What kind of demon god was that? The 72 demon gods of the heavens, the ancient flame demon. Boom. Finally, a shocked voice came from the majestic palace, causing many people's hearts to tremble once again. The stage of demon god unification. Boom. At the same time, on the giant ship in the sky, the Golden Armor King also said solemnly. He knew where Jin Luotong lost. It was the stage where the demon god and the warrior had a tacit understanding. As for Lin Ling, his stage was even deeper. That's right. Yes. On the ground, Lin Ling slowly raised his head and coldly nodded. This expression caused the Golden Armor King's pupils to constrict. All kinds of complicated thoughts rose in his heart. Lin Ling actually also possessed the 72 demon gods of the heavens. Could it be that this mysterious youth didn't have any limits? Now, do you still want others to give me pointers? A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth again, causing countless people in Qian City to fall silent. No one expected the result to be like this. Even more so, they didn't expect that Lin Ling had the potential to become a great hero. Even the heavenly desolate heavenly bull was defeated by him. I still have the same words. Talent doesn't represent everything. Those who can stand at the peak of the world, how many of them relied on talent to reach that step? The Golden Armor King lightly snorted. At this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. His 2 attempts to make things difficult for him had ended in failure. On the contrary, his Langia 10 halls had lost face twice. It's true that talent doesn't represent everything. However, an ungrateful person will never be able to reach the peak of the world. Lin Ling calmly said while still looking at the Golden Armor King. It was his principle, and the reason why he summoned the ancient flame devil. He was determined to uphold his belief. Let's wait and see. The Golden Armor King snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts around, he would really want to kill this arrogant junior. Honorable, I've promised you 3 things, and I've completed 2 of them. As for the last one, I'll challenge the Golden Armor King on your behalf. Lin Ling ignored the Golden Armor King and looked at the Sea Calming Venerable in the distance. The Sea Calming Venerable's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. Lin Ling was challenging the Golden Armor King. He's crazy. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they were once again shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance. Was Lin Ling going to challenge the peerless genius, the Golden Armor King? The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was in the Transcendence realm, while the other was in the Saint realm. Although Lin Ling had the demon god, and it was only a matter of time before he became a great hero, being a great hero did not mean he had reached the saint realm. Therefore, challenging a peerless genius was a path of no return. Your arrogance is beyond my imagination. Very well, I'll be waiting. Chapter 12:15. The edge is too bright, your treachery is also beyond my imagination. Just wait for me. Lin Ling nodded and slowly walked towards the majestic palace. His body recovered as he walked, but the mist around him still felt unreal. The hero trial, the ancient battlefield of heroes, the demon god battle, and the final battle with the peerless genius. Today, Lin Ling rose up like a dark horse. Furthermore, the speed of his rise was unprecedented in Xianpeng province. This guy is too abnormal. As for the cultivators who participated in the hero trial with Lin Ling, their mouths and tongues were dry. They actually thought such a terrifying person was a toad? If Lin Ling was a toad, then they were worse than a toad. At least, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to challenge the peerless genius. Among the younger generation in Xianpeng province, who else could be compared to Lin Ling? Lin Ling, become a hero. At the same time, a sacred voice came from the majestic palace, causing many people to sigh. Today's hero trial was full of twists and turns, but in the end, it became Lin Ling's stage. His battle shook the world. The Golden Armor King's heroic face became even colder at this moment. He did not know why, but as he watched the young man rise step by step, anger surged in his heart. Unfortunately, he also knew that in Qian City, even he had to restrain himself a little. The Qian Hall had already given him a lot of face by not stopping the insolent actions of his Langya 10 halls. As for the various experts, they had mixed feelings. Some were envious, some were impressed, but most of them felt a sense of crisis. He hasn't matured yet, but he's already so powerful. In the future, he'll be able to dominate the Qian Hall. Many experts were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but they also saw that Lin Ling could at most fight against a Transcendent realm cultivator. Moreover, it was a narrow victory. Therefore, they still had a chance to kill Lin Ling. Wait, Lin Ling must die. At that moment, a cold shout sounded out, attracting countless gazes. Everyone saw that it was the old man from the South Pole, and he wanted Lin Ling to die. Old man of the South Pole, you should know the rules of the Qian Hall, right? A voice came out from the majestic palace. He did not understand why the old man of the South Pole had said that. I know the rules, but Lin Ling has violated the rules. He killed my grandson. Moreover, there was no enmity between us, and it didn't happen in the star-plucking Violet Palace. I believe all of you will uphold justice. The old man of the South Pole stepped forward with his walking stick. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's potential was limitless. If he did not kill him now, there would be no chance in the future. And he had full confidence that he could make the experts kill Lin Ling. Old man, why are you so confident? The majestic palace was silent for a moment, and then a voice came out. Nan Ping, you say it. The old man of the South Pole smiled sinisterly. Then, he looked at his disciple, Nan Ping. Many people noticed that the old man of the South Pole was extremely confident. Could it be that he had a way to kill Lin Ling? Disciple Nan Ping greets all of you. Nan Ping walked out like a well-educated person. She bowed respectfully to the crowd, and many people had a good impression of her. Then, Nan Ping looked at Lin Ling with deep respect in her eyes. Lin Ling was so strong that he even dared to challenge the peerless genius, the Golden Armor King. However, the more terrifying Lin Ling was, the more she could not let him live. Otherwise, there would be no place for her in Xianpeng province. Nan Ping, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth. Lin Ling looked at Nan Ping and said contentedly. His expression made many people frown. Lin Ling's talent was very strong, but it had not reached the level where he could ignore the experts. If he broke the rules now, he would also die. However, in the face of danger, Lin Ling was still calm. Did this young man never know the word fear? You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten Nan Ping? The old man of the South Pole shouted angrily and looked at Nan Ping again. Lin Ling, you're very strong. I admit that I'm afraid of you. However, there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. Therefore, there are many ways to kill you. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single sentence? Nan Ping said indifferently. At this moment, it was as if she had grasped Lin Ling's lifeline. She was 100% confident that she could kill Lin Ling, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's face filled with regret and fear. Say it, I'm waiting to hear it. It's still the same sentence, be careful, trouble comes from the mouth. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Nan Ping as if he did not see her. This made Nan Ping frown. She did not know why, but Lin Ling looked too calm, which made her feel uneasy. However, she quickly shook her head. She might have been frightened by Lin Ling's previous performance. Lin Ling was going to die without a doubt. I didn't want to say it at first, but you're too arrogant. Therefore, for the sake of Xianpeng province, I have to say it. Lin Ling, you killed Lu Rufeng, and there was no hatred between you two. You only killed him because you didn't like him. Nan Ping took a deep breath. At this moment, she showed a look of righteousness. What? This Lin Ling is too tyrannical, too ruthless. Many people roared. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling killed Lu Rufeng, but not in public, so Lu Wangfu could take action against Lin Ling. Sure enough, my Feng'er died in your hands. Not far away, Lu Wangye finally released his killing intent. Apart from that, the grandson of the old man of the South Pole also died in Lin Ling's hands. Nan Ping smiled. She then looked at Lin Ling and saw that Lin Ling's brows were finally furrowed. She finally felt a strong sense of pleasure in her heart. Lin Ling was shockingly talented, but he was still going to die in her hands. The rules of Qian Hall state that if there is a personal grudge, then it must be done according to the rules. Otherwise, it is against the rules. Lin Ling, you deserve to die. Even more experts roared. They had grasped onto Lin Ling's weakness. Lord Shui Wu and the other experts, now you have nothing to say, right? He killed my grandson. This grudge is irreconcilable. Old man of the South Pole said coldly. The majestic hall in the sky became silent. Although Shui Wu wanted to help Lin Ling, there were too many people who wanted Lin Ling dead. Once they had grasped onto his weakness, it would be hard for Lin Ling to turn the situation around. Also, my Lu Wangfu's people, Lin Ling, must die. Lu Wangye also walked out with a strong killing intent. Many experts smiled and nodded. Finally, they could see that Lin Ling was dead. How could this be? Looking at the crowd, Venerable Si Kongming's face turned ugly. As long as these people had grasped onto Lin Ling's weakness, they would immediately take action. Lin Ling was in trouble. Chapter 12-16. Beyond reprieve, Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? The old man of the South Pole took a step forward. What else do I have to say? Lin Ling's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed at this moment. He looked at the experts who were brimming with killing intent and his heart turned cold. These people still wanted him to die. As long as they could find a loophole or weakness, he would give them a heavy blow. However, they were too naive. I want to say, you old man, looking at the old man of the South Pole, Lin Ling softly said, are your old eyes blurry? What? Hearing those words, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Lin Ling was about to die and that Lin Ling would beg for mercy. Who knew that Lin Ling would curse at the old man of the South Pole? Good, good, good. Are these your last words? The old man of the South Pole laughed. If it wasn't for Mistress Water Mist, he would have slapped Lin Ling to death. Kill him. Lu Wangye roared. He couldn't hold back his killing intent. I killed your entire family. The old man of the South Pole is old and blurry. Are you, Lu Wangye, blind as well? If people say east, you believe east. What kind of Wangye are you? If you are a king, why don't you go home and sell sweet potatoes? Lin Ling glared at the old man of the South Pole. Facing a famous expert like Lu Wangye, he wasn't afraid. This kid is crazy. In the majestic palace, Mistress Water Mist and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling cursed 2 people in a row? Too arrogant. That kind of momentum not only didn't cause a punitive expedition, but instead turned the spearhead and argued with the crowd. Following the crowd? Just because she said one sentence, does it mean that I killed your people? Old man of the South Pole, Lu Wangye, if you aren't old and blurry, then what is? Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. His arrogance didn't diminish. His attitude was beyond everyone's imagination. Even the old man of the South Pole was shocked. Too abnormal. Lin Ling was definitely going to die, but he seemed to be completely confident. Wasn't this abnormal? Lin Ling, you killed those 2 people. Doesn't your conscience feel any remorse? You're already beyond saving. Nan Ping saw the hesitation on the old man's face and immediately shouted. It is you who should be guilty, ugly woman. Lin Ling stared coldly at Nan Ping. His gaze swept across the crowd. You said that I killed Lu Rufeng and the grandson of the old man of the South Pole. Then do you have any proof? It seems like you were the one who said the whole thing. How could you not know what kind of person I am? Nan Ping retorted forcefully. Her lovely eyes were also looking at the crowd. Nan Ping is a woman who is deeply principled and has an amiable personality. She shouldn't be lying. That's right. My disciple has a very good relationship with her. His evaluation of Nan Ping is that she is a very kind and amiable woman. We believe in her. Many experts voiced out. Apparently, Nan Ping had a good reputation among the major sections. Hearing the crowd support, Nan Ping's eyes revealed a hint of joy. Everything was as she had imagined. Everyone believed in her. That meant that she, as a witness, could prove everything. Then, she looked proudly at Lin Ling. The corner of her mouth curled up. That joyful smile turned into a smug one. Lin Ling, you're still not dead yet? You believe in her? I can only say that you are a bunch of blind old dogs. Lin Ling sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd. He scolded all those who had bad intentions towards him with the word old dogs. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. In fact, although you believe in her, you still want me to die. So, you want to kill me now. You are a bunch of hypocritical old dogs. The frivolous and disdainful voice floated out again. It was like countless slaps landing heavily on the faces of the experts. Their faces turned pale and they gritted their teeth. Kill him. Then, angry voices rose and fell one after another. I'm sorry, but you can't kill me. I'm going to prove how blind you are. Be disappointed, old dog. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and an exquisite stone shot towards the majestic palace in the sky. Countless people were puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? At the same time, in the majestic palace, Lord Shui Wu frowned. He waved his right hand, and the red sandalwood window of the palace opened. He caught the exquisite stone and exclaimed, it's an illusion stone. That little guy is not afraid in the face of danger. Most importantly, he is brave and resourceful. So, this illusion stone must be hiding some secret. Lu Susu was also curious. Open it and we'll know. Shui Wu poured spiritual qi into the illusion stone, and a magical scene appeared in the surroundings. The faces of Shui Wu and the others changed constantly. This little guy is very smart. He tricked everyone and used Nanping to give them a slap in the face. Shui Wu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. Lu Susu's expression relaxed. This guy is really tenacious. Every time he looks like he's going to die, he escapes. And this kind of genius, after experiencing life and death, will transform. In the future, his achievements will be even more terrifying. Lady Water Mist nodded. Lin Ling is not guilty. At the same time, Lady Shui Wu's voice drifted out. At the same time, the illusions appeared around the majestic palace, causing all the experts below to stare fixedly at them. Their murderous expressions changed one after another. They were like ducks whose necks were being held, and they couldn't say a word. What, my son died at Nanping's hands? Grandson. Lu Wangyan and the old man of the South Pole paled. Everything recorded in the illusion was the scene of Nanping killing Lu Rufeng and old man of the South Pole. As for Nanping, her face was deathly pale, and her body was trembling. She didn't think that Lin Ling would remember everything that happened that day. No wonder Lin Ling had let her go. It turned out that he already had a plan. She hadn't died that day because she was complacent. She wanted to make Lin Ling regret letting her go. But now she realized that Lin Ling didn't let her go, but wanted to ruin her reputation. You tricked me. Nanping couldn't hold back the anger in her heart, and she roared fiercely. You dug your own grave. Lin Ling indifferently replied. Nanping's heart was like dead ashes. Dug her own grave? Actually, killing you is very simple. But if you die like this, that would be letting you off too easily. I hate your hypocritical mask, so I want to remove that mask before you die. At least after you die, no one will sympathize with you. They will only feel disgust for you. Lin Ling said again, his face extremely indifferent. You are the devil. Nanping sat on the ground with a thump. As I said, I am only the mirror of your conscience. In fact, as long as you hide your identity from now on, you won't have to die at all. But you want me to die, but that will only quicken the pace of your death. You will be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Ling took a step forward, and indifferently said, Your end is here, Nanping. Pooh. Chapter 12-17. This child is like an emperor, this woman is so ugly. We were all fooled by her. I thought she was a righteous person. Who would have thought that she would kill someone who loved her for herself? She even killed her own junior brother. Sure enough, the kinder a person is, the more hypocritical they are. The crowd broke out into discussion. The scene of Nanping killing the two men was shocking. Although they were martial artists and had a lot of blood on their hands, at least even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. They would not attack the people who loved them. This woman is devoid of conscience. Elder. An elder said coldly. Although the person who died was not someone they knew, Nanping's perverted actions made many people unhappy. Numerous gazes stared at Nanping, causing her to feel as though she was duckweed in a storm. Death was scary enough, but what was even scarier was that her reputation would be ruined before she died. Those who admired and liked her all revealed looks of disgust at this moment. It was as though she had become an evil woman. I didn't want to. Elder. Nanping knelt down and wept bitterly. She was like a pear blossom bathed in rain. She was very moving. However, at this moment, no one believed her. In the past, she betrayed Yu Man-yun and slandered Yu Man-yun. At that time, Lin Ling saw through her, so Lin Ling tore off her mask. She suffered the consequences of her own actions. Why did you kill him? He treated you like a sister. Elder Nan Tian looked at Nan Ping angrily. His heart was broken. His grandson was killed by his disciple. How could this happen? Master, Elder. Nan Ping wanted to explain, but she could not say anything. My son Lu Rufeng really loved you, but you killed him for yourself. Lin Ling did not kill him, but you killed him. Do you have the heart of a snake or scorpion? Lu Wangye also looked at Nan Ping. His eyes were full of anger and killing intent. If Lu Rufeng died in Lin Ling's hands, he would definitely take revenge. However, if he died in Nan Ping's hands, he could not accept it because he knew that Lu Rufeng really loved Nan Ping. If you always walk by the river, how can your feet not get wet? Betraying someone once is fine, but how can you succeed every time? Lin Ling shook his head and slowly walked towards the majestic palace. He already knew what would happen to Nan Ping. At the same time, a mocking voice floated out from the square. Sorry, you are not qualified to kill me, old dogs. Elder. Lin Ling. Elder. The expressions of many cultivators were ugly. They wanted to find Lin Ling's weakness, but they failed once again. Instead, they were mocked by Lin Ling to the point where they could not refute him. His arrogance, his principles, his confidence, take Jin Luotong and return. The Golden Armor King also looked deeply at Lin Ling. In the end, he waved his hand. The golden ship slowly left into the distance. His expression was serious. Lin Ling was not simple. Master, no. Nan Ping was still kneeling in the square. She begged the old man of the South Pole. She was in pain. She wanted to use the pity card to move her master again. Impossible. The old man of the South Pole sighed softly. Things had already come to this. Even if he did not want to kill Nan Ping, the other cultivators would not let her live. Nan Ping did not kill Lin Ling. Instead, she embarrassed the other cultivators. You shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. He controls everything about you. Bang! Nan Ping's bones, flesh, and blood all over her body were reduced to dust. Her eyes were wide open, filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. She did not have a powerful innate talent, but she was born with an innate ability to control powerful cultivators to fight for her. She had grasped this ability, and in the future, she would definitely be a domineering existence. It was a pity that she did not make it to the future. Perhaps everything was like what Lin Ling said. Treachery and ingratitude. Stepping on the bones of others wouldn't allow one to reach the peak of the world. Senior sister Nan Ping. Yu Man-yun looked at the dead Nan Ping. Her heart was extremely complicated. Then, she quickly chased after Lin Ling. Lin Ling noticed Yu Man-yun's mood. He smiled and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable in your heart?" Yu Man-yun nodded. This world is like this. In order to become stronger, in order to enjoy the feeling of being above others, many people will abandon everything. However, I will never do that. Lin Ling smiled. I believe you will never do that. Yu Man-yun was stunned for a moment. The complicated feeling in her heart gradually disappeared. She held Lin Ling's hand and followed Lin Ling to the majestic palace. Their figures were extremely dazzling under countless gazes. At this moment, in the square, the experts snorted and finally left. Their hearts were filled with anger. As for the majestic palace, two figures slowly floated down. One was Lady Shui Wu, and the other was Lu Susu. Amazing, little guy. You're the only one in the entire Xianpeng province who can turn the tide with a cultivation of second-stage transcendent realm. When Lu Susu saw Lin Ling, she immediately smiled. Her smile was charming and enchanting. Lin Ling shook his head. He had met this woman once in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. However, they didn't know each other. He only knew that she seemed to have a strong background. He didn't expect her to speak to him. Then, Lin Ling subconsciously looked at Lu Susu's body. Instantly, he saw that her body was on the verge of exploding. Her robe seemed to be unable to cover her breasts. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he didn't dare to look anymore. Previously, Venerable C. Calming used his life to guarantee that I would help you once. At that time, I was still hesitating. However, you have proven Venerable C. Calming's foresight. You are very powerful. Lady Shui Wu also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. She didn't expect that the junior in the star-plucking Violet Mansion who opened the star-plucking empire would be so powerful. Thank you for your praise, lady. Lin Ling said neither arrogantly nor humbly. He didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. He didn't have much contact with experts like Lady Shui Wu. However, what surprised him was that Lady Shui Wu used her life to guarantee him. It seemed that Lady Shui Wu was a serious person, but she also had a true temperament. Lin Ling, the Qian Hall isn't as simple as you think. On the surface, there are rules, but you have to be careful of the people in the dark. Some people aren't stupid and won't do anything to you on the surface. Lady Shui Wu added. However, she didn't need to say this. Lin Ling naturally knew that. Although he was currently an outstanding talent, there were countless people in Xianpeng province who were stronger than him. For example, the 72 demon gods in heaven. Moreover, there were many secrets hidden in Xianpeng province. These secrets were only the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, although the Qian Hall didn't seem to allow private fights, Xianpeng province was huge. If someone wanted to kill him in a remote place, the Qian Hall wouldn't know at all. If you feel that there is something you can't solve, come find me at the Black-White Dao Palace. Since you have become an outstanding talent, the Qian Hall will reward you with Mu Xiu blood. Tomorrow, someone will send it to the C. Calming Heavenly Mansion. Yes. Chapter 12-18. The aftermath. If you want to buy anything, come to the Yinyang Main Hall. I'll give you a 20% discount. Lu Susu smiled and left. Before she left, her charming eyes were filled with tenderness, causing Yu Munyun's pupils to dilate. This expert seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling. After Lu Susu left, Yu Munyun frowned and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. This is my second time seeing her. I really don't know her. Then why did she ask you out? Yu Munyun was still in disbelief. She knew Lin Ling had great potential and was handsome. It wasn't strange for others to like him. However, that bewitching woman made her feel uncomfortable. How would I know? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The two of them then walked towards Venerable C. Calming and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Today's test was full of twists and turns. It had attracted so many experts. Luckily, they had passed the test. However, Lin Ling had to challenge the Golden Armor King, the peerless genius of the Lengia 10th Palace. Lin Ling knew that even if he didn't say it, Venerable C. Calming would still make the request. That was why he challenged the Golden Armor King. Lin Ling was willing to do it. Firstly, he had promised Venerable C. Calming 3 things, and he had to fulfill them. Secondly, Venerable C. Calming had helped him a few times. He had to repay the favor. At this moment, the crowd gradually left the square. Only a few people were left. The old man of the South Pole and Lu Wangye were still standing there. They looked at the dead Nanping in silence. The old man of the South Pole let out a sigh. In the end, he raised his head and looked at Venerable Si Kongming. At this moment, he didn't dare to look into Venerable Si Kongming's eyes. After all, Venerable Si Kongming was his brother. However, he trusted Nanping and didn't trust his brother. How could he not feel guilty when he tried to kill Venerable Si Kongming? Most importantly, Venerable Si Kongming wanted to explain to him in the star-picking Violet Palace. However, he was too stubborn and didn't listen to him. Sigh, I'm too old to see clearly. The old man shook his head. The one who died today is your grandson, but Lin Ling at least let you know what kind of terrifying demon is hiding by your side. You should know that although strength is respected in this world, when you slack off and are tired, people without any martial strength can also kill you. So, if you leave an ingrate alive, the one who will die will be you one day. Venerable Si Kongming looked at the old man of the South Pole and said. The old man of the South Pole's heart trembled violently. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he would still be kept in the dark. In the future, he might have been betrayed and framed by Nanping. At that time, there would be no medicine for regret. Lord Venerable, let's go. Lin Ling walked over, and Venerable Si Kongming nodded with a smile. However, when he passed by Old Man South Pole, the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Old Man South Pole saw his lips clearly. You owe him an apology. I'm sorry, I was blind before. You're right, I was wrong. After taking a deep breath, the old man looked at the slender figure and said loudly. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Lord Lu also said faintly. Lin Ling, who was walking forward, stopped and was slightly stunned. Then, he waved his hand with his back facing the two people. It's fine. The two words were like thunder in the hearts of the two people, and they laughed excitedly. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the golden armored ship moved forward majestically. On the ship, everyone stood quietly, looking into the distance. Jin Lang, Lin Ling is despicable. Why don't you kill him? A figure wearing snow-white clothes stood at the bow of the ship, leaning against the emperor-like golden armored man. The two of them were Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens and Golden Armor King. We can't kill him. Golden Armor King shook his head faintly. His eyes were still looking into the distance. He represents the Si Kongming Heavenly Palace to collect old debts. You actually said that we can't kill him? Could it be that you still can't forget Lingshan? Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens frowned. That's not the case. Golden Armor King let out a light breath and said, 4 pillars and 8 pillars, with Lady Water Mist here, there is still a gap between my current strength and hers. Thus, with Lady Water Mist here, I won't be able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the Cosmos Grand Ceremony is about to begin. The millions of sects might be reshuffled and submit. At this time, an ant like Lin Ling cannot distract me. I see. However, Lin Ling is too arrogant. He humiliated my disciple and humiliated you in front of everyone. This is hard to swallow. Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens was still unwilling to give up. Kill him if you have the chance. After all, this kid is not simple. In time, he will definitely become a king. Golden Armor King held Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens' hand and asked curiously, where did this kid come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? Why did he suddenly rise? In King Hong's bone reflecting mirror, Lin Ling came from an 8-star saint realm and a 6-star saint realm. He has no one behind him. Instead, he has many enemies, such as Celestial Master Su Xing, Evil God Bei Ming, and the 3-generation ghost sect. Only Venerable Si Kongming is protecting him. Mysterious Fairy of the Nine Heavens said. It's really not easy. He came from an insignificant 8-star saint realm and managed to stir up such a storm. There are very few people in Xianpeng province who can do such a feat now, not only is Venerable Sea Calming protecting him, but even Lord Shui Wu is moved by him. Golden Armor King narrowed his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and pointed his 5 fingers forward as if he was controlling the sky. Then, he suddenly clenched his fist. After I finish what I'm doing, if he's still alive, I'll kill him myself. Boom! Rumble! The white clouds in front of them exploded, and the wind blew violently. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The giant golden armored ship moved forward amidst the storm. An elegant fairy-like lady stood at the bow of the ship. Her expression was extremely complicated. "Get lost, Toad." Those words reverberated in her heart like thunder. She was Luo Xueman. She thought too highly of herself and was abandoned by Lin Ling. She felt that she had lost all face. However, she still had some hope before. At least, she wanted to let everyone know that Lin Ling dared to abandon her. Those were just words to show off. However, Lin Ling rose on the hero's ancient battlefield and fought the 72 demons in the sky. His name shook Xianpeng province. At that time, the hope in her heart was once again shattered by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was such a genius, and she still had the nerve to say that Lin Ling liked her? Lin Ling was right. She was not worthy. She was the Toad. Sky Tomb City was still bustling with noise. At the teleportation circle, several figures walked out. The hero's card is so good. It's free to use the teleportation circle, and you can bring people in and out at will. After walking out of the teleportation circle, Lin Ling smiled. With the hero's card, he could travel all over Xianpeng province. Hehe, Lin Ling, you can be considered the 3rd hero of Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Venerable Sea Calming said with a smile. This made Lin Ling curious. What about the other 2? My wife and I. Chapter 12-19. Want them to go home? Don't worry, I will also participate in the second half of the examination. I will definitely become a hero. Yu Mun Yun smiled, extremely confident. Venerable Sea Calming nodded with satisfaction. He had helped Lin Ling and the others in the past, but he hadn't thought that Lin Ling and the others would repay him so much. In particular, Golden Armor King had left in a rage out of humiliation. This made him feel proud and elated. We're back. As the group returned to Sea Calming Heavenly Mansion, a large number of people had already gathered there. They were all generals wearing 7-colored armor, as well as Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Ling and the others with anticipation. They already knew that Lin Ling was going to take the Outstanding Hero Card examination, but no one in Sea Calming Heavenly Mansion had ever succeeded. Even a Transcendent 4th Stage General had failed the examination. After all, the examination was too strict. One was not allowed to use martial arts or saint artifacts. Besides a top powerhouse, no one had ever succeeded. Ling, how was it? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others also knew how noble the Outstanding Hero Card was. Grandfather, Mother, the 4 Patriarchs, the Holy King, Old Sword, Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone was present. Even Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others who had fought side by side with him at the 7 Profound Martial House were present. They all looked at Lin Ling, the anticipation in their eyes thickening. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their flag, their faith. He was like a man that held up the sky. Fortunately, I didn't fail. Lin Ling took a deep breath and nodded. Success. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was so happy that his eyes were wet. He had watched Lin Ling from his youth, step by step becoming a king, and then rising up in Xianpeng province. Although he hadn't participated in the entire process, the feeling of accomplishment was as if he had done everything. It had to be known that the 6 sacred domains were small and insignificant places. Those that came from there were no different from mortals in Xianpeng province. They would never have the chance to shine in their entire lives. But today, Lin Ling represented the 6 sacred domains and became the first outstanding hero. Grandpa, second brother didn't take the outstanding person card test, but the outstanding person card test. He even defeated a hero in one battle. Sakura was also extremely excited as he couldn't help but shout out. What, Yingjie? Everyone's eyes widened, as if this was the first time they saw Lin Ling actually became a hero. According to their knowledge, heroes were at least in the 3rd to 4th layer of Transcendent realm. Moreover, they were the rarest of elites in this realm. And Lin Ling was only in the 2nd layer of Transcendent realm, yet he did it. This was especially true for the 7 generals. Their hearts were pounding violently. Lin Ling had actually become an elite. One had to know that Lin Ling had arrived later than them, but he was the first to succeed. This caused them to have a deep reverence for Lin Ling. Good. Ling, if your father was still alive, he would definitely be proud of you. Mo Nianchen smiled emotionally. This was her son, Lin Ling. Rain Master Mo Ping, I'm getting more and more envious of you. Why is the heavens so good to you, bestowing such a descendant to you? The 3 clan leaders looked at Rain Master Mo Ping with envy. Rain Master Mo Ping kept laughing. He was always strict, but at this moment, he didn't know what to say. The only thing he felt was pride. Just like the calamity of the 6 saint regions, it was his grandson who stopped it all. When they came to Xianpeng province, it was his grandson who became their belief. This kind of pride was indescribable. Of course. How bad can my seed be? Rain Master Mo Ping joked, which was a rare sight. Scram, if you didn't lower your head to your grandson back then, your grandson's achievements would have nothing to do with you. That's right, back then, I couldn't wait for you to abandon your grandson so that I could take advantage of you. In the end, you look cold on the outside, but your heart is more cunning than anyone else. What a hypocritical old man. The 3 clan leaders all teased, and Rain Master Mo Ping laughed even louder. He wasn't ashamed, but proud. In the past, he had lowered his head to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling finally stopped rejecting him. Now, it seemed that it was the smartest move in his life. Grandfather. Lin Ling looked at the 4 clan leaders teasing each other and shook his head helplessly. Then, he heard Ancestor Tai Yen and the others say that if the people of the Rainforest Holy Land knew about this news, the entire Rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories would be in an uproar. From their words, Lin Ling could see that Ancestor Tai Yen and the others missed the Rainforest Holy Land very much. Perhaps, as they grew older, they missed their home even more. Although their home wasn't as mysterious and vast as Xianpeng province, it was still the place where they grew up. That kind of feeling couldn't be erased in this lifetime. The Rainforest Holy Land currently belongs to the Void Star Divine Palace. I wonder if I can take it back. Lin Ling said to himself, remembering this matter in his heart. Ling Shan, father saw them today. At this moment, Venerable Si Calming smiled and suddenly looked at Ling Shan. Ling Shan was happy for Lin Ling like a big sister, but after hearing this, her expression slightly changed. Venerable Si Calming solemnly said, they are still as arrogant as before, but Lin Ling mercilessly humiliated them and did something that even I, as their father, couldn't do. Ling Shan, you should thank Lin Ling. Ling Shan shuddered. She hadn't seen that pair for many years, but she could imagine their pride. Even in her dreams, she wanted nothing more than to wash away that humiliation. Alas, that was only a dream. But now, Lin Ling had done it for her. Venerable Si Calming told her about the previous matter, causing Ling Shan to become even more excited. Lin Ling not only humiliated the mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens and the golden armor king, but he also helped her challenge the latter. Lin Ling, this. Ling Shan looked at Lin Ling in disbelief and worry. Lin Ling didn't explain and only smiled. We're family, there's no need to be so calculative. We're family. Ling Shan was taken aback for a moment before nodding with tears in her eyes. A simple sentence was enough to explain everything, because they were family. She was bullied and humiliated, but her family came out for her. Her little brother, Lin Ling, helped her regain her dignity in everything she had lost. Thank you. Ling Shan said word by word. Venerable Si Calming also said the same. Lin Ling smiled brightly. At this moment, he looked like the boy next door with a clean and persistent smile. Today, we'll hold a feast to celebrate Lin Ling. At night, the entire Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture was bustling with noise and excitement, causing Sky Tomb City to be puzzled. Later, they learned that a hero had been born in the Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Everyone in the city immediately celebrated. The Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture represented Sky Tomb City, and besides Venerable Si Calming, no other hero had been born. But today, one had finally appeared. Lin Ling didn't leave until it was late into the night. There was still laughter in the distance, but it was gradually fading away. Lin Ling looked up at the bright moon with a serious expression. He wondered if the moon in his hometown was as round as it was now. He thought of the rainforest sacred ground. He wanted his grandfather and the others to go home. The 6 sacred realms belong to Empyrean Void Star, and the latter is from the Kuan Temple. If I want to take them back, I can only rely on force. But I'm still a distance away from Empyrean Void Star. Chapter 12:20. Urgent need. The Great Hall of Heaven and Earth had a mysterious origin. It was an ancient auction house that didn't belong to the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth. However, since it was an auction house, there would be transactions. Perhaps the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth could help him take back the 6 saint domains. It seems that I have to get in touch with Lu Susu. Lin Ling sensed something and stretched out his right hand. An ancient jade pagoda floated out from his chest. It was the Purple Mansion. Then, Lin Ling entered it. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Elder Z appeared in that fairyland-like landscape. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and said, Elder Z, how is my strength now? Your Majesty can defeat a Transcendent Realm 4th layer if you go all out and kill a Transcendent Realm 5th layer if you send a demon god. Of course, the success rate is low, but Your Majesty's armor can ensure your safety. Elder Z said. Lin Ling nodded and asked doubtfully, how can my ancient flame devil increase its strength? Why is it so slow? At the peak of the 72 demon gods, they are invincible in the Transcendent Realm, but some of them are also in the Saint Realm. In the ancient 4 great ancient countries, they are the guardian gods. If the ancient flame demon wants to improve, it must devour fire attribute demon gods. Moreover, there are even stronger existences above the demon gods. For example, the Golden Armor King has one. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. So, it will be difficult for me to defeat him? Not necessarily. When a demon god reaches its peak, there is a chance that it has the strength of a peak Saint Realm expert. Your Majesty has 2 demon gods. As long as the demon gods grow, together with your own strength, you will be able to display the peak strength of a demon god. Elder Z said. Lin Ling understood. Send the heavenly book down. I want to practice martial arts. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that he had to work harder. Your Majesty, why don't you practice the way of forging? The way of forging left by the previous emperor can also increase your combat strength. For example, Your Majesty's armor refining process can also improve your martial arts. Since it can be done this way, let me give it a try. Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. At the same time, a heavenly scripture descended from the sky. It was none other than the refinement method for the Emperor armor. This method was extremely complex and contained 99,999 formation runes. This armor is the most common celestial weapon. It has a wide range of coverage. If your Majesty can successfully refine it, then you will be able to refine many low-grade saint artifacts. Elder Z admired Lin Ling's diligence very much. He continued, however, the previous emperor used 20 years to succeed. Your Majesty's talent is outstanding, so you should be able to succeed in 15 years. Especially the first pattern, if you can inscribe it in a short period of time, then it will be twice the result with half the effort. Elder Z recalled the scene of the previous emperor's cultivation and felt nostalgic. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed and he said in disbelief, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you won't need 15 years. You can succeed in 10 years. Lin Ling didn't hear Elder Z's words at all. His eye of time had appeared and he could vaguely see through all the flaws in the heavenly book. He even saw great Emperor Zhai Xing's youthful appearance in the heavenly book. Back then, he had been refining the Emperor armor. Subconsciously, Lin Ling used his spiritual energy to inscribe the runes in the sky. He did it with both his hands at the same time, multitasking. In a short period of time, he finally managed to inscribe the first pattern. You succeeded in inscribing the first pattern so quickly. It seems like your Majesty has an existence that surpasses the Violet Palace realm. Elder Z was tongue-tied. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling forgot to eat and sleep as he continued to inscribe the runes. This allowed his control over his spiritual energy and physical body to reach a higher level. However, this didn't mean that he would succeed in the future. Second pattern, failure. Second pattern, success. The pattern had the power to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely ancient and gave the saint artifact a powerful ability. Time passed quietly. A year later, Lin Ling left the Violet Palace realm. At this moment, only a day had passed in the outside world. At the same time, the outstanding wood blood from the Qian Hall was sent over and Lin Ling brought it into the Violet Palace realm. Your Majesty, the Qian Hall is so stingy. They actually gave such trash treasures as a reward for becoming a hero. Back when the previous emperor was still on the throne, geniuses who performed meritorious deeds were rewarded with a sea of rootless water. Elder Z said in disdain as he stared at the bottle of outstanding wood blood. The ancient era isn't like the present. The present is even poorer. Lin Ling said helplessly. Outstanding wood blood, the blood of the outstanding wood tree. Although it isn't as valuable as the rootless water, it's still better than nothing. Your Majesty, please consume it. Elder Z said in disdain. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He could only drink the outstanding wood blood. Soon after, he felt his body heating up. Small worlds exploded one after another. However, the effect wasn't as good as the rootless water. At the same time, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had reached 1.9 million small worlds. He was only a step away from the second stage. It's really a worthless treasure. Elder Z said in disdain. Lin Ling was a little depressed. He was only a step away. He looked at Elder Z with anticipation. Elder Z said awkwardly, Your Majesty, the Violet Palace realm has everything except for cultivation resources. Continue inscribing the runes. Lin Ling said gloomily. If he didn't have money, then he would have to think of ways to get back the money. He would forge saint artifacts himself and sell them. Cultivation time was boring, but Lin Ling gritted his teeth and persevered. Unknowingly, 12 years had passed. During this period of time, he was already able to forge king-grade saint artifacts. He even forged 5 emperor refinement armors. The materials were borrowed from Dong Fu's old man. Fortunately, Dong Fu's old man wasn't around. In addition, the people in the old man's residence recognized Lin Ling. Thus, Lin Ling's urgent need was solved. As for the emperor refinement armor, it could withstand the attacks of a transcendent 6th-stage cultivator and was extremely powerful. However, it required one to have spiritual energy to wear it. Thus, Lin Ling kept 3 of them for Yu Mengyun and the others while selling the remaining 2. Other than the initial success in forging, Lin Ling's martial arts had also improved. He had completely grasped and familiarized himself with the earth-uprooting heavens move. There were also changes. The sword move became 2 moves. Life without money isn't easy. It's hard for my cultivation to improve. I have to sell the Emperor Refinement Armor. Only 12 days had passed in the outside world after leaving the Z Mansion. Lin Ling greeted Venerable Si Kaming and left Sky Tomb City. He wanted to find the Yinyang Main Hall's auction. I've already investigated. The Yinyang Main Hall's auction is at the Sea Gazing Corner. That place is only a day's journey from Sky Tomb City. Let's go there. Lin Ling didn't use the teleportation array. Instead, he planned to walk. After 12 years of bitter cultivation in the Z Mansion, he wanted to go out for a walk to relax his mind. Stepping on the chains of Sky Tomb City, Lin Ling shot forward. White clouds fluttered in the sky. The sun was charming, causing Lin Ling to smile. After rushing for 2 hours, a strange aura filled the air. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His soul force had reached the 30th level. Naturally, he could feel the prying gaze. In a mountain range, Lin Ling floated down. A jug of wine appeared in his hand. He looked at the sky indifferently. You followed me for so long. Aren't you tired? Chapter 12:21. Ambushed. The clouds in the sky exploded, and 12 figures slowly walked down. The person in the lead was also drinking wine, and he carried a jade pipa on his back. He was around 40 years old, and his cold face had a weathered look. These 12 people weren't weak, all of them had heroes' tokens. The weakest of them was a transcendent 3rd-stage cultivator, while the leader was a transcendent 4th-stage cultivator. These people were obviously heroes of the past because they were all over 25 years old. Of course, the older they were, the more solid their cultivation base would be. What do you want? Yes. Lin Ling was still drinking wine as he spoke indifferently. His heart was heavy. He didn't expect someone to follow him so soon after he left Sky Hill City. It seemed like Mistress Shui Wu was right. Those who wanted to kill him wouldn't do it openly. I drink wine, you drink wine too. What you don't know is that I drink raw wine, you drink dead wine. Yes. The middle-aged man with the pipa shook his head as if he was talking to himself. He took out his pipa and started to sing in the air. His voice was heroic, shaking the clouds. Occasionally, good wine would flow down his throat, giving him an indescribable elegance. Wild song, your elegance is still the same as before. Yes. The other 11 people smiled faintly as if they were admiring the middle-aged man's pipa. They weren't worried about what they were going to do next. Lin Ling frowned. These people seemed to be very arrogant. He spoke again, what do you want? Yes. Shut up, the song hasn't ended yet. Your time of death hasn't come yet. Yes. One of the 11 people shouted angrily, as if he was angry at Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. Seems like you're here to kill me. Who told you to come? Lin Ling sneered. It wasn't hard to understand the meaning of their words. They were here to kill him. If they could kill him, then kill him. Why play the pipa? Did they think that Lin Ling was an ant that could be trampled on? You don't understand the Tao of killing. Killing is an art. If you kill crudely, how can you talk about the Tao of killing? Yes. A girl from the 11th high school also shouted coldly. She then shook her head. As for who wants to kill you, you don't need to know. You only need to know that your head is very valuable. At the same time, in order to let you walk safely in hell, we'll give you a song. This is the rule of the 12 Northern Mountains evil killers. Yes. 12 heroes, no wonder you're so confident. But could it be that you've never thought that this song is not for me, but for you? Lin Ling slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword, his eyes turning cold. I know that your star-seizing Violet Palace has killed heroes in the past, but those were only heroes that had just risen to prominence. You ought to know that we're already over 25 years old, and our strengths are the strongest amongst the heroes. Not to mention that you can kill one hero, but it doesn't mean that you can fight all the heroes. An old man said with a smile. His smile was very benevolent, but his words were very cold. Not to mention the fact that we have 12 heroes. The woman was still as cold as ever. In the sky, the middle-aged man who was playing the pipa seemed to be intoxicated by his own music. He shook his head slightly, as if he was enjoying the final song that would kill, but that person. Lin Ling's smile became even colder. Didn't she tell you that I'm already a hero? Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling moved. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at the sky. The earth exploded. A power close to 2 universes was released. The 11 people's eyes narrowed. They seemed to see a sword slashing toward the sky. That momentum was shocking. Don't panic. Kill him after the song. Our rules can't be broken. Yi Shan, stop him. But soon, the old man said indifferently. He still adhered to his rule of killing people, and gave them a song of hell. The others also regained their calmness and were intoxicated by the pipa music. Lin Ling could kill heroes, but killing one did not mean that he could kill all of them. Moreover, they were all veteran heroes. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling had already become a hero. Pop! Pop! With a slash of the sword, the power of 2 universes erupted. The great sword was like a rainbow, and one of them took a large step forward. His ultimate martial art was released, controlling the earth on the ground. However, with a slash of the sword, the castle-like earth was split into 2, and even that person was split into 2. Buzz! The sound of the pipa stopped. The middle-aged man was no longer intoxicated by the music. The eyes of the others narrowed. The one who died was a transcendent realm cultivator. His strength wasn't weak, but he was killed in a single strike. Lin Ling was different from what the middle-aged man had said. Who asked you to come? Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he once again shot forward. His large sword slashed out like a rainbow. Compared to when he was in the hero's assessment, his current strength had increased by almost 30%. An ordinary sword attack could reach the power of 2 universes. Most importantly, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had been refined by himself once. He had removed the profound meaning of the overwhelming righteousness and increased its defense and attack. It could even be said that this sword was another form of the armor that the Emperor had refined. Pop! Pop! The second sword slashed out and yet another elite died. This time, it was an elite at the 4th level of the Transcendent realm. The expressions of the remaining elites drastically changed. They were finally certain that Lin Ling was different from what that person had said. After all, that person had said that Lin Ling was able to kill the elite, but it was a narrow victory. Kill! Pop! 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 There was no need for extreme pattern martial arts, and there was no need for a burst of spiritual source. Physical strength represented everything. This sword exceeded the power of 2 universes, reaching the power of 3 universes, extremely terrifying. Rumble. Like a bolt of lightning striking down, the sword split the remaining heroes into 2. Only 2 of them were still alive. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Lin Ling a hero? You are a hero. The middle-aged man playing the pipa was one of the survivors. At this moment, how could he still be thinking about playing the pipa? Pop. 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 Lin Ling stepped on the void and nodded coldly. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and a majestic aura was released once again. Heaven Sword. This sword slashed towards the sky from below as if it wanted to split the sky into 2. This was the power of the first layer of the Fiend God Overlord physique. One move turned into 2 moves, first the earth, then the sky. Pop. An enormous sword beam soared into the sky. The middle-aged man who was playing the pipa had a terrified expression on his face. He felt that he could only receive this sword attack and not dodge it. This was a rule that only Great Success Realm Extreme Pattern Martial Arts had. Looking at the sword slashing down from the ground, he constantly roared in his heart. Pop. Chapter 12:22. Sending you a song of hell, sending you a song of hell. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The middle-aged man trembled again. The 12 evil killers of the northern mountains had a rule. Before killing someone, they would send them a song of hell. However, they didn't expect that the song would be sent to them today. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the middle-aged man was split into 2. Blood splattered across the sky. With his strength, how could he block Lin Ling? One must know that Lin Ling was currently invincible among the elites. Who sent you here? Lin Ling sheathed his sword and looked at the last person. That person's face was pale. He knew that the information he received was wrong. Lin Ling had already become an elite, and a powerful one at that. However, he smiled and said, I can tell you. Just as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. An invisible needle shot towards Lin Ling, Heavenly Bone Needle, a low-level heavenly soldier. I obtained it from the ruins of the Hong Dynasty. I have never used it. I didn't expect to finally use it today. Lin Ling, you are dead. That person was an old man. At this moment, he laughed loudly. Lin Ling had let down his guard. He would die without a doubt. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he sensed a terrifying killing intent shooting towards him. Most importantly, that killing intent gave him the feeling that he could only receive it. There was no way to avoid it. The Heavenly Bone Needle was terrifying. Ding! A crisp sound came from Lin Ling's body. The Heavenly Bone Needle had hit Lin Ling. The old man finally let out a sigh of relief. Die. Those who are pierced by the Heavenly Bone Needle will first have their innate saint body corroded, then their flesh, and finally turn into a pile of mud. Not to mention a second stage Transcendent, even a 5th stage Transcendent wouldn't be able to block this needle. His words were filled with confidence. A celestial soldier was extremely rare and could allow a warrior to have the ability to fight above his level. However, his laughter soon became softer and softer, even turning into silent laughter. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his head. His eyes were ice-cold, and at his chest area, a black armor appeared. A large part of the armor was caved in, but it blocked the penetration of the Sky Bone Needle. You're not the only one who has a heavenly soldier. A voice filled with killing intent floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the old man's eyes to widen. Lin Ling also had a heavenly soldier? Who sent you here? Lin Ling said coldly as he slowly walked forward. The old man's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than he had imagined. They had obviously accepted the wrong mission this time. However, seeing Lin Ling slowly walking towards him, he suddenly sneered and shouted, "Are you curious? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. We, the 12 evil killers of the northern mountains, have an ancient bloodline. Our heads can be cut off, but we will never lose our backbone. Lin Ling, you can kill me, but you will never know who your enemy is, ha ha ha." As if he had grasped Lin Ling's lifeline, the old man's laughter became more and more arrogant. He was very smart, he knew that the more fearless he was, the higher the chance of survival. Moreover, Lin Ling wouldn't kill him. Before he figured out who was going to kill him, he wouldn't dare to make a move. In fact, you said that you still have a chance to live. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The old man still sneered, he didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. However, he soon heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice, "It's actually not hard to guess who killed me. You should know that I've become an elite. There are probably not many people in the Qian Hall who don't know about it, but there are many people in the Kuan Hall who don't know. Therefore, your employer came from the Kuan Hall. In addition, you are very familiar with the matters of the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, there was only one elite who escaped from my hands, the Northern Witch. You." The old man's smile froze and his eyes widened. "It seems that I was right." Lin Ling sneered and raised the sword in his hand, causing the old man to frantically beg for mercy. Previously, he thought that he had grasped Lin Ling's weakness, so he was fearless. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to guess his employer. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling swung his sword and at the same time, he waved his left hand and a sea of flames gushed out, burning the corpses on the ground and in the sky. Northern Darkness Evil God. After that, Lin Ling shot into the distance. His killing intent towards the Northern Darkness Evil God became even stronger. During the Great Calamity in the Rainforest Holy Land, the Northern Darkness Evil God wanted to kill the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling had always remembered this grudge in his heart. Now that the Northern Darkness Evil God dared to kill him, it was time to end the grudge between him and the Northern Darkness Evil God. Currently, Lin Ling wasn't far from the Northern Darkness Evil God's level. As long as he reached the Transcendent Stage 3, Lin Ling would personally visit the Northern Darkness Evil God. The Heavenly Bone Needle was very strange. If it wasn't for the Emperor's armor, I'm afraid I would have died. It seems that I can't underestimate the weak. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and then said to Elder Z, "Elder Z, do you have any martial arts that can hide one's aura?" "Hide one's aura?" "I do, but this martial art doesn't hide one's aura, instead, it causes one's aura to become chaotic, making it impossible for others to see through one's cultivation. This martial art is called the Stellar Tower Art." Elder Z's voice came out. At the same time, a martial art entered Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling immediately began cultivating it. This martial art wasn't difficult. Its advantage was that it could cause one's aura to become chaotic, but its disadvantage was that once one used their spiritual qi, others would still be able to sense one's cultivation. However, this martial art was very suitable for Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling had the Shadow Buddha incense flame chain. Once he used it, even a Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect him. However, the previous sneak attack had made Lin Ling realize that the other party sometimes didn't play by the rules. If he hadn't used the Shadow Buddha incense flame chain, he wouldn't have been able to block it, so it wasn't wrong to be cautious. The Stellar Tower Art could cause one's aura to become chaotic and conceal one's appearance so others wouldn't be able to recognize him. Taking out a large cloak and putting it on, Lin Ling headed toward Sea Gazing Point. A day later, the ancient city appeared in front of him. This city was located on a cliff by the sea. Standing in the city, one could see the entire sea. This was where the name Sea Gazing Point came from. This time, the Universe Main Hall's auction would be held in this city. When the auction started, the city was also in a state where martial arts were prohibited. After entering the city, Lin Ling found that the entire Sea Gazing Point was filled with masters. There were people from both the Universe Main Hall and the Universe Main Hall. If it weren't for the Universe Main Hall's presence, these people from the two banners would have already started fighting. This auction is even grander than the one in Sky Tomb City. Lin Ling thought to himself. He was wearing a large cloak, and coupled with his mysterious aura, no one dared to provoke him along the way. Lin Ling also inquired about the location of the Universe Main Hall's auction. The location was Jade Heaven Hall. This wasn't difficult to find. The difficult part was how to get his Emperor refined armor into the auction. Jade Heaven Hall was located in the center of Sea Gazing City. The entire building was carved from rare white jade and filled with a magnificent aura. Stop, the auction will begin tomorrow. No one is allowed to approach today. Chapter 12:23. Seeing Lu Susu again, as expected of the Yinyang Main Hall, even the guards are so powerful. Lin Ling thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, one of the five smiled and said, "Senior, it's not that we are rude, but this is a serious matter. Please forgive us." Obviously, the five of them had sensed that Lin Ling's aura was extremely mysterious. Moreover, his cloak made it difficult for others to see through him. Hence, they immediately became respectful. They knew that Xianpeng province was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In front of them were the Yinyang Main Hall, behind them were the Seven Emperors Heaven, ancient martial artists, descendants of the Jiuli tribe, and so on. I was just passing by and happened to have a few small items to auction. Why? Are you not allowed to do that? Lin Ling laughed in his heart. At the same time, he spoke in a low and hoarse voice. The art of the Celestial Tower was indeed powerful. As long as he concealed his appearance, the other party would not be able to recognize him. I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. The five of them looked at each other. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled bitterly and said, "The Yinyang Main Hall's auction must be carried out immediately. If we suddenly add in some treasures, it will disrupt the order. Unless senior's treasures are rare." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He remembered that a divine weapon had appeared in the Sky Tomb City's auction. Now that he had a heavenly weapon, it should not be difficult for him to enter the auction. "Fifth Lu, we have guests. Are you going to be so negligent?" At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. At the door, a petite figure appeared. It was a woman in a purple robe. Her shoulders were exposed from the robe, and her collarbone was alluring. At the side of the robe, one could faintly see her slender and fair legs. This woman had the charm of a mature woman. She was as charming as a demon. She was Lu Susu. "Greetings, madam." The faces of the guards changed as they bowed respectfully. It seemed that Lu Susu held a high position in their hearts. Lu Susu ignored them and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. "Senior, you have come from afar. You must have some treasures to auction. If the great hall of heaven and earth has not received you well, please forgive us. Please come in." She looked at Lin Ling as she spoke. When she saw that Lin Ling was silent, her heart became heavy. She had long known that Xianpeng province had many hidden experts. This mysterious cloaked man's aura was vast, sometimes weak, sometimes strong, and sometimes strong. Coupled with his indifferent look, it seemed that his background was not weak. "All right." Lin Ling stared at Lu Susu indifferently. His gaze landed on the twin peaks that were about to pop out. He didn't dare to look any more and immediately said in a low voice. Although Lu Susu had met him last time, Lin Ling didn't know if this mysterious woman was a friend or foe. Therefore, he had to be careful. After all, there were many people in Xianpeng province who wanted to give their lives to him. The two entered the door and walked along the corridor. Lu Susu was in front, and Lin Ling was behind her. Lin Ling looked at her alluring body and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Demoness." After a while, the two came to a side room. The room was filled with fragrance. Lu Susu sat down and crossed her legs. The roots of her thighs could be vaguely seen. She placed the fragrant tea on the table and said, "Senior, may I know what you want to auction?" She seemed to be courteous when she greeted Lin Ling, but her actions were filled with the aura of a businesswoman. King-grade saint artifacts. 2 sets of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are 10 sets in total. The holder can reach the peak of the profound meaning of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, he can comprehend the corresponding supreme martial arts. Lin Ling said in a hoarse voice. Lu Susu was still smiling, but her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. King-grade saint artifacts were not ordinary treasures. It should be known that in the auction in Sky Tomb City, the starting price of a saint artifact was 100 primordial stones. As for king-grade saint artifacts of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth series, the starting price could reach 500 primordial stones. Lu Susu smiled and said the price. Lin Ling's heart thumped. It was more expensive than he had imagined. Lu Susu was still smiling, but her heart was heavy. This mysterious person was not simple. He was probably a real ancient expert. After all, when a king-grade saint artifact was successfully forged, a saint tribulation would descend. Ordinary blacksmiths couldn't withstand 10 saint tribulations if they took out 10 sets of king-grade saint artifacts at once. However, Lu Susu knew the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng province. Who was this mysterious person? Senior, other than the king-grade saint artifacts, are there any other treasures to be auctioned? Lu Susu continued to ask. Lin Ling pondered. He still had 2 sets of low-level heavenly soldiers, and he was considering whether he should take them out. In the end, he said indifferently, "There's another set of low-level heavenly soldiers. The Emperor refines armor. I wonder how much it costs." What? Heavenly soldiers? Lu Susu sucked in a breath of cold air. According to what she knew, heavenly soldiers were more powerful than saint artifacts. They were also more difficult to forge. A set of heavenly soldiers would take several years to forge. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation of a heavenly soldier was even more terrifying. She didn't know that Lin Ling had successfully forged a heavenly soldier, and the heavenly tribulation had descended. However, it was blocked by his purple palace, so Lin Ling didn't encounter the heavenly tribulation at all. What's the price? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Heavenly soldiers are expensive, so please allow me to wait. Lu Susu's face was solemn. She waved her right hand and said, "Let the Lord come and take a look." Yes. Outside the room, someone responded. Lu Susu smiled at Lin Ling and said, "I'm sorry. The appearance of a heavenly soldier in the auction will definitely cause a commotion in Xianpeng province. Therefore, the auction will have to see if the heavenly soldier is real. Otherwise, if the cultivators in the world are deceived, then even if I'm the hall master of the Yinyang main palace, I'll still be torn apart by them." Her words were joking, but coupled with her bewitching aura, it could make any man's heart surge. Lin Ling was the same, but his soul force was powerful. He quickly calmed down and didn't dare to look at Lu Susu under the cloak. "As you wish." A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Lu Susu's heart trembled. She was even more certain that this senior was an expert. After all, she knew that as long as it was a man, most of them wouldn't be able to escape from her bewitching aura. No matter how strong they were, they would still lose their mind for a short period of time. However, the person in front of her was calm and composed. He was either an old man, or he was too strong. Palace Master Lu, why did you summon this old man? At this time, the door was pushed open and an old man walked in. Lin Ling looked over and was instantly speechless. This person was Old Man Dong Fu. Senior Dong Fu, I invited you over this time to help me appraise these heavenly soldiers. Lu Susu stood up and smiled. Heavenly soldiers? Old Man Dong Fu's expression changed slightly, but quickly became curious. As a blacksmith, he was naturally interested in the works of his peers. He sat down and smiled. To be able to appraise treasures is this old man's good fortune. If the appraisal isn't good, I hope you won't mind. Also, although I am a blacksmith, but when it comes to appraising, I can't compare to a friend of mine. His eyes are poisonous. Last time, when he helped me appraise treasures, he helped me successfully forge a heavenly soldier. He is truly a genius. Unfortunately, at the Dinghai Heavenly House, his talent is somewhat lacking. He seemed to be speaking to Lu Susu, but in reality, he was speaking to Lin Ling. It seemed that he was afraid of failing the appraisal and being mocked by others, so he used his friend Lin Ling. Chapter 12:24. Transaction. It's the hero Lin Ling from not long ago. Old Man Dong Fu laughed, as if he didn't want to lose out in front of the mysterious person and lose his seniority, so he kept talking about how powerful Lin Ling's eyes were and how sharp they were. Cough cough, appraise it. Lin Ling couldn't help but cough. Old Man Dong Fu was praising him right in front of him. Lin Ling blushed as he heard this. Was he really that powerful? Lin Ling, this little guy, I've always been curious about him. What made Lin Ling speechless was that Lu Susu's jade-like hand touched her chin, like a fox meeting its prey. She licked her Hongyan's lips with her tongue. Her seductive actions made Lin Ling's heart beat violently. Then, Lin Ling took out the Emperor Refined Armor. Low-level heavenly soldier, Emperor Refined Armor. Old Man Dong Fu saw Lin Ling take out a set of black armor and immediately exclaimed. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Senior Dong Fu, what's so special about this armor? Lu Susu asked curiously. This armor comes from one of the 4 great ancient countries, Star-Seizing Country. Its forging method has already been lost. Moreover, there are several types of Emperor Refined Armor. There are Emperor Refined Armor, Upper Refined Armor, and even Heavenly Refined Armor. Old Man Dong Fu was very knowledgeable, but then he smiled bitterly. Although this armor is a heavenly soldier, its range is too wide. There are more than 99,900 types of runes. Therefore, this old man's skills are limited. I can only confirm that this armor is real, but I can't see its specific effects. This armor can block any attack from a Transcendent Realm cultivator, and the wearer only needs to be a Transcendent. Lin Ling said indifferently. This armor is heaven-defying. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed. One must know that it was very difficult to raise one's cultivation level. The difference of one realm was huge. Many geniuses had to go through the Transcendent Realm in their growth process, and at that time, they were very weak and could be easily killed by others. But with the Emperor Refined Armor, it could protect them from harm for a long time. This armor was worthy of being the armor used by emperors to protect their princes. Worthy of being an ancient armor, a set of armor can allow an early Transcendent Realm cultivator to block an attack from a peak Transcendent Realm cultivator, heaven-defying. The old man Dong Fu also exclaimed. The use of the armor was too great. Then he looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Did you obtain it in the ruins? Or did you forge it yourself? I forged it. Lin Ling said bluntly. The Emperor Refined Armor was the lowest level of armor in the Violet Palace realm. Currently, he was learning the Emperor Refined Armor. Qi. Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu inhaled sharply. The old man of Dongfu said again, according to what I know, forging armor for His Majesty is the hardest. The process is extremely dry. How did Sir succeed? When you spend 12 years on something, you will succeed no matter how difficult it is. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. This was indeed the truth. He'd refined for an entire 12 years in the Violet Palace realm, and if it wasn't for his extraordinary willpower, he would have given up halfway a long time ago. Qi. Lu Susu and old man Dong Fu gasped again. They were even more certain that Lin Ling was a 100-year-old monster. How could an ordinary person spend 12 years to refine a set of armor? Impossible. I have 2 sets of this armor. The first set is for auction, the second set I want to ask Temple Lord Lu to do something for me. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. Please speak. 8-star sacred domain, 6 sacred domain. That place is of some use to me, so I want to buy it. However, that place currently belongs to Kun Temple, and I don't want to be too entangled with Kun Temple, so I want to ask Temple Lord Lu to come forward and discuss this matter. Lin Ling said word by word. He was nervous and excited. Whether or not he could let his grandfather return home depended on Lu Susu. This matter is simple, it's only an 8-star sacred domain. Xianpeng province has dozens of them, a mere 6 sacred domain won't be a problem for me, and Kun Temple will give me some face. Lu Susu thought Lin Ling had some excessive request, who knew it would be such a simple matter. Although the 6 sacred domain was vast and boundless, that place's spirit chi was thin, and no martial artist liked to go there. It wasn't a big deal for her to come forward and buy it with vitality stones from Kun Temple. Most importantly, a small sacred domain seemed to be able to gain the favor of an ancient martial artist. She took advantage of this matter. Alright, if this matter is successful, I will immediately come to Yinyang Temple to auction if I have the Emperor refined armor. Lin Ling wasn't a fool, he immediately returned the favor. As expected, old people are shrewd. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was secretly happy. It was refreshing to work with an old person. She could get 1% of the auction of these treasures, and that was a huge sum. Most importantly, Yinyang Temple would become famous because of this. Alright, I can't stay any longer. When the auction ends, I will come to collect the money. Lin Ling stood up and left. He couldn't stay any longer. After all, Lu Susu was a shrewd person, and old man Dong Fu was a friend. If he stayed any longer, it would be easy to give himself away. At that time, it would be inevitable that people would ask why he had the Emperor refined armor. At that time, if people knew that he had the Purple Mansion, there would be even more martial artists eyeing him covetously. Senior, why don't you stay and let me entertain you? Lu Susu said anxiously. She didn't want such a popular person to leave just like that. She still wanted to establish a friendship. Temple Master Lu. Old man Dong Fu said in a low voice, making Lu Susu's eyes flicker. In the end, she could only nod. Lin Ling bowed slightly and turned to leave. Senior Dong Fu, this person's background is mysterious and his strength is monstrous. If I can gain his favor, it will be beneficial to me. Why did you stop me before? Lu Susu helplessly sat back down and crossed her legs. Her laziness carried a charming air. These ancient martial artists are unsociable. They like freedom and don't like others to get too close to them. So if you want to establish a friendship with him, you can't be in a hurry. He will come to you when he needs to. If you force him too much, it will have the opposite effect. Old man Dong Fu smiled. This made Lu Susu understand. Her jade hand picked up the teacup. After taking a sip, she said lazily, "This senior is like a treasure trove. With his seniority, he is actually interested in the 6 sacred realms. How strange. Yes, for a martial artist like him, he can get whatever he wants. Why would he want a rural place? Old man Dong Fu was also puzzled. But he quickly smiled. Maybe he doesn't want it for himself, but for someone else. For example, his disciple. Maybe his disciple comes from the 6 sacred realms, so the senior wants to take it back for his disciple. Finding someone from the countryside to be his disciple. These century-old monsters really do have strange ways of doing things. What outstanding geniuses can the 6 sacred realms have? Lu Susu said disdainfully. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes focused. The 6 sacred realms have no fame, but one person shocked Xianpeng province. Lin Ling. Old man Dong Fu and Lu Susu said at the same time. Their eyes were wide. Could it be that the senior wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple? This was very likely. After all, century-old monsters did things with strange ways of doing things. So close. Dealing with these people is even more difficult than fighting. Chapter 12:25. Seeing an old friend, human-faced flowers from the Devil Capital Mountain, only 10 origin stones. It's gone if you miss it. Ghost Realm, Yellow Springs Ghost Chi. It's most suitable for cultivators of the Ghost Dao. It was obtained from the Yellow Springs region with great difficulty. 50 origin stones per bottle. The streets were bustling with noise. Many cultivators from Xianpeng province had come because the Heavenly Hall's auction was being held here. Ghost Realm. Lin Ling subconsciously touched the jade pendant around his neck. He remembered the second dream. That dream was still not over. Lin Ling's right hand clenched into a fist as he looked at the sky. He knew that it was about time to go to the Ghost Realm. Lin Ling, it's you? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling turned around and smiled. In the middle of the street, a slender figure quickly walked over with joy. This person was fresh and handsome, wearing a long brown robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he looked extremely spirited. He was Yang Gan of the 6 sacred regions. Yang Gan, why are you here? Lin Ling was a little excited. It was hard to describe how he felt to meet an old acquaintance in Xianpeng province. Huh, it's really you. Yang Gan quickened his pace as the smile on his face grew wider. Lin Ling and he were both saints in the past. They had grown up together until the 6 saint regions were destroyed. They went their separate ways. Now that they met again, he was also very happy. You're really something. You've become a hero of the Heavenly Hall. Not long ago, your name also spread in Xianpeng province. Yang Gan came to Lin Ling's side and thumped Lin Ling's chest. He had received the news a few days ago. At that time, he was incomparably proud. Lin Ling was the #1 hero of the 6 saint regions. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He looked at Yang Gan and realized that Yang Gan, who was like a good friend in the past, had quietly changed. Yang Gan became more profound and there was a coldness in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Yang Gan's growth in Xianpeng province had allowed him to understand many things. Oh right, I saw Yu and the others. Then he saw Lin Ling's pupils constricting. Smiling, he said, Yu and Anuer are both fine. In fact, their strength has increased significantly. I met them in the ruins of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 ancient kingdoms. Unfortunately, that arcane pocket realm was too dangerous, so I only managed to catch a glimpse of them. Furthermore, they helped me. They said that they wanted to go to the easternmost part of Xianpeng province. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wanted to find Yu and the others, but he also knew that Xianpeng province was too big. It was impossible to find them. Moreover, he had a lot of things to do at the moment, so he couldn't leave. Don't worry. They are stronger than me, and they have more opportunities. They will definitely be fine. They might even be stronger than you now. Yang Gan knew that Lin Ling was worried, so he comforted him. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Everyone had their own path of martial arts, and he didn't want to interfere with Yu and the others' paths. Yang Gan, you came to my northern dark nether territory to cause trouble, and then disappeared. We have to search all the way from the north. It's been hard enough. While the two of them were talking, an untimely voice rang out. A group of people was walking down the street. Wherever they passed, people would step aside with reverence in their eyes. Lin Ling looked over and saw a familiar face. It was Bei Xianyang. Beside her were some unfamiliar faces, but they were all dressed in green robes, as if they were from the same place. The leader of the group was a young man with acne on his face. His eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. He glanced at the passers-by indifferently, and finally looked at Bei Xianyang with a hint of longing. As for the wicked lady of the north, she was doing what she always did. Her eyes were like peach blossoms as she seduced the young man. When she saw Lin Ling, killing intent flickered in her eyes, but she maintained a smile on her face. Be careful. That's a descendant of the Nine Li. Yang Gan's expression became serious. He seemed to know the young man, so he whispered. Lin Ling nodded, and the Eye of Time quietly appeared. He immediately discovered that the mysterious young man's strength was extremely terrifying. He seemed to be a transcendent fourth-layer expert, but he gave off a feeling that he couldn't see through him. This surprised him. After all, with his current strength, he shouldn't be afraid of a transcendent fourth-layer expert. Purple Elder, what's that person's origin? Lin Ling thought. Soon, Purple Elder's voice rang out, Your Majesty, that's a descendant of the Nine Li. This bloodline clan existed in the 4 great ancient countries. I didn't expect that after the ancient countries were destroyed, the people of the Nine Li clan still remained. Moreover, they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Your Majesty, that young man has the furious maple flaming tiger, one of the 72 demon gods in the sky. He's a fire demon god, but in terms of fusion with the demon god, he's inferior to you. In terms of strength, if your Majesty doesn't have the Emperor refined armor and the tyrannical song sword, it'll be difficult for you to defeat him. What? My strength is close to 2 universes. In addition, I have an Earth-grade saint physique and a greater success extreme martial art. It'll be difficult for me to defeat him? Lin Ling was astonished. This Transcendent Stage 4 expert is very powerful. He also has an Earth-grade saint physique, but his extreme martial art has reached the pinnacle stage. Your Majesty, unless you step into the Transcendent Stage 3 and use your cultivation to make up for the difference, it'll only be a draw. Purple Elder said. A tie. The Jiuli tribe is really powerful. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Your Majesty, they have a long history and the ancient martial art they possess is more comprehensive than the current Xianpeng province. However, in front of the Purple Mansion, he's just a child. Even if his cultivation is 2 levels higher than your Majesty, it'll only be a draw. He's just a piece of trash. Purple Elder said to Lin Ling with disdain. At the same time, Yang Gan's voice rang out, Lin Ling, that person is called Li Fengge. He's one of the 10 great heroes. Don't underestimate him just because he's a great hero. In fact, he can easily defeat a great hero. No wonder. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The 10 great heroes included all the heroes of the universe and Kuan Palace. And to be able to enter the top 10, their strength wasn't undeserved. Are you done whispering? Li Fengge said indifferently. He knew that Yang Gan was talking to a puny youth about how powerful he was. That was why he didn't interrupt them earlier. If you're done, then Yang Gan, hand over your divine protector. This young master has chased you all the way from the north. It's time for you to pay a price, Li Fengge said. In fact, he didn't have any conflict with Yang Gan. It was just that he happened to be a guest in the northern Nether Evil region. At that time, Yang Gan was causing trouble in the northern Nether Evil region and then left. Li Fengge heard that Yang Gan had a divine protector, so he chased after him. And if he killed Yang Gan, not only would he get the divine protector, he would also get the northern evil lady. Why not? Chapter 12:26. Descendant of Jiuli, Hehe, Brother Fengge, Yang Gan isn't the one with a guardian deity. The handsome young man beside him also has one. Bei Xinyang said with a smile. She directed the trouble to Lin Ling. In fact, she was also surprised to see Lin Ling here. Only yesterday did she know that Lin Ling had become an elite, so she also knew that the people she sent to kill Lin Ling had all failed. This Lin Ling was really scary. She hadn't seen him in a short time, but his strength had increased by a lot. She couldn't let him live. Fortunately, Li Fengge was here. Bei Xinyang. Lin Ling smiled coldly. How could he not know her intentions? This Bei Xinyang was very sinister. She had failed to kill him last time, and now she was throwing the trouble at him. Hehe, did you miss me? Bei Xinyang smiled as if she and Lin Ling were old lovers. I wanted you to die. Lin Ling still smiled. How dare you? Bei Xinyang is my woman. Who are you to speak? But you also have a guardian deity. This young master is very surprised. Two lowly commoners actually have a guardian deity. This is simply a waste of God's gift. Leave the guardian deity to this young master. Li Fengge shouted coldly. His voice was very loud, and the surrounding martial artists gasped. Many of them knew the Jiuli tribe and were surprised by their domineering behavior. Then they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect that the handsome young man was the current Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently an elite. Although he wasn't the strongest elite, he was the most sensational in history. Very few people in Xianpeng province didn't know his name. However, Lin Ling had just become an elite. If he immediately encountered the top 10 elites, he would be in trouble. Yes, I have a guardian deity. What do you want to do next? However, Lin Ling was still smiling. His fearless appearance made many people's eyes twinkle. This Lin Ling was as crazy as the rumors said. You're so stupid. You dare to appear in front of me with a guardian deity? Of course, I'll kill you. Li Fengge laughed disdainfully with indescribable pride. This guy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had fought many battles over the years and had seen all kinds of warriors. However, it was the first time he had seen an idiot like Li Fengge. It was undeniable that Li Fengge's talent and background were very strong. However, this person did not know how to keep a low profile even though he had a treasure trove. It was as if he was a newbie who had never ventured into the world. It was rare for such a person to be able to survive until now. If you can kill me, then come at me. The Ninely tribe is very proud, but in the era of the 4 great ancient nations, you are just subordinates of others. To put it bluntly, you are the dogs of others. Lin Ling was still smiling. Ugh! Li Fengge's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent and anger rippled out. Lin Ling actually dared to insult the Jiuli tribe. You're dead. No one can save you. Li Fengge roared in anger as his spiritual energy exploded forth. It was 4 layers of spiritual energy and they were extremely thick. Obviously, he was a powerful transcendent realm cultivator. He took a step forward and extended his right hand, grabbing towards Lin Ling. You are indeed an idiot with a pig's brain. Lin Ling sighed and shook his head again. His evaluation of Li Fengge was lowered by another 10%. She was so easily angered. It seemed that Li Fengge had never experienced any twists and turns in her growth. Rumble. Li Fengge attacked Lin Ling under countless gazes. However, many people shook their heads. They also felt that Li Fengge was foolish. He was like a dandy young master and could not be compared to Lin Ling at all. After all, martial arts were prohibited in the Sea Lookout Corner today. It seemed that Li Fengge's family protection had indeed allowed him to suffer less, causing him to be arrogant. Your Excellency, you are too arrogant. Sure enough, when Li Fengge's hand was about to touch Lin Ling's cheek, a cold voice rang out. Under countless gazes, an expert appeared. He did not make any movements, but Li Fengge could not move at all. You are courting death. However, what made people speechless was that Li Fengge still did not know what was going on. Instead, he roared at the expert, causing the expert to sigh. If it wasn't for the Ninely Holy Mother being too strong, he would have killed such a dandy young master on the spot. How could this person be so stupid? Was his brain filled with lust? Pig's brain, let me teach you. Lin Ling was still standing as straight as a pine tree. He smiled as he looked at Li Fengge, who was restrained in front of him. He played with his fingernails and slapped out, "This is the Sea Lookout Corner, not your home. Martial arts are prohibited in the entire city. Even if your father was here, he would have to lower his head obediently. Since when was it your turn to be arrogant?" Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The crowd's pupils constricted. Lin Ling dared to slap Li Fengge? One should know that the Ninely clan was a clan that even the 10 Langya palace halls had to give face to. Even the expert who appeared changed his expression slightly. He dared to restrain Li Fengge's movements, but he did not dare to hit him. Who knew that Lin Ling would attack him without hesitation? You dare to hit me? Li Fengge was extremely surprised. You are not just a little stupid. Lin Ling shook his head and slapped him again. First of all, the wicked lady of the north wanted to use you to kill me, and you fell for it. Second of all, even if you're interested in my guardian angel, no one would say it out loud. These 2 points are enough to prove that you're a fool. Slap. The third slap made Li Fengge's face turn as ugly as a pig's liver. The 3 slaps caused the entire street to be shocked. The expert who restrained Li Fengge shook his head helplessly. Finally, he waved his right hand and made Li Fengge appear on the other side of the street. He then watched quietly. As long as the 2 sides did not use martial arts, he would not stop anything. Since I was young, no one has ever hit me. You are the first. On the other side of the street, Li Fengge regained his mobility, but his body was trembling with anger. So, you want to tell me that it feels good to be slapped in the face, right? On the other side, Lin Ling smiled slightly as if he was not the one who had attacked earlier. Although Li Fengge was very talented, he was not even as good as Nanping in his heart. After all, he had great strength but did not know how to use it. Such a person was extremely trash. I'm going to kill you. How could Li Fengge endure being played by someone who was not as good as him? He stepped forward, but was stopped by the northern lady. She was also helpless. She wanted to cause trouble for Li Fengge and Lin Ling, but she did not expect Li Fengge to be so arrogant that he dared to attack here. She had to admit that if this guy did not have a good family background, he would be trash. Compared to Lin Ling, he was too far behind. Nephew Li, you are not allowed to use martial arts in this city. Don't break the taboo again. However, if you want to take revenge, you can go to the ocean viewing platform. That is the only place where martial arts can be used. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind. A large number of people walked over, and the one in the lead was the evil god North Deep. There were also many mighty ones with him, including several elders from the Triple Element Golden Dipper clan. Chapter 1227. Is there no one behind me? Yes, let's go to the ocean viewing platform. The young man over there will fight me to the death. Li Fengge seemed to have thought of something and sneered. At this moment, he seemed to have found a way to hold his head high. Alas, did you like to be with donkeys when you were young? Lin Ling sighed and asked faintly. Why do you ask? Li Fengge frowned. He didn't know what Lin Ling meant, and so did the crowd. Lin Ling said that Li Fengge liked to be with donkeys? Because I suspect that you were kicked in the head by a donkey when you were young, or a door was clamped. Otherwise, why would you be such an idiot? Lin Ling said faintly. Ha! The crowd was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Being kicked in the head by a donkey and being clamped by a door, this descendant of Jiuli was indeed similar. Otherwise, why would he be so stupid? Li Fengge was still in doubt. He shook his head faintly and said, with my strength, even if I was kicked in the head by a donkey, I would still be fine. As for being clamped by a door, I'm sorry. I reached the heavenly spirit realm when I was 6. How could a door hurt me? Ha! The crowd laughed even louder. Li Fengge didn't understand the meaning of those words. It had to be said that Li Fengge's reincarnation ability was amazing, but his IQ was worrying. Brother Fengge. North Evil Mother also felt embarrassed and couldn't help but say the meaning of Lin Ling's words. In the end, Li Fengge's face turned green and red, and the killing intent in his eyes became even crazier. Lin Ling, fight with Li Fengge and prove your strength. North Dark Evil God also felt embarrassed at this moment. He knew that with Li Fengge's IQ, he would never be able to out-talk Lin Ling, so he had to step up personally. North Dark Evil God, it's fine if that idiot is stupid. After all, he's someone who hasn't ventured into the world. But are you stupid too? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, why should I fight with you, Li Fengge? Do you think I'll fight just because you say so? Dark North Demon God was stunned. Then, he mocked, you're a hero, but you don't dare to fight. You don't deserve to be called a hero. His heart was boiling with anger. In the past, Lin Ling looked at him as if he was a junior. But now, Lin Ling was on equal footing with him. He was not even afraid of him. That's right. Lin Ling, you're famous in Xianpeng province. You're a top expert among the heroes. You shouldn't be afraid of a fair fight with Li Fengge. Otherwise, how can you talk about martial arts? The elder of the Triple Yuan Dipper sect also spoke. Only if Lin Ling agreed to the battle and went to the ocean viewing platform would he suffer the consequences of Lin Ling's actions. After all, he knew that the ban on martial arts would only be lifted when the auction ended. Are you trying to goad me? Lin Ling had been fighting for so long and had seen all kinds of storms. He shrugged and said, I finally understand what it means to be a snake and a rat in the same nest. If there's an idiot in the team, then the others will also become idiots. Dark North Demon God, and those old men, are you idiots too? Let's not talk about other things. How long has that guy been a hero? And how long have I been a hero? How can you say that this is a fair fight? As for martial arts, that idiot knows nothing about martial arts other than his family background. His powerful strength is probably accumulated from countless treasures. How can such a person be qualified to talk about martial arts? His voice was heard, and every word was heartfelt. The crowd nodded in agreement. Everyone could see that Li Fengge was older than Lin Ling. In addition, he had the advantage of being a hero for several years. How could this be considered a fair fight? After all, Lin Ling had just become a hero. Therefore, Dark North Demon God's words were indeed idiotic. The whispers around were filled with mockery, which made Dark North Demon God feel embarrassed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so eloquent. He immediately snorted and said, what if I insist that you go? Humph, what? You're trying to goad me into doing it the hard way? Dark North Demon God, you're really a disgrace to the Dark North Dark Territory. A century-old monster is actually making things difficult for a junior. How can you talk about martial arts? At this moment, a smiling voice was heard. On the other side of the street, a large number of people walked over. The person in the lead was holding a walking stick. He had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. The old man of the South Pole Celestial Canopy. The crowd's expression changed slightly. The South Pole Celestial Canopy was extremely famous in Xianpeng Province. However, the old man of the South Pole was actually speaking up for Lin Ling. What fair fight! In fact, you're just bullying him with your numbers. However, don't think that Lin Ling doesn't have anyone supporting him. At the same time, another voice was heard. Several people carrying a luxurious sedan appeared. Then, the curtain was lifted and a wise middle-aged man walked down. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lord Lu. Many people gasped again. The Lord Lu's residence was also speaking up for Lin Ling. You. Dark North Demon God and the others looked even worse. These two experts were actually helping Lin Ling. Snakes and rats in a nest. This idiom describes it well. Idiots like to gather in a group. Most of the people in Kuan Hall are indeed idiots. However, before the shock in everyone's hearts had subsided, another voice was heard. An old man walked down the street alone. His robe was fluttering in the wind and his hair was white, but his spirit was trembling. Many people looked over in shock and suddenly found that this old man was actually one of the top 10 blacksmiths in Xianpeng Province, Old Man Dong Fu. Powerful, Lin Ling has only just become a hero, but he is able to make the three great experts speak for him. Even Old Man Dong Fu has come out. You have to know that this senior is the most terrifying. He can easily summon the heroes and make them cheer. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling and found that this handsome young man was extremely terrifying. Sure enough, as soon as they finished speaking, a large number of experts appeared behind Old Man Dong Fu. These people were all famous experts. Their strength was also at the peak of the late stage of the Transcendent realm. They were all great heroes. Don't think that because See Lookout Corner forbids martial arts, Lin Ling is taking advantage of the rules. In fact, if it weren't for the ban, you would be the ones suffering today. North Demon God, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Do you think there's no one behind Lin Ling? Then I'll play with you. Bold voices floated out from the mouths of these experts, shocking the entire street into silence. Do you think there's no one behind Lin Ling? At this moment, who would dare to say such a thing? If Lin Ling moved his foot, Xianpeng Province would be in turmoil. However, Lin Ling was just a junior who had just risen. What right did he have to summon so many ancient experts of Xianpeng Province? Many people's hearts were beating violently. They couldn't believe it. Star Extermination Great Sect, Reincarnation Sect, Northern Mountain Tiger Sect. North Demon God and the others also sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, they didn't have any arrogance left. They all shrunk their necks. Are you very strong? Are you as strong as my Ninely tribe? Only Li Fenggu continued to shout coldly. Many people shook their heads helplessly. This idiot was too stupid. Chapter 12:28. Lin Ling's master, how dare you hit me? Li Fenggu landed on the ground with a ferocious expression. If I hit you now, I'll lose my face. If I hit you in the future, I'll lose my life. Your grandmother should teach you a lesson. You're so arrogant and overbearing. Sooner or later, you'll walk the path of no return. Old Man Dong Fu roared again. Li Fenggu clenched his teeth and didn't dare to speak anymore. Although he was overbearing, he knew that there were too many experts here today. It wasn't his turn to be arrogant. Evil God Bei Ming, what else do you want to say? Old man Dong Fu looked at evil God Bei Ming. Evil God Bei Ming's people were all holding their breaths. What else did they dare to say? Not to mention that there was a ban on martial arts here today. Even if there wasn't, they weren't Lin Ling's opponents. Especially evil God Bei Ming. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such power. Even he had to lower his head when facing the experts that he summoned. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was also surprised because these people weren't summoned by him. For example, the old man Nan Tian and Lu Wangfu. Since you have nothing else to say, then scram, said old man Dong Fu softly. When he said, "Get lost," Northern Underworld demon gods people could only lower their heads and leave. But at that moment, Northern Underworld demon god's gaze wasn't on Lin Ling anymore because old man Dong Fu had someone he was even more afraid of. It was the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. These strong cultivators came from the Qian Temple and were always at odds with the Northern Underworld demon god. Not long ago, in the star-seizing Violet Palace, Northern Underworld demon god had killed the son of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect's leader. Scram! Looking at evil god Bei Ming and his people fleeing, Lin Ling smiled faintly. After that, the crowd gradually dispersed. As they left, they looked deeply at Lin Ling. They had thought that with so many strong cultivators and the descendants of the Nine Li tribe present, Lin Ling would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, who would have thought that in the end, Lin Ling would attract even more strong cultivators to come for him? Evil God Northern Darkness and the others were forced to leave. This Lin Ling was becoming more and more mysterious. "Thank you, everyone." Lin Ling politely saluted. "It's nothing." Among them, the old man of the South Pole and Lu Wangyan had a profound look in their eyes. Not long ago, Lin Ling had helped them, so today, they had returned the favor. But what surprised them was that old man Dong Fu was also helping Lin Ling. One had to know that in the heaven and earth temples, many peak experts had to give face to old man Dong Fu. And such a character was also helping Lin Ling. This Lin Ling had hidden his strength really well. Fortunately, we didn't become enemies with him back then. The old man of the South Pole and Lu Wangyan looked at each other. Lin Ling looked at the two and gave his thanks again. Then he looked at the old man Dong Fu. As to the old man Dong Fu, he was slightly shocked and said with a smile, "I hadn't thought that you would come to see Watch Corner. Why didn't you say you came? Let me treat you well." As these words fell, the old man of the South Pole and the other experts' expressions changed. From old man Dong Fu's tone, they could faintly feel that old man Dong Fu did not refer to Lin Ling as a senior, but as a friend. This was even more terrifying. One had to know that old man Dong Fu was proud and arrogant. Even great heroes were not in his eyes. When facing experts, most of them referred to themselves as seniors. There were very few people in Xianpeng province who could be of the same generation as him. Unfortunately, they did not know that in the past, when Lin Ling helped old man Dong Fu forge a heavenly weapon, Lin Ling's identity was an assistant, not a disciple. Therefore, old man Dong Fu did not underestimate Lin Ling at all. Not to mention, old man Dong Fu still owed Lin Ling a favor. I also just came, so I didn't know Elder Dong Fu was here." Lin Ling shrugged with a smile, but inside, he muttered, "Didn't we meet not long ago? It's a good thing that martial arts are prohibited here. Otherwise, if something happened to you under my eyes, then I would feel guilty. Let's go, the auction is about to start. Before that, I'll take good care of you." Old man Dong Fu let out a breath and smiled again. "All right." Lin Ling nodded and then let Yang Gan walk with him. As for Yang Gan at this moment, he was also extremely shocked. Lin Ling actually knew old man Dong Fu? The weapon in his hand was the work of old man Dong Fu, and this weapon had helped him many times to fight above his level. At that time, he was grateful to the mysterious old man Dong Fu of the 10 great blacksmiths. But today, he was fated to meet him again. Lin Ling, this guy, he always does things that we cannot do. Yang Gan was inwardly shocked, but more than that, he was proud. After all, Lin Ling came from the same hometown as him. As the group walked forward, they didn't speak. Old man Dong Fu was the leader, and old man Dong Fu seemed to have something to say. Lin Ling, old man Dong Fu, have seen countless people. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were different. And you are indeed so, becoming a hero in such a short time. It seems that your master values you greatly. Master? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. When did he have a master? Yes, I know that Ding Haizun is your subordinate. He isn't your master, and he doesn't qualify to be your master. Old man Dong Fu's words were filled with disdain, and then he said with some respect, I know your master's background isn't small. You have to know, Xianpeng province is only one jia, and the outside world is even larger. There are always people better, mountains higher. Sometimes, even I feel inferior. Finishing, old man Dong Fu blinked at Lin Ling as though he knew everything. Oh. Lin Ling was speechless. That master was the mysterious cloaked person. Ancient martial artists have strange personalities. You have to give in to him. Old man Dong Fu smiled and said, if there is a chance, can you introduce me to him? I don't have any other intentions, I just want to look up to him. Finishing, he saw Lin Ling's strange gaze. He quickly smiled awkwardly and said, of course, looking up to him is only part of it. I also want to ask him for advice on forging. I'll try my best. Lin Ling nodded, feeling even more speechless. The old man of the South Pole following behind old man Dong Fu felt their hearts tremble. Lin Ling had a mysterious master behind him. No wonder Lin Ling was such a genius, so this was the case. The night passed without words. The next day, the auction started grandly. The Grand Hall of Heaven and Earth gave out the sensational news that a rare treasure would appear today. Many martial artists became excited. If the Grand Hall of Heaven and Earth thought it was a treasure, then the treasure must be very valuable. At this time, Lin Ling followed old man Dong Fu and the others to Yutian Pavilion. Yutian Pavilion was already packed with people. However, old man Dong Fu was a forging master. The other forces could not give him face, but the auction house did not dare to slight him. So following old man Dong Fu, Lin Ling easily entered Yutian Pavilion while the other martial artists lined up. Outside Yutian Pavilion, the martial artists from various regions were envious. Lin Ling could directly enter Yutian Pavilion. One had to know that the background of the auction house was very strong. Anyone from the Grand Hall of Heaven and Earth had to follow the rules. Unless there was a dragon among men, and Lin Ling was one of them. It was hard to believe. It's him. In the crowd, a fairy-like girl stared at the back of the handsome blue-robed youth. Then she smiled bitterly. She was Luo Xueman. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.